Charlie Dean and no Heather Knight. So a bit of a reshuffle and a bit of a different balance to the Somerset side today, with Ellie Anderson coming back into the fold, as does Liv Barnes, and Katie Jones making her first appearance of 2026, but not with the gloves. So Jess Hazel will don the gloves in the second innings. A full toss and hit hard to mid-on. A good piece of fielding. So Somerset won the toss, elected to bat first. Sunny day, as you might be able to see, but it is very windy. And I guess after Somerset posted a sizable score against Surrey in the last game, I decided to try and keep the same formula going today and see if they can build a handy total and keep this winning run going at the start of the 2026 One Day Cup. And it's just been a couple of times that we've seen the ball beat the bat, but nothing too alarming, suggesting, especially with this quick outfield, and it's likely to get even quicker throughout the day, you'd think, suggesting that we might see quite a high-scoring game if Somerset can continue the way that they've been batting, the confidence that they've had since that first game where it was a bit of a nail-biter against Yorkshire, but having got through that and got the win, the team hasn't really looked back since then. Good victories over Lancashire and Surrey. And then a thunderous win against Surrey, especially in that last game, really building that confidence up. We're going to see some spin for the first time, having had a steady diet of accurate right arm seam. It's going to be the, well, I nearly said, nearly fell into the trap of saying former Somerset player, but of course she's not. She's the former teammate of nearly all of these players, but a former Western Storm player in Sophia Smale. Bowling to Odgers on 24 from 32. And I can imagine Sophia Smale's not going to give too much away in terms of width. It's usual MO. Oh, appeal and gone! A finger goes up from James Treadwell, and Somerset have lost a second wicket, as that was a skiddy delivery from Sophia Smale, and Bex Odgers went back into her crease and tried to pull, but it just didn't seem to get up as much as she thought it would. And 2 wickets down, 49 for 2. So Sophie Luff coming to the middle after a fine innings last time out against Surrey. She made 57 from only 63 deliveries and included a pretty much one-handed 6 straight down the ground over long off. And there's plenty of time to bat, which I think she likes. But also there's that sense with the absence of the likes of Knight and even Dean and Gibson elongating that batting lineup, and you feel there's that sense of responsibility on Sophie Luff's shoulders, which she's very used to, but it does kind of ramp up that responsibility when you're missing the England players who've all been picked for the T20 World Cup that's coming up in, well, less than a couple of months now. And congratulations to all of them on their selections. Essex, meanwhile, we've got... Oh, we're not live. I mean, 2 seconds. It's probably not the end, as long as we're not ahead of...
No, you're not ahead.
If you're ahead, then
Honestly, that
But
wicket
for the other way round.
test. We'll put a 2 second delay. And I think it's 5 seconds. Wrong 2 seconds, nothing many. I reckon we just go. I reckon we just go for it. Live now on YouTube. Yes, I think yeah. You can get live.
We go round it.
Me too. What should you? Yeah.
Yeah. Everything.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It looks great. Good, yeah.
Oh, good. Hello, Teresa. Yeah, how are you, buddy? Right, what have we got here? We got visuals.
I think we have, and I think
We live.
Should we just? Shall we go? Yeah. Well, a very good morning to you, and welcome to Taunton Vale for this one-day cup match between Somerset and Essex. Somerset 55 for 2 in the 13th over. Apologies for the slight delay in being with you. The joys of broadcasting from an outground. Ed Seaborn and Pete Trigo with you on the Somerset live stream. As a full toss is hit for 4 through the leg side. So back-to-back boundaries, Trees, in rather different fashion.
Yeah, there have been some stunning shots so far this morning. The run rate is healthy. Odgers and Holland played some very nice shots. Unfortunately, have been dismissed. Sophia Smell just picking up that wicket of Odgers, who was going very nicely. Some delightful shots. And yeah, we have a slightly different vantage point today. We're instead of being in the crow's nest at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we're about half a mile away from the middle on a side view. So you must forgive us on the live stream if we don't get the lines and lengths completely accurate.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to tell you what the new ball was doing, but I can't really.
Well, one thing that has been noticed is there's been some really quite sort of proactive batting from the Somerset batters all the way through the innings. There's been a lot of quite aggressive positions, certainly in terms of batting outside the crease and using their feet towards the bowler, which I think has made it hard for the bowlers to settle on a length. Like I said, there has been a lovely array of shots whizzing across this very tightly mown Taunton Vale outfield, and I think that's a credit to the batters, looking quite positive.
That's a nice shot down the ground, but a good hand from the bowler. Yeah, to me, I did a couple of games here last year. The outfield does look a bit more shaved than last year. But then one of the games I was here, it tipped down with rain for quite a bit of it. It was a rain-shortened game against the Blaze, ironically enough.
There's a couple of things you can guarantee when you play at Taunton Vale is a very good batting surface, a very fast outfield, and a hefty wind. It's almost got his own little wind microclimate here at Taunton Vale. As the ball's banged in and thumped straight of mid-wicket. What a great shot.
I think she's quite enjoying when they've bowled shorter to Annika Leroy. Just earlier on in her innings, she looked as if she was just wanting that ball to come up maybe a little bit higher than it was, and now she's got a couple of short ones, and she's really got hold of them. But yeah, I've always enjoyed covering matches here, and it is certainly nothing like Merchant Taylor's school when it comes to the wind. I don't know if you've ever played there or been there.
I have. You're lucky we're in the building and we're sort of like sheltered slightly at the moment. I was sat down there a minute ago and it was causing absolute chaos on the Barnet. The old hair was all over the place. I should have doubled up on the hairspray this morning.
Oh, well, I have my pre-season haircut, which is one of 2 haircuts I have to have every year, and at the moment everything's fine as far as things blowing in the eyes. Nice use of the feet. Luff, as ever, taking on an infielder and winning.
Yeah, always very keen for a quick single, Luffy, especially early on in the innings. Yeah, I think what I mentioned about the positive batting, Annika, I think, has been the greatest sort of exponent of it. Even that short ball there, she'd taken a step down the wicket. The bowler had probably seen that, dragged the length back, and she plays the short pitch ball particularly well. So, yeah, certainly adding challenges to the Essex bowlers, Sophia Smale into the attack, and she's been going nicely, picking up that early wicket. And we're just having a change over wires, so I might have been talking to myself for the last few minutes.
I think you're fine. I think you were just being used as a sort of like cable tie for a moment there. It's all happening. No, you see, you don't get this up at the box at the Cooper Associates, where he's suddenly roped in mid-flow.
I also didn't realise that we'd be stood up. I'd have worn my comfy shoes.
Well, there's a handy stool for you.
No, it's too cold. That wind's biting.
I thought you meant the seat was too cold for you. I'm too cool to sit on the seat.
Yeah, I have to say, Ed, with the new season starting, I've played a couple of games of cricket myself. I don't think my back could take sitting on a hard wooden stool for too long, so it's more than happy to be stood up.
I've had far too much sitting on train seats already this season for my liking, so yeah, stood up's better for me.
No, it's been a good start to the innings so far from Somerset. Going at a healthy strike rate, slightly curtailed by those 2 wickets, but a real positive start. I really like the way that Somerset have started the season. I think it's. I think there were signs towards the back end of last season they were going to look to play on the front foot. Some changes of personnel at the top of the order, and Neve Holland, even though she hasn't got the score she wanted, I think the batters in the top 4. It feels like it's quite aggressive in particular that top 3. Which I think in modern one-day cricket is definitely the way forward.
It would almost have been easy today to take a bit of a backward step, knowing this is the first game without the England players. But I guess that's a dangerous thing to think, or it would be a dangerous thing to think. So much better to stay positive and stay on the front foot and back your own abilities for why you're in the team.
Yeah, I think when you get off to a strong start, 3 wins, and I think. Even though Heather Knight scored that magnificent century across the 3 games, there have been contributions throughout the innings. I can remember the first game, which kind of looked dead and buried, and that proper knock from Sophie Luff to see that game home with the young batters, down at the tail end, just marshalling one end while she hit those winning runs. I mean, that was a magnificent knock, and what a great confidence booster. So yes, the lineup does look very different here. Some brilliant performances from the England players, but the players on show today should be pretty buoyed in terms of their own form and how the team are going.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody had a handy knock against Surrey, whilst Knight was the linchpin. Just riding the bounce nicely there of Sophie Luff, and she took her time at the start of that innings against Surrey and ended up at nearly a run a ball. In typical Sophie Luff fashion, just absorbing some pressure at the start of her innings, finding some singles where nobody else can. I mean, I didn't even saw too much of Danny Wyatt-Hodge, fortunately from a Somerset point of view in that last match, but he probably had the two best drop and runners in the game in that game, because there are so few players who can take on those fielders in the 25-yard circle like Sophie Luff can.
I think it's really important, in one-day cricket, people look at all the T20 skills, and they're absolutely important. But for me, Sophie Luff has been for years the anchor of the innings, because 50 overs is still a long time to bat, and you need someone to score at a healthy rate, but also take up some time and allow the more explosive players to execute their skills as well. And it was great to see her start the season so positively, because she is a real linchpin of all the exciting players that Somerset have in their lineup.
It's the incredible way that she can take a single with one hand on the bat, flick the bat somehow at the ball, and she just knows exactly where it's going, especially off the spinners. I've been lucky enough to be watching it for so long, and I still have, I mean, just nobody else bats quite like her. Oh, that's good delivery. Shit. We've seen a
She
few
probably
off.
won't thank me for this, but that comes with experience. She knows her game very well. She understands her role within the team, and creating those little angles and sort of, I would imagine sort of the mechanics of taking the bat off the hand is just to sort of deaden it into an area, just avoiding the fielders, which is a skill within itself. So, she's got the shots when the boundaries are required, but the way that she goes about her business early on is certainly a very conscious thing that she's worked on for many years. We saw a perfect example of that, just not quite getting that angle to beat that point field at that time, as she calls for a new helmet. That's unusual, isn't it? To have a...
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I used to carry sort of 4 or 5 bats and 4 or 5 pairs of gloves, but never 2 helmets. Lucky it's a home game. Lucky it's a home game.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how many helmets they have to have each now with these concussion protocols.
Yeah, I think if they get damaged, they have to be replaced.
Yeah.
And if the physio deemed the shell or the grill to have any sort of damage from any knocks, they have to be changed. The old health and safety gone mad. I mean, I had a helmet. I mean, not only would you not want to get too close to it because the amount of sweat and odours it was kicking out, but it definitely got hit a number of times, and I think I probably did about 12 seasons with one helmet before it disintegrated. Gone are those days.
Well, it can't have been anything like the famous Jack Russell hat.
No, definitely not. And that why you used to see flies coming in to where he was wicket keeping and they'd drop down dead. That definitely would have kicked out some interesting aromas, but great man, Jack.
That's a lovely shot over the top, straight down the ground of 4. And the positive start continues to Annika Leroyd's innings. 6 boundaries already.
Yeah, again, having that confidence and ability to use her feet has been a bit of a signature of the innings so far. This is the first time I've watched her live, and actually quite fortunately from a side-on view to see how dynamic she is with her feet. Really good to see.
I was going to ask how your start to the season's been. Has it been a busy one?
Yeah, it's commentating on a few of the early games. Obviously, the Somerset men's team getting off to a really strong start, which has been good. So yeah, it's been awesome. I mean, we had a particularly miserable, wet sort of January, February, didn't we? So it's been great to see the sun peek its head out and the grounds dry up. I was a bit concerned that a lot of grounds would be in poor condition, but it's absolutely magnificent. In particular here, what the groundsmen have managed to achieve, in terms of the pitch, it looks nice and white. So not too damp. So yeah, it's been good. I played a couple of games myself, and I have to admit, Ed, I really do need to stop bowling. I'm getting too old for bowling. Batting, fielding, fine. Bowling, not so much.
Right. Is that in terms of pace, accuracy, or everything?
There's definitely a downslide in pace, but it's more the agony every time.
Right, just the
Every time I actually deliver the ball. So yeah, I need to work out with my captain how I can. I'm going to frame it as give other people an opportunity.
It's good. Yeah, a lot of good youngsters coming through, I'm sure.
Absolutely are. Severe smell continuing. One of the danger sort of deliveries I think from Smale is that slightly sharper ball that just skids on, the one that sort of undone odges. It looks like one that you can step back and pull and it just skips on a little bit. So something for the batters to be mindful of. I think that's almost like the modus operandi for most left-arm spinners. They don't really try and take wickets on the outside edge. It's actually those ones that skid on towards the stumps that are the danger balls.
Yeah, very much so. We've got a changed ball, I think, in the end. They decided that they were going to use the change ball from... Now, oh gosh, I've already forgotten it. What's the name of that end, Mr. PA announcer? Staple Grove Road end.
And the other one is
Hake
Hill. Yes, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Rob Hake, the groundsman here, would... is he still the groundsman here? Or the previous groundsman here, Rob Hake, would literally have he would look like a Mulberry handbag about now this time of year. He would have the most ridiculous suntan. He'd prepare the wicket, sit up on his hill, enjoying the cricket, and I'll tell you what, David Dickinson, eat your heart out for suntan.
there's another last ball of an over boundary. We had a few of those in the early going. I think about 3 of the first 4 overs. We had a boundary off the last ball, so 80 for 2.
Yeah, I wonder if that's conscious because that's something that was spoken about when one day cricket sort of turbocharged to target the last ball of an over. First to obviously put the bowler under pressure, and the last obviously to take that momentum into the next over, so the next bowler's under a little bit of pressure, or the team are.
We've got another bowling change. And I think this may be the freshly called up England player.
Well, Ed,
Jody Grewcock is going to come
What
on.
I've done today, I've lent into the wonders of technology. I've got the live stream on my phone, so maybe if there's spin, swing, or anything on show, we can see it.
Okay,
perfect.
That's good. And we've got the comments on the YouTube feed as well. We're watching you.
We're always happy to interact with our watchers, aren't we, Ed?
Oh, well, yes, as long as they're not telling me how terrible I am, in which case I might still interact, but
I can't imagine anyone would think you are terrible in any way, shape, or form, my friend.
Oh, that's a good delivery and out. That's a big one, and Somerset have lost Sophie Luff. 3 wickets down, and that's a pretty good way for Jodie Grewcock to celebrate her England call up to the ODI squad in just a few days' time. And just pushing forward.
Yeah,
like... See me just slide on, maybe?
Yeah, like a lot of spinners that theoretically turn the ball, away from the bat. Batters really need to play that original line because so many bowler leg spinners, left arm spinners just skid the ball onto the pad, and that's what we saw there. Luffy just playing slightly outside the line, trying to create that angle to get it to point, and the ball's just skidded nice and straight and just caught her on that front pad, and yeah, that's a big loss. She's out LBW.
I mean, for a while, Jodie Grewcock's been somebody that on paper you would think, and she's been in England A squads and that sort of thing. You think that combination of being a leg spinner and a left-handed batter, which, I mean, the 2 things that England have been desperately looking out for, and then you start the season as she did with a couple of really good scores with a bat, and she gets that call up, and it's only taken 2 deliveries of her first spell post that announcement for her to claim a wicket.
Yeah, leg spin is a very, very difficult skill. So, you know, gaining the confidence, playing domestic cricket, the accuracy, obviously picking up wickets, scoring runs is crucial to get those call ups. But accuracy is such a big sort of thing that leg spinners have to learn and get to grips with, especially in sort of pressure situations.
I must say, I cannot wait to watch Lola Harris bowl later. I haven't had the chance to live yet. And Jess Hazel, a bit of an elevation in the order, as it will be for a few today, but she's been in good touch. She just hasn't always actually had the number of deliveries to face. So now she's got a long time in front of her that she can bat for.
Yeah, I first saw Lola bowl in Western Storm colours when we went on an overseas trip to Abu Dhabi. Bowled very nicely. Does spin the ball hard. I know it sounds quite obvious for a leg spinner, but a lot of leg spinners, certainly in one day cricket, sort of bowl that straighter, flatter delivery.
Yeah,
Lola likes to give it
spin googly.
Yeah,
as well,
likes to give it a bit of flight and actually get the ball spinning. So yeah, she's been brilliant, and in that first game, put on that partnership with Sophie Luff at the end, which was absolutely crucial.
Be too long until we saw Jess Hazel bring out a sweep shot. Nice piece of fielding at fine leg, though. I thought that was going to the boundary, but she'll have to be happy enough with a single. To 81 for 3 at the end of 17 overs. I think that's one of the things that's really exciting. Just obviously having, this isn't a sort of playing a card or anything, but having watched a lot of these players in Storm colours, but now you're starting to see players who were in the Western Storm Academy, but starting to see players who didn't, or at least maybe not much, and in some cases didn't at all, don the Western Storm shirt in terms of the first team. But there are players coming through now into Somerset's women's team and just going straight in and looking absolutely at home, and that's really exciting, because it's partly that's what the county system, the revitalised county system was meant for.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest positives for Somerset. Having the women's team, you've got that the continuity for the player. I was a coach, as you know, the Western Storm, and one training session will be over in Cardiff, the next one will be at Bristol, then you'd have one at Taunton, and it was brilliant, very regional, and obviously lots of a huge talent pool to select from, but it was sort of quite chaotic in a lot of ways. People driving miles to train, and if you're coming from Cardiff to a training session at Taunton, hour and a half in the car, and are you going to train and practice to the best of your ability, with a commute like that? So it certainly feels like the last 18 months or so there's that real sort of team spirit, because arguably you'd have in Western Storm, you'd have girls from Somerset, Bristol and Cardiff that would have slight sort of different passions for their area. Whereas now, like, Somerset is Somerset, you're playing for Somerset, you've got that sort of collective sort of spirit there, as we saw a superb sweep shot there from Jess Hazel, and you did mention that you were pretty much predicting you'd see a lot of those horizontal bat shots. Another one there that's just skidded straight, and again that same dismissal, the batter playing for the spin that isn't there, and that almost generic sort of dismissal from Sophia Smell, who's not a big turner of the ball, just skidding it onto that front pad. And James Treadwell in the Spinners Union raising the finger.
Yeah, they've certainly been kept busy, both James Treadwell and Julia Jarvis. 3 LBWs in a bowled, and I think that is what Essex have done very well so far. I mean, there were a couple of shorter deliveries that Leroy in particular got away, but there's been so few cuts and back foot drives. There's not been much that's been helped round to sort of fine leg either. It feels as though so often you talk about it, especially in the women's game, but I think arguably not enough in the men's game sometimes, in terms of really keeping that straight line and keeping the stumps in play, especially with some of the pitches now, which is, it's just, for white ball cricket, is unforgiving if you offer up any sort of width.
Yeah, I mean, it really has to be. I think playing spin in one-day cricket is absolutely crucial, and I know I've only had the phone up and running, for 5 minutes or so, so we haven't really seen if there's anything turning alarmingly away from the bat. It doesn't look like that is the case. It really has to be a really conscious tactic. That I know it sounds really counterintuitive, this, but you've got to play with your bat. You've got to play the original line. Do not play for spin, especially on one-day pitches. And Taunton Vale is normally a very, very flat pitch. I mean, we can go to the mechanics of me explaining why you have to really stress yourself to play with your bat. It basically means that gone are the days of playing spin with a bat and pad together, because you can get the trapped one.
Yeah.
Post DRS coming in, anything that contacts that front pad, the umpire are very, very proactive. Whereas back in the day, if you got a big stride in and it hit the front pad, it would just not out, big stride in. Whereas now the umpires have kind of seen through that with what DRS and Hawkeye has shown, that you've got to really keep that left pad out the way and play with the bat as much as you can.
And particularly the non-turning finger spin feels like a serious weapon, because you expect, I guess you sort of expect a leggy to get a little bit of turn on most things, but with the off break bowler, in terms of accuracy as well, you're expecting that to be there. So if you start, I guess, second guessing what you might be going to see, get yourself in some difficulties. So Katie Jones has come out at number 6. She's got a serious job to do for Somerset to rebuild this innings, alongside Leroy, whose wicket's getting more and more valuable for Essex as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. A partnership required here. The run rate's really healthy. Annika's obviously striking at a good rate at the moment with those 7 boundaries. It just needs a partnership now. Almost 15 overs taken out of the game. I'm sure boundaries will come in that period, but I don't think there's a massive tariff on the big shots at the moment. Just try and consolidate a little bit with those 4 wickets going down. I mean, you can with the spin side of things, Ed. I mean, you can even go into the analytical side of things, which obviously the players do now. They get a lot of footage sent to them. If you could just imagine this, if you can, how many deliveries from a left arm spinner or a leg spinner do you see that spin the perfect amount to take the outside edge of the bat, caught keeper, caught first slip, compared to how many LBWs bowled you see from spinners theoretically turning the ball away? The danger is always the one that's coming in. That should be your priority. And if you get one that turns that perfect amount and catches the edge, then well bowled.
And whereas most of the time it's going to turn and miss.
It's way more frustrating missing straight ones.
Full sweep, just dinked over the keeper. Probably just going to be the one.
Yeah, it's a very predictable thing with wicket-keeper batsmen. Jess Hazel keeps as well, and Katie Jones, obviously, they all love a sweep. I think you can almost guarantee you need to set your field a little bit finer when wicket-keepers come into bat.
I nearly was going to suggest pretty much copy and paste with Jess Hazel. There was an edge on that, but we'll find out.
I think
Look
at the body language there. I think there was an edge there.
Sorry, I forget, because we're so far away. I was expected to hear a noise and I didn't hear one. Maybe it's just my ears.
We'll hear it in about a minute's time when the sound finally gets to us. Yeah, I think if I was a spinner and I was bowling a batter, I would be over the moon with a player looking to cut me, because that again brings in those kind of dismissals, especially one that skids onto the pad. Really important that the Somerset batters, play nice and forward and hit straight down the ground.
Yeah, looks like they're going to receive a fairly steady diet of spin through the the middle part of this innings, Grace Scrivens can bowl some more off spin. Well, I say some more off spin. She can bowl off spin. We haven't seen an off spinner yet, but you know what I mean. Some variety here. Good run to the edge of the circle. I just they're a mystery, Essex, and they have been for a while in terms of. I mean, it took them a while as the sun rises, understandably again, because they're covering a extremely large region that's possibly even less used to being tied together than the West Country. But then the last year of the regional era, they win the whole thing, and then have found it tricky again coming into this county system. But you look at the players that they've got, and you look at the lineup. They've got depth of batting. They've got variety of bowling. We've seen from the seamers that if those new ball bowlers, if they can be accurate, which they usually seem to be, and now they've got Grewcock as another aspect in terms of leg spin bowling coming through. It just they're a bit of a mystery, as Lancashire were, to be honest. And then Lancashire last year, in their first year as a new, in the new county structure, they win 2 out of the 3 trophies, which you would have thought they would have been doing before as well. It's just it's unusual to me.
Yeah, I think I could only imagine it will take something like a little bit of time. I think we've already spoken about that club feel now of the Western Storm player group consolidating into now Somerset women, and you got to think outside of just the playing part of that. There'll be moving of houses, or finding a new place to rent in Taunton, for instance. There's a lot of upheaval to go on, and I'm sure most teams that have gone from what would look like a widespread of a region into one area being Chelmsford. There's a lot of things that the players will have to do to start feeling comfortable in that environment and getting used to training at one place over and over again. And I think the positives massively outweigh the negatives, but again, it's year 2, so it's going to take a little bit of time. And we certainly, I think, have sensed it here. I've spoken to a number of the girls. How are you enjoying it? Loving being at Taunton, loving a consistent ground share with the guys, the same gym, the same nets, and that familiarity. I think they're flourishing under that environment.
Yeah, environment's the word that I hear a lot in terms of just being immersed in the environment the whole time now, rather than sort of dipping in and out of various environments. Alex Griffiths due in next, then Skelton, Anderson, Harris, and Barnes. So there is, as we've seen, there's batting away down.
Yeah, important that these two take some responsibility, and Annika in particular is batting beautifully at the moment, hitting the ball. It looks like her preference is to be quite forceful and hit the ball straight, which I think is a great way to play on a surface like this. And also, she's had a number of games now where she's seen one of the other players take responsibility and be the hero for Somerset. So she's seen the blueprint, and it's her time to step up. She's got herself to 40 and made the game look very easy so far. So long may that continue from a Somerset point of view.
I guess going back to my point about Essex. Oh, a sweep and a miss, but it's wided. I guess going back to that, you sort of look at the table and you think, especially given the teams that Somerset have beaten already, wins over Lancashire, win over Surrey, swept away, watch the spin she does. And then you see Essex looking for their first win, but I don't think, whilst Somerset will have every right to be very confident coming in, it doesn't feel, and it certainly doesn't when Essex were taking some wickets, it doesn't feel like there's that much of a gulf there between the teams, which you don't.
Award-winning
there
company
wouldn't be,
health
'cause
insurance from
that's
WPA,
the point,
proud
with
sponsor
this
of
whole
Somerset
structure.
County Cricket Club.
We want to have strong first tier in terms of
I think
the standard.
what goes before really helps you or hinders you in crunch periods of the game, especially run chasers in particular. If you've got a little bit of scar tissue of not getting over the line, and you get to that crunch time in a game, I think the nerves show up. Whereas Somerset have won some games convincingly, and also that very tight one, the game one. That does so much for confidence, momentum. So when you get in that position where you could win a game, generally the teams that have been in a run of wins are the ones that get over the line, because they create that habit. Those old sporting cliches of habits, winning habits, and momentum. They're not phrases for no reason. They are kind of things, and it's a great feeling within a team. You go 3 games in a row winning, and you don't want to let that go, because the bus rides home are a lot better after a win than after taking the L.
I didn't think that was going to be out, but given that I think we're almost 100% in appeals. Well, that's in the air,
Nice
and
shot.
that's a really well placed shot. Griffith is quick round that boundary, though. Probably one of the quickest outfielders out there, and it keeps it down to a couple. But yeah, and you hear so much about playing the big moment. That's again, it's a cliche, but when you've got that confidence that you've come up trumps in those situations before, I sort of free you up a bit, even if you look at the scoreboard and you think, oh, we'd like to be a wicket or so less down than we are. You've got that confidence that at some point somebody will. I mean, you don't want to leave it up to other people, but at some point somebody will rescue you.
Yeah, I would say that to encapsulate those thoughts, Ed, it's belief. And you can have a theoretical belief that you think you can win, but when you've seen yourself win, you know you can win. And I think that's the difference. Everyone goes out onto a sports field believing it. But I always remember, thinking about, my own sort of pathway within cricket, without talking about myself too much. But I believed that I could score 100 in first class cricket, but I really believed it once I'd done it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And, so once you get onto that winning run, I mean, I won't use the exact words that Justin Langer used to use, but he said, don't mess with form. If you're in form, embrace it and do everything you can to keep hold of it.
Yeah, no prizes for guessing which word was different.
It's we're definitely pre-watershed, so we'll leave it at that.
Well, I was suggesting to Ben Warren earlier that actually, if we put a post-watershed stream up, that I reckon people would pay a good amount for that.
The viewership could be high, and I'd be much more in my natural habitat then as well.
No, I think so. I mean, in this sort of this environment where you've got the odd paywall here and there, I think that's
We call it Somerset X.
Warren, the pioneer of streaming around the country. I reckon that's the next step.
He's frowning.
Oh, he's not.
He's
yet.
frowning and not listening.
Now he's pretending he wasn't listening. Now he is. I want a share of the profits, by the way, when that idea comes off.
Yeah, Somerset on to 100 now in the 23rd over. Those 4 wickets, I think, will be marginally disappointing, but I have to say the run rate has been healthy enough that it's certainly recoverable, that a good total on a decent pitch here at Taunton Vale can be had. Again, it's about taking responsibility. Annika Leroy is going to be the catalyst for that, you'd think. She holds the key for Somerset's first innings score. Another lovely use of the feet down the wicket. We've got very contrasting styles out there. Katie Jones is very much looking to score sideways, sweep, cut. Janik, I think, has predominantly looked to just beat the ball back down the ground.
You'd like to hope that that's what makes them a tricky partnership to bowl to in terms of the lengths that the bowlers are bowling. It's not much of a height difference, but if there's that difference in terms of the contact point, I guess that can help.
Yeah, it definitely adds a challenge when you've got contrasting styles. You've always got to be very alert to, I know it sounds silly, but who you're bowling at, because the lengths, I think, to these two are going to be slightly different. Sophia Smale continuing from the, what end was it?
Oh no, I've forgotten already.
S, it began with an S. Oh, what a great shot that is. Down the wicket and pounded through extra cover for crisp strike.
Staple Grove Road.
Staple Grove Road. There we go.
I remembered that. My mind is terrible.
That cover drive nearly ended up at number 3 Staple Grove Road. That was a
Can we have
crisp
a ball
strike
back,
there.
please? I think somebody once had this idea: if you hit the ball out of the ground, you should get 12 for it.
Big fan of that. Right?
Yeah. I'm not sure they meant it along the ground, but why not?
Sophia Smale just bowling a bit of a 23-yarder there, just changing her run up there, bowling that from around about the stumps, a little bit of a change up for her.
You wouldn't have got out of the way there as the non-striker, would you?
I'd have dropped the shoulder, mate.
Yeah.
Depending on who the bowler is, because if it was someone like Marchant Delanga, I would definitely get out of the way because I'd end up getting poleaxed.
He came up to the box at the start of this season and gave me another one of his handshakes.
Have you recovered?
Just about my bones have just about shifted back to their usual position.
Mountain.
The legend.
Like the way that Annika's gone about it, even though, again, going back to belief, even though the wickets are tumbled, they would know that it's pretty crucial a partnership is put in place. She hasn't really gone in her shell. She's still very confident and happy to use her feet and strike the ball.
Yeah, Sophia Smale's never going to turn down the opportunity at least to motion the fake throw.
Yeah, she's an angry spinner, isn't she?
She is angry, but she's one of those that, and I know there are a lot of fast bowlers like that as well off the field that you wonder where it comes from, but I suppose it is the old crossing
White
the boundary
line
road
fever,
thing.
I
Yeah,
think it's called, isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah.
Or a boundary road fever or something.
Definitely a competitor, Sophia Smale. Obviously played for Western Storm, a lot of former teammates on the field for him, which always adds a little bit of spice to a day's cricket.
There's also an awful lot of them who've done commentary at various points on Essex's side. He's sort of lining up who's going to take my job next. Well, it's gone up in the air, but it should be safe enough to clear the infield and back for a couple. That's just one of the other things that's great about this commentary position. You can just get sledged by people as they walk by.
I'm going to take that sledge as a compliment. Actually.
Well, that's all right.
Which one of us is Depp and which one's Reeves?
I thought it was both. I thought you were both of them.
Oh,
in one, didn't he say?
Well, I wouldn't mind being Depp after that Disney Plus offer he's just had, 420 million or whatever it is to do the next Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, a big shot. Has it got enough on it? It has. It's beat the fielder in the deep. One-handed effort. It's gone over the fielder and gone for 4. And to be honest, she probably would have been positioned inside the rope, but always a little bit frustrating for the bowler for it to go over the fielder's head and not go for 6. It's half opportunity there.
She maybe had time to track back, but they're always tricky, aren't they? Those ones where you are fielding off the rope, and then it's almost like you slightly lose your bearings, and you think, where is that rope? I can't really go back too far. Like that
Yeah, I mean it's
mindset, I
well
guess,
struck.
kicks in.
That's a decent sized boundary out there
I
on the
thought it was
leg
going to
side.
clear the
So
boundary, I
yeah,
must admit, off the bat.
she's got it up into the Vale Zephyr, and it's flown down there for four because that is quite a mighty hit to get it out there.
Might be against the wind, actually, that she's hit that. Just swirl around here.
No, I think it's yeah. I think that was sort of somewhat travelling with the wind, but good strike from Katie Jones. But I think she'd have been a little bit anxious while it was on the way out to that fielder.
Just starting, you'd hope to face enough deliveries that she's starting to feel a little more comfortable. As we reached the halfway stage already, we have halfway stage. It's time for a drink.
You won. And hopefully, if I press the right buttons, Ed, we are back.
Hopefully. I'm just looking over there to see if I can see anything moving up and down. Good. We're back.
Players have refreshed themselves and back into battle. Always get slightly nervous, Ed, when drinks breaks. You know, there's a lovely little partnership growing. I've been really impressed with Katie Jones. How she started her innings, very proactive, played her sweep shots. That brilliant shot down the ground, and another shot over the top there from Katie Jones. She's going to pick up a boundary. Not a sub, let's call that a suboptimal little bit of fielding down there. I think she sort of slid and kicked that over the rope.
There have been a couple of mishaps over in that area of the ground. There was a top-edge pull, I think from Leroyd earlier on, that fell well short of the fielder and then spun sideways and past and for four.
Well, it's that end, isn't it?
It's the end that I
Guess
can't
what
remember the name
I
of.
forgot again. Staple Grove Road end. Yeah, I
just
there might
think of Stapleton Road, and then it's not Stapleton Road.
Yeah, there might be. I think there's a little slippy area down at Staple Grove Road end.
It's like the Bermuda Triangle out there.
I mean, that is one fielder. I think you don't want to misfield off of Sophia Smelt. Another boundary there. A cracking shot there from Katie Jones. Rock back and hit that aerial over extra cover for four. Quality shot there from Katie Jones.
It's a wonderful shot. You could see that Sophia Smell was ticking, though, when she went back to stomped back to her mark almost as soon as she let go of that one. Yes, the glare. No, I don't want to be on the end of that.
That was a really, really good shot there from Katie Jones. Like I said, almost from the off, she's batted very confidently. She's been happy to play her sweep shots and played some really nice aggressive shots in front of the wicket as well. Good start and a nice little partnership brewing here. Leroyd 49. Katie Jones has moved on to, my maths isn't always superb, but I thought 22.
I think it will be 22.
Yeah.
Once that catches up.
Or computers. See, the computers, they're not as quick as us, are they? We're quicker than the computers. 22, Katie Jones. So good partnership brewing here.
Well, I mean, from our vantage point, we've got total wickets and overs, but I think it only updates every over.
I was actually the 50 partnership as well, off 28 balls, I believe.
Really? Anyway, that's Annika Leroyd's 50.
And jolly well played. Very well deserved.
It's come in decent time. And she's hit plenty of boundaries. 8 fours in the 50, but she's found a way to rotate the strike as well since that power play. So I think she had something like 6 fours in her 30, something like that. So yeah, moved along very nicely.
Yeah, I think it was 28 balls for Katie Jones's 22 actually. So, but a decent lift. I think
It seemed quick, but yeah.
Annika's definitely identified that she's going to be taking on that sort of Sophie Luff role. Yes, being positive, but also understands that she's probably got to anchor a little bit. She's come down the gears somewhat, still being dynamic enough, putting away the occasional bad ball, but she's fed off a few singles. But brilliant that Katie Jones has peeled off those 3 boundaries just to keep that scoring rate nice and healthy and keep putting the bowlers under pressure.
Are you with me at the seaside later on this season?
Exmouth. Yeah, we'll have to have a little site meeting, make sure we know the ends. I'm assuming there's going to be a sea end.
Yeah, and not sea end. I think. Well, actually, mind you, there is sea at the other end as well. It's just a fairly long drive.
I'll tell you what, though, what we will have. At least 1 or 2 99 cornettos. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, and I found somewhere for some good fish and chips last year. And
like home from home, coming from Weston, good ice cream and fish and chips, lovely.
Yeah, you battle all the Exeter University students who just, I mean, can you imagine? I went to university in Bristol, so it wasn't too bad. But can you imagine just having that short train trip down to Exmouth and you can just hop on the beach after your lectures, or probably during your lectures, knowing them as well.
Yeah, my son's at Exeter Uni and he does frequent Exmouth quite a bit. They
Right.
all his mates go down there and have a day at the beach. Beautiful. In between all those Jaeger bombs and studying or whatever they do at uni these days.
In that order, yeah.
126 for 4 at the moment. Somerset going on along nicely.
Oh, that was another date on screen to look out for. 28th of June. Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo. That sounds right up your street, Trees.
Is that music? Is
Well,
it music?
I think they would say it is.
Contributing. See.
Those are the artists.
So what is that? That's a Taylor Swift and
No, that was last year. Come on, Trees, get with the
Okay.
times. She's so last year.
I've yet to be an official Swiftie, Ed. Got to be honest. It doesn't make my playlist.
Scrivens onto bowl, by the way.
I always think for chaps of my age that it's someone that you would think that you wouldn't have a clue what of any of the songs, but I reckon I could probably sing along to all of them. They kind of slip into the psyche.
Well, we had Chapel Rowan Pink Pony Club before the start of the game, and to manage to get everybody this was at men's T20 finals day last year. Oh, that's nicely bowled, but it'll help the cause for Somerset. Back for 2. But to manage to get the entire Hollies stand singing along to that song, I thought was quite an effort before the usuals came out. I reckon somebody just accepted a bit of a bribe to put that on.
Yeah, they do some nice events for the match day experience for the patrons at the Cooper Associates County Ground, especially when the T20 starts. There's always some live music and nice food stands. Well worth a visit.
Maybe the odd cider or two.
Yeah, it's almost like the cricket's the side gig. So much going on at the ground. Good stuff. Hello, Mom. How are you? You right? We've got Somerset bowler Molly Robbins with us at the moment. She's popped up to say hello. How do you see the game at the moment, Moles?
In the balance, I would say. Wickets in the tank. Annie's going well, so hopefully she can stay there. Jonah to build a partnership with her. Rapid outfield, isn't it? So
It's one of those outfields as a bowler, Moles, that you sort of you know that if it beats the infield, it often goes for 4. Yeah, great start from Annika, and I think Katie Jones has started her innings really nicely.
yeah, very nicely. I think she's just supported Annie here, playing a good role. Yeah, trying to find those gaps in the field and punishing the bad ball. So hopefully she can stick around with Annie and we can build a good partnership here.
You've been doing more commentary than I have lately, Molly. Enjoyed it?
Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been good, yeah. Different people, hot spots, isn't it? But yeah, it's good. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, I should have brought the binoculars because my failing eyesight is quite a way away here at Cover Point at the moment. But make sure you don't go too far, Moles, because it's just me and Ed today, so we're going to need some respite at some stage. Absolutely. Where are you watching from? Are you enjoying the sunshine? Right, okay. What you've got to do then is listen out for the Tarzan call. If you hear the Tarzan call, you know that you're needed. Lovely bit of insight there from Somerset bowler Molly Robbins.
It was great to listen to both Emma and Molly on at the same time in that last Surrey game. Big chase on here towards the backward point boundary.
That's one thing I've noticed, commentating. The Somerset women seem very keen to come up here and contribute to the live stream, which is great. So I suppose there's an inner message there to the blokes. Don't be strangers. Oh, great shot there from Katie Jones. Beautifully timed sweep shot slight hint of the upper edge of the bat, but that's raced away for 4 at the Staple Grove Road end.
Right, that is the 50 partnership, and this is a really encouraging innings so far from Katie Jones. I think she'd have liked coming out with double spin.
Absolutely. Did I imagine that 50 partnership a while ago? I must
I
have
think
done.
you might have done.
Another sweep shot, and that's going to race away off this rapid outfield. Another boundary.
To the end, that end.
That end. We'll never forget it. From here forevermore, we'll remember the Staple Grove Road end. Famous in cricket across the globe.
I think I've got one more game here. I guarantee you I'll have forgotten it by the time I come back for that. Or at least if I remember that, then I'll suddenly have forgotten the other one that I vaguely remembered.
The Hague end.
That's in the gap as well, but not quite enough to come back for 2.
Oh, that's a big boundary out there. I'd like to see the batters push for 2 out there. That's a long, long throw from out there.
Katie Jones on to 36 all of a sudden.
Yeah, Katie Jones has been superb from ball 1 almost. Yeah, came out playing those sweep shots. Yeah, she's really starting to strike the ball nicely. Back-to-back boundaries in that previous over, putting the Essex bowlers under pressure. Somerset captain might have to think about introducing some seam again, because Somerset seem both batters seem very comfortable against spin at the moment. They've assessed the challenge well and are scoring at a healthy rate.
See one of our stream commentators saying kind of what I was kind of similar to what I was going to go on to talk about in terms of the fact that she's playing this game but doesn't have the gloves, and there is this situation where Somerset have got 2 young keeper batters who you'd like to think, well, especially without the England stars playing, could make the team just on their batting, never mind adding in the keeping aspect. I've not actually talked to Katie about, if it's what the differences are and whether it sort of helps your batting at all, knowing that you're just focusing on your outfielding rather than keeping.
Well, not too long ago, we had it seems to be a Somerset issue. I mean, I know England have a lot of very high quality wicket-keeper batters in the men's game, and Somerset obviously had the Keyswetter Butler issue, and now what a great shot there. Katie Jones down the wicket, straight back over the bowler's head, all the way for 6. Super shot.
Well, this is quite something. I mean, you associate, well, I've associated Katie Jones almost as soon as she came in. Probably one of her first scoring shots in the highest level of the game was a reverse sweep. I remember it so distinctly just because it's what people do now. But this power down the ground, the confidence that she's got to do that is, I mean, I'm not saying it's new, but to see it working as well as this is fantastic to watch.
I mean, that was a clean strike there. It's a decent sized boundary down there. So, combination of confidence, power, and a very good cricket bat in her hands, I would suggest. It sounded like a pretty crisp strike. But yeah, I mean,
We
that's.
can say what brand it is, even.
Well,
Don't have to worry about
we're brand agnostic
brand,
here
yeah.
at the Somerset live stream, but that does look like, even though, like I said, it is about 600 metres away, nice little grey nickels. Also available to win at Cricket Star competitions.
I knew you'd have the opportunity there to go somewhere with it. I'm happy to tee you up all day.
We'll have to sort out some sort of commission structure, Ed.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be rolling in it. What with that and my sweary stream idea.
Yeah, I think that one might be a tougher sell to the committee powers that be, but we'll work on it for sure. Another superb over there, not allowing Grace Scrivens to settle. That almost shot of the day, I'd say, straight over the bowler's head for 6, bounced into the sight screen. Yeah, brilliant. That, and I think that's another feature of Somerset women training together, one environment, lots of confidence. New coach, different ideas, methods of play. Like I said, Katie Jones synonymous with scoring sideways, but those power shots down the ground, bringing her a nice amount of runs, and she's been absolutely outstanding. 42 or 45 balls so far, and a brilliant partnership brewing nicely.
So I think this is our highest score for Somerset.
Emma Corney pretending like she's going to the bar to grab herself a little soft drink, but really she just wants to come and have a chat on the live stream. Emma Corney's going to come and join us at some stage, no doubt.
Going back to seam, I think so. It looks like Eva Gray.
Wind is whipping up here at Taunton Vale. The trees are starting to bluster around a little bit.
Is it blowing across? Is there some? I don't know. It's a bit early to be ploughing, isn't it?
Looking at the dust, I think it is just going straight across the ground. Away from us. Unfortunately, it's not the other way, because I think we would end up with very chapped lips by the end of the day if it was the other way round. Luckily, we're nicely sheltered here.
Also end up with a face full of whatever this stuff is that's blowing across. I don't know. What is it? Where's Anthony Gibson when you need him?
What, the stuff?
Well, yeah, this seed.
Well,
is it a seed that's blowing across? I don't know what it is. It's adorned my laptop a couple of times.
It's going to be coming off the trees, isn't it? I would have thought some sort of.
Yeah, I don't know what tree it is though. It's not. Is it blossom that's coming down? Maybe that's what it is.
Pollen. That's dangerous pollen, isn't it? That's the old itchy eye stuff.
Yeah. It might be blossom actually. Bits of petal. That's what it looks like.
Ed, you're speaking to the wrong guy for stuff like this, mate. I'm afraid. Got nothing for you.
Such a delicate flower.
Another nice pull shot from. She's moved into the mid-50s, brilliantly dovetailing these two. Yeah, Katie Jones is rapidly catching up. She's on to 42 now. Keeper standing up to the seam bowler. Oh, what a shot that is. Full of confidence, Katie Jones. A ramp over the keeper for 4.
Oh, I mean, the fluid motion of that. That was beautiful. I mean, you sort of know roughly where Eva Gray's bowling. I mean, we talked about keeping the stumps in play most of the time, and that's what Gray does. I mean, she's a wicket-to-wicket bowler, so if you can put that in her mind, you can open up several other scoring areas with that one shot. Nobody likes to be ramped.
Well, as someone who is rapidly trying to retire from bowling, Ed, I think it should be outlawed. When you're bowling in one-day cricket, when you've got fielding restrictions, when you've got someone who's strong down the ground, square of the wicket, and can ramp, you feel very exposed, feel very under pressure at the top of your run-up, because even a well-executed, good delivery there, anything on the bat, when Katie Jones has played that ramp, is just a guaranteed 4. And I think it really does lean into how confident Katie Jones is feeling to be, into the mid-40s now, a half-century beckoning, and she's still got that confidence to open up her stumps, get on one knee and lift it over the keeper. Superb batting, and shows that she's in that real confident, buoyant spirit.
And also about seizing that sort of moment. I think we were having a discussion when it was about 80 odd for 5 in terms of, the sort of situation where a confident side tends to find a way out of. Well, I mean, they're not completely out of the woods yet, but they're certainly in a really nice position with 19 overs to go now with a partnership well set.
Absolutely. I mean to par, if I can get my crystal ball out, I think Taunton Vale, we've spoken about it. You've got a wind that can be a challenge to control run rates across the ground, can make one side of the ground very difficult to defend. You've got a very, very slick outfield and what looks like a pretty true batting service. So you'd think that 50 overs, you'd want something in the high 200s, 275. I'd imagine would probably be a par sort of score. So, Somerset, even though the run rate was good, those 4 wickets looked like that was going to be difficult to achieve. But the way these two have played, that's back on the table, and maybe even excess of that if they can back deep into the innings. I think it's really important that if I was a voice in the head out there now is don't go too early. There's plenty of overs to bat. I always try and break games down a little bit in some ways. That there's 20 overs left. What would be a good 20-20 score? 160. And there's potentially that on the table, which would take the score into the 300. So I think if these two can just not get too far ahead of themselves and make sure that at least one of them are batting in the last 5 overs of this innings, 300 is actually on the table for Somerset.
And with the different field restrictions as well, I mean, in a T20, you'd be thinking you like to get off to a decent start in the first 6 overs of the power play, but because you always have that extra fielder, that boundary option with the extra fielder that has to be up even in the last 10 overs in a women's 50 over match, you really can leave it late.
I think because with it being such a big oval as well, I think it's almost, again, if you're the in batter or an in batter, having fielders out kind of irrelevant really, because it's hard to really stress how quick the outfield is here at Taunton Vale. So if you hit a nice solid contact 10 yards to the side of any of the boundary riders, they've pretty much got no chance to reel it in as well. So there's a big score out here for someone and the team, providing the one concern is you get a bit too overconfident, give the wicket away, another batter's then got to reset, go in, which generally drops the run rate. So really important that these two just keep going. I'm hoping that that's the conversation. Keep doing exactly what we're doing. No need to change. Do this for another 10 overs and maybe have another meeting at 40, 42.
Yeah. Just ease your way towards the early 200s, then especially, I don't know, psychologically, does it make a difference in the field as well? You see a side's already reached 200 with time to go, or is it just a nice round number, and people who sit and watch cricket and talk about cricket tend to like round numbers?
I think there are numbers that sort of flag up, especially when you're fielding or defending a total, that give you pause for concern, as that dismissal has given me pause for concern. Annika has used her feet brilliantly, but one of the features of her innings is she's come down the wicket and played with a very straight bat. That looked like that she's come down and played very much across the line, and that's snuck through and bowled a really good knock of 56 there from Annika Leroy, but I think she'll be a little bit disappointed. I don't think that was a necessary risk. She's played so well down the ground for the innings so far. A shame that she's gone for that across the line option that time.
I don't know whether there was any feeling, because Jones was right on the cusp of a 50, whether she just thought, oh, maybe I'm not. Does that mean I'm not scoring quickly enough? I don't know. It was an option that was, as you say, was completely different from the rest of her innings, but take nothing away from what was a vital knock, because Somerset had lost a few relatively quick wickets around her, and she steadied the ship, and now it's up to the rest of the middle order and potentially the lower order to get Somerset up to the sort of total that they would be after.
No, absolutely agree with that. Great knock, but from the side, even though we don't have the front on view, that didn't look like the shots that have brought us success. It looked quite a little bit hacky, didn't it? She run down the wicket, and normally she's played with a straight bat and hit the ball sort of mid on. It looked like she was trying to get that towards square leg, hence playing across the line. Looked like it did skid a little bit low, but again, it's a bad combination, missing the old straight delivery head, isn't it? It only ends one way.
Yeah, and another. In fact, every wicket's been either bowled or LBW. Still in at a single. But in fact, wait a minute. There was only the one opportunity which went over the head of deep mid wicket in terms of a catch. Other than that, Essex have got rewards for bowling straight.
Yeah, I mean that's the best way to slow down a run rate is take a wicket. Griff's now got to get herself in, get herself going. She does that straight away. Slightly sort of missed time the ball out towards point there, and they've hustled a single. So really important, just re-establish a partnership again and get 18 overs to bat. Still a lot of balls to face. So really important that these two put something substantial together with Skelton, Anderson, Harris, and Barnes left in the shed.
Speaking of something substantial, Spencer's just arrived on the balcony here with a sausage roll.
He's a substantial human being, is Spencer, and I mean, and what I mean by that is in character, and that rather chunky sausage roll is very fitting.
Squeezed away backward of square.
Got to put it in the microwave. I think they're a bit dry if you don't microwave them. A little bit of red sauce, you'll be fine.
50 for Katie Jones.
Yeah, great knock.
Somerset 50.
Yeah, superb knock from Katie Jones from ball one. She's been positive, played some high quality shots. I think the straight six over the bowler's head was one of the features, but also that back foot covered, like cut shot that went over cover as well. Really, really quality shot there. Alex Griffiths on strike, just tucking that in to mid wicket, and she's going to pick up a single. So also started brightly, but yeah, super important that these two just consolidate. Don't worry about the runs too much. You want the scoreboard ticking over. Really important that there's another partnership here of something substantial.
Oh, somebody wasn't ready.
Emma Corney's lurking with intent.
Is it the double act?
I think she's
that we're angling for here. I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. They're angling for the double act. I think everybody wants the double act.
Ed, what I'm reading into that is they've had a message saying get these two off. They're waffling on. Time for a change. Come on, girls. Come on. You're in.
In fact, that is the end of the over. You're on, Molly Robbins and Emma Corney.
Why would you not be seen? What's wrong? It's like Kenny from South Park with the old hoodie up. You look great, mate.
Morning. 34 minutes past 12. We're in. Triggs has finally stopped chewing everyone's ear off. Poor Ed's got earache. Oh.
We're doing an Andy?
Yeah, you take this end.
This end. Right. A lot of spin being bowled today.
There is.
Grace Scrivens keeping going from, what are we calling this end? The tree end.
Yeah.
Oh, they're both tree, actually. Attacking shot here by Katie Jones, just down the ground for a single. Lovely little innings this from Katie.
Yeah, very nice. I think she batted well there with Annie. Built a really good partnership. And now hopefully with that loss of that wicket, she can now kind of take the reins and take on that more aggressive role and allow Alex Griffiths to just bat around her.
Absolutely. It's a quicker ball from Scrivens there, just knocked out into the square leg region. So, Somerset 5 down here. 17 overs to go. What's the target score here?
I think with the loss of that wicket that's just happened.
So it's just chipped dangerously. Just
good chipping. Good chipping.
Just between the bowler and Jodie Grewcock at mid-wicket there.
Yeah, I think that wicket's changed it a little bit. Maybe we were looking maybe 300 before that wicket with two set batters.
So is that a bit of shoulder there? That's just knocked it into the gap. Oh, giving that shoulder.
We're giving it.
We're
giving it runs. But maybe now 17 to go, 5 wickets in the tank, 270, 280. I mean, the outfield is rapid as soon as it beats that infield, especially in the power play. It's 4, isn't it? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's flying away. Scrivens in again and just defended there by Katie Jones to bring an end to the 34th over. Yeah, like you say, the outfield lightning quick. A day on the boundary here. You're getting your steps in, that's for sure. Up and down, particularly down this slope to our left here towards whatever end this
Yeah,
is.
let's get a name for the end, I think.
Okay.
What we calling it? What's about backing onto?
Field. The farmer's field end.
Oh yeah, we'll call it the Farmer's Field end. Staple Grove. Oh, that's a mouthful, isn't
Yeah,
it?
we're not getting
The
that.
Staple Grove Road end. And then, okay, this end.
Got your favourite tree on it.
Oh
broccoli
yeah,
tree.
the broccoli tree. We'll call it the broccoli end. I think that's my favourite tree of the whole ground. It's a great ground to play. What's your favourite tree? As Eva Gray comes in here. Defended by Griffiths for no run.
Yeah. It's alternative, but it's a clear description. It'll work.
But yeah, back to the bowlers. I think Eva Gray's got a key role here. She's good at targeting the stumps. And she comes in again, pulled by Griffiths. Out to deep mid-wicket. And they come through for a single.
Yeah, she's very strong at just hitting that good left into the top of the stumps. Probably a little bit more skiddy
Yeah.
than some of the other
Probably
seamers.
comes to you a bit quicker than you're expecting with that
Yeah,
little bit of
she's bringing it
skiddiness. As she comes in now to Katie Jones, who drives through the covers, good hand there. And they scamper back for 2.
Great hand there from Flo Miller.
Yeah, good fielder.
Great fielder.
Very. Heard she's rapid.
She is rapid. Covers a lot of ground. Not a lot getting.
Looks like a tough outfield to field on, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, quick, bobbly. It's nervous. Nervy times.
as Gray comes in again to Jones, who again drives out to deep cover. Call is 2. Oh, Griff slips, and they just stick with the 1. Good decision, I think.
Yeah, I'm liking the intent with the running though. The boundary, yeah, it's small. It's getting to the fielders out there pretty quickly, but I think running that first one hard, particularly when you know it's fast, it's bobbly, fumbles are pretty likely to happen.
Gray into Griffiths again, who plays a lovely shot between mid-wicket and mid-on, and the ball runs away for 4 runs.
Great gappage.
Very good gappage. We've not seen a lot of Griffiths bat so far in this comp, have we? But I think she's got great opportunity here. 16 overs left to build a good partnership here with Katie Jones. Gray's in again. Cut out to cover by Alex Griffiths. They come through for another single. And that is the end of the over from the broccoli tree end.
I guess this partnership is key here. Probably these two looking to get to 40, just keep it ticking over like they have been. Then reassess from there. I think if there's, wickets in hand, then they can accelerate a little bit more. But this is a key time. I think if we get to 40 overs, 6 or 7 down, then that changes the complexion of what we can do in the last 10 overs pretty significantly.
Yeah, I think they both got good heads on their shoulders here, haven't they? So I'm sure that is their plan here, out in the middle. Keep it ticking for the next 5, get us up to 200, and then reassess from there.
Scrivens just moving the field a little bit here, bringing the long off up into the ring. So just got the cover coming up as well. Bit of a change of plan here from the Essex bowlers, trying to put a little bit of pressure on Alex Griffiths, who hasn't faced too many balls yet, as Scrivens is in full ball That's a wide. Yeah, so we've just got deep square and deep mid wicket out. So probably just trying to put the pressure on one end here. We know that Katie Jones is going well. As Scrivens is in, gone for a bit of an expansive drive there from Griffin, not quite timed. Just
Yeah, it's a brave field here from Scrivs. I don't think she's got much room for error, has she, with this field set?
Scrivens in again, a little bit shorter and just defended by Griffiths there. But I think probably Essex see this as a key time here. If they can pick up a wicket or two, all of a sudden they're really in the driving seat here. As Scrivens is in and cut away by Griffiths. Oh, there's a little fumble. Bit of a mix-up.
She's back. She's back.
But made it home safely.
She was set off then, wasn't she?
Thought that was well in the gap.
Yeah, I think if we don't want this wicket of Griff here, I think that would apply the pressure on a little bit onto Jones, and she's going well, so we want her to be able to keep batting how she's batting.
Absolutely, and I guess Katie Jones is just ticking over nicely here. Nearly a run of ball, so that supporting role from Griffiths is very important here. Scrivens is in and attempted sweep by Griffiths hits her on the front pad. Jones just coming down for a little chat here. As we see that cover and mid-off fielder out to the boundary.
Smart cricket there by Essex, I think. How many dot balls was that? 4 dot balls? Spread the field for the last 2.
Scrivens is in again. Nice back foot punch out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, I think clear plan here from Essex to pile on a bit of the pressure, take the game to Somerset and try and make something happen here. Scrivens in for the last ball of the over, a little bit shorter and cut away by Katie Jones through backward point, and that flies away to the boundary, adding another 4 to her total.
Bit of width there offered, and Katie Jones just pounces on it. So that takes her to 60.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Great knock this. And I guess that's really important as well there, because Essex have built some great pressure. 4 dots early in that over. So Katie Jones being able to continue to score even when she's only faced 1 ball that over, being able to capitalise on that width is really important.
Yeah, I think as a bowler, there's nothing worse, is there? You've just bowled 4 dot balls. You've created a little bit of pressure, kind of just want to get out of your over, and then you've just given a bit of width, not bowled to your field, and yeah, no worse feeling than that. But we've got a change of bowler now from the broccoli tree end, and we've got Sophie Munro coming on to bowl. I think she bowls a few slowies, right? Towards the back and middle.
Absolutely. Lots of changes of pace. She's got a good back of the hand slower ball, which is quite a lot slower. Good pace as well with her stock delivery. Got a shorter ball in her as well. She's quite a tall bowler, can hit the crease pretty hard, get it down there. So, yeah, I think she'll be looking to use a few more variations here just to bring a little bit of control.
And to Griff here, we've got kind of back 4 in terms of our fielders out. So cover, deep square, long leg and third. So yeah, it looks like she's going to try and hit that hard length. She comes in here to Griffiths. Defended, no run taken. They've definitely got options here, haven't they, with bowling changes. Monroe's got 5 left. Eva Gray with 3 overs left. And Kopak's only bowled 4 so far. So we could be seeing a little bit more of them at the death here.
And they've got a good mix of options as well with their bowling attack. You know, got leg spin, left arm spin, off spin. And then probably all 3 of their seamers are quite different. So bringing a lot of different attributes.
Throw into Griffiths here. Hits the pitch hard. Griff pulls out to deep square. And they just take the single. clear plan here from Monroe at the moment. Be interesting to see if this plan changes to Katie Jones, who's well set on 60 off 62. We've also not seen the introduction of Joe Gardner yet, so used as the 7th bowler, I guess.
Plenty of options up their sleeve. And that fine leg has just gone a little bit finer there. Probably just to try and cut off that paddle ramp option.
Jones lifts it over mid-wicket here in the ring, and the ball races away. Rapid outfield for 4 runs. Great shot.
Yeah. I guess not quite got the short length she was going for then, and Casey Jones capitalised on that.
Seems to be sat quite deep in her crease here, kind of creating that length to lift it in that gap. Go again, Jonah. Go again. Deep here, isn't she, in her crease?
Very, very.
That's Monroe comes in again. Fuller this time. Shite for LBW, and they scamper through for a single. Leg byes given.
Bit of mind games going on here. Clearly set up for the short ball. Gone in nearly Yorker leg there.
Yeah, I like that from the bowler. Bit of cat and mouse. Monroe in to Griffiths, who kind of yorks herself. Bit of toe. Good cricket. Dot ball.
Just to make it make sense.
That's Monroe's in again. Griff swings, edges it, and they take 2 to deep square. Great running from the pair here. I think these two, that's a great strength of theirs, the running between the wickets, which is key. And we finished that over to you, Corns.
Another good over from the Somerset. Sorry, we're just slightly losing the plot here. As there we are, the broccoli tree. I think now you see it, it makes a lot of sense. Look, good strong stems and those leaves, just like them. What are the bits on a broccoli called? Ooh, florets.
Florets.
There we go.
That's,
The broccoli tree.
I've not got the knowledge, but it
is-
sounds good, doesn't it?
Maybe we can find out what type of tree it is.
Again,
AI it.
yeah.
Scrivens is in to bowl and driven
Oh,
by
we've
Joe.
missed a ball,
That's
sorry.
dot ball.
A run a ball here from Katie Jones. 100 strike rate. 8 fours, 1 6.
Scrivens in and swept to Sophia Smale there at mid-on. It makes a good diving stop. Yeah, ticking over nicely. They're building a good little partnership here. It's at 31 now. So yeah, just keep this ticking over for a little bit. As Scrivens is in again. And swept out to deep mid-wicket there by Alex Griffiths, and chase by the fielder out there, Eva Gray. Keeps it to 2. It looks like Griffiths is slightly going for a slightly more aggressive role here. Now she's got herself in. She's on 14 now. So that long on fielder drops back. A little bit of tinkering with the field here. A couple people changing over as Scrivens in again and driven by Griffiths, and again well stopped by Flo Miller there in extra cover. Nothing getting past her.
Yeah, she's been busy in there, hasn't she? Saved her team a lot of runs so far in this innings.
Key fielder in there, and it does make so much difference. Scrivens is in. Swept again by Griffiths. Just out for the single to square leg there. Brings Casey Jones back on strike. Cut away again from Casey Jones. But well stopped there by the backward point fielder. Looked like that was going to sneak through there, but that brings us to the end of the over here. Somerset 194 for 5.
12 overs to go.
What we need in the comments is someone to let us know what the broccoli tree is.
Yeah. Look at those florets kind of swinging in the wind. Is that what they're called?
Absolutely.
Oh, a little dog. There he is.
Oh, very, very
Just
cute.
soaking up the rays.
Just out the wind there. It's a very windy day, but he's just tucked away.
He's
Behind the
tactically positioned himself there, hasn't he? His owner taking like the brunt of the wind, protecting the little doggo.
He's having a great day out. Look at that. Oh,
He can hear us, can't he? He can hear us. He's packed for his packed lunch.
he looks like a dog that gets human food.
Bit of chicken from the chicken sandwich at lunchtime, that kind of thing.
Sausage. Bit of cake. Can dogs eat cake? Probably not.
I'm not sure. I mean,
Keep that away from them.
we got Munro here bowling another over. So as she comes in, Katie Jones chips this into the leg side, deep mid wicket fields. They come through for the single. Good rotation of the strike here.
Absolutely. Pretty low risk cricket here. Just keeping it ticking over. Three out leg side here. We're going to see some slower balls.
Munro in. Full delivery, driven straight by Griffiths. Good fielding at mid off, and they come through for another single. I think their communication here with the run-ins been superb so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And it is tricky when the outfield is quick, so the ball's getting to those fielders on the ring even quicker than normal. So you've got to be clear. Got to go fast.
Oh, it's gone high. It's gone to deep mid wicket. Is it? Oh, oh. Okay. Let's just relive
rewind a
that
second.
minute. So it's a flatty.
Look like back of the
it's-
hand.
I think it's
Yeah,
a
back
slower
of
ball
the
gone
hand.
wrong. Look
But she's
close
come
to an
down the
oval.
wicket.
Come down the wicket. Picked out deep mid wicket. She couldn't have picked her out any better. And she dropped it.
That is a tricky catch, though. In the wind.
Katie Jones hits this hard to mid on. No run taken.
The wind is going across the ground here, so blowing it towards the fielder. And I think those ones can take you by surprise. All of a sudden, oh, you think I'm set, it's coming. Next second, it's on you, and it just kind of hits you.
As Munro comes in again to Katie Jones. Full delivery. Shout for LBW. Leg by, scamper through for another single. Yeah, it's a great drop there by Essex, isn't it? In our favour.
Excellent impartial commentating here
Not
to our
bi-
Essex friends.
No bias. No bias.
It's tricky, it's windy. It happens to everyone.
As Griffiths clips this into the leg side and pierces that gap between square and mid wicket. Great shot from Alex Griffiths there. Takes the pressure off.
Pick that gap out perfectly there. And again, another strong start to the over, created an opportunity, but once again, just finishes with a boundary.
That moves Alex Griffiths to 22. Does it?
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, I think game's still in the balance here. I think Essex are bowling well in small periods. It's just being able to do that for a little bit longer and from both ends, just to build a little bit of pressure and see if they can take a couple of key wickets here. I think will change the game completely.
Yeah, I think it's just getting at your over there, isn't it, for those last couple deliveries.
And how are you doing that? Because obviously no one needs to be hit for 4, but it happens so often. Last ball of the over. So, Molly Roberts, how are you getting out your over?
I think just going back to that ball that field is set for, and I know that's a lot easier said than done, but I don't think that last ball necessarily was that bad. It got hit into the leg side where those 3 fielders were.
And we've had a change of bowling from this end as Sophia Smale comes on and well ramped there from Katie Jones down to the third man region. They come back for 2.
But yeah, I just think it was well placed by Griffiths there in between those 2 fielders on the leg side. So it's unfortunate. It will annoy Essex.
As Smale in again, driven there by Katie Jones. So Sophia Smale's got a bit of a sneaky mix-up to her bowling. Sometimes she bowls from in line with the stumps instead of from the crease, as we saw with that last ball, and that is shorter. And a missed stumping opportunity there, and it's given a wide. Another key moment there for Essex. Create an opportunity. Not quite been able to take them. Smale is in again. Driven
I like
by
that.
Jones.
Could be a big moment in the game. They're never easy though, are they?
No, she's bowled it flat and hard. Probably seen Jones coming there. She's in again and flicked out into the leg side for 1 there. Yeah, maybe Smale's just seen her coming and darted it in. And wicketkeeper Amara Carr couldn't quite hold on. An excellent keeper.
Yes.
Normally-
Very good behind the stumps.
Yeah. She'll be slightly disappointed by that one. But promising signs for Essex. They're creating opportunities here. As, again, edged by Alex Griffiths, and that's
Just
through
running away.
point. And a diving effort on the boundary just stops it there. And they come back for the 3rd. Good running again by the Somerset batters.
I think that just shows how quick the outfield is, isn't it? It's literally edged off the bat and needed a diving stop on the boundary. So
And that brings up the 50 partnership off just 46 balls for the Somerset batters. Great little spell here. Really rebuilt after the loss of Annika Learoyd. That brings us to the end of the over.
that brings up 9 overs for Smell. So we'll probably see 1 more of her from the, what were we calling that end?
The Staple Grove Road end.
That's it. I'd much prefer my end. I think it's easier, a lot easier to remember.
What's your favourite broccoli? Tender stem.
Oh, yeah. It's got to be a bit tender stem.
How are you cooking it? You would know. Nando style. Bit of garlic.
Yeah, I'll ask Dan how he cooks it later.
Just put it out there. Molly Robbins is not. She's not the chef in the household. But what about like just a normal broccoli?
What, do I like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's always a great day because the rabbits get a bit as well. As Sophie Monroe comes in again here. Shot by Alex Griffiths. 1 bounce 4. Over in that kind of mid-wicket pocket.
Picked up fantastically there.
Oh, yes.
Up the hill.
As we hear a bit of fireball in the background here.
You can get is it purple something broccoli? It looks a bit like tender stem. That's purple sprout broccoli.
I'm out of my depth.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think at the end of the day, it's hate to say it, doesn't it?
Munro comes into Griffiths again. Oh, slower ball there. Griffiths plays a little bit early. Goes through to the keeper.
That's a great change up there, I think. The wicket looks very good. Outfield is rapid, I think. It's just a different way of asking different questions of the Somerset batters here.
Munro in again. Another slower ball. Looked like a back of the hand. Kite to deep cover. Maybe point.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
got a
deep point here. Just in front.
deep point, third, no cover.
Katie Jones awaits again. Sat really deep in her crease. Munro's in. Bowls full here. Again, cut out to deep point. Kopak does the field in. And they come through for a single. I think against Jones here, she's seeing that she's sat deep, isn't she? And she's kind of just toying with her a little bit. Going for that Yorker length.
Yeah, and I guess the field allows her the protection to bowl short and full here. So she's got the options. Just keep her guessing.
To Griffiths here, who pulls that out to deep mid wicket. A few bounces. Another single to the score. Clear plan here from Sophie Munro to the two batters. Different plans. Probably based on how they're set up at the crease. Into Jones again, who clips into the leg side. The call is two. They run the first one hard. Turned down. Good decision. Good fielding. And that brings us to the end of another over. Score is 218 for 5 off 41.
Yeah, they've rebuilt really well here. Well, not rebuilt, but created such a great platform going into these last few overs to really accelerate. And I guess now it's really important that they understand what their roles are. Is one of them going to be the aggressor in this situation, or are we going to carry on as we are? 5 wickets in hand. Got people still that can score very freely to come in. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I think we've still got depth in our lineup here, haven't we? Chloe Skelton sat with her pads on waiting. We've all seen the Chloe Skelton cut, haven't we?
We have indeed.
Yeah, what score do you think we're looking at now, Corns? 9 overs to go.
I think if you can score 80 plus of these 9 overs, I think that's a realistic target. Get up to 300.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Bit of scoreboard pressure.
Yeah.
And I know the outfield's rapid, but psychologically that 300.
Definitely. Snails in. Stealing my end, are we?
Sorry.
She's a keen bean now. It's not the broccoli end at both ends.
Sorry.
But yeah, that 300, when you look at the scoreboard, it looks huge. As Smell is in again and just driven to Flo Miller at extra cover. Yeah, small boundary, rapid outfield. But 300 feels like a lot. As Smell is in again. Attempted sweep there from Katie Jones, but a wide ball given. And I guess 300 means you've got to bat well for a long period of time. Would you agree?
Smell just pulls that one up there. Yes, for sure. And I mean, you have to make the most of the power play here, don't you? With a score of 300 to chase.
Swept again hard by Katie Jones, but out to the deep mid wicket fielder. Well, I guess the Somerset power play, about 40 for 2, 40 for 1 even. My apologies. So I'd probably say Essex on top there. So these phases of the game, they change a very important cut out to deep cover for 1 there.
Yeah, I think like what we've not allowed ourselves to do here is kind of lose wickets in clusters, and I think that sets you up really nicely, doesn't it, for the rest of the innings? That phase is kind of rebuild.
Driven by Katie Jones, just for a top ball.
And they're playing Smale smartly here, aren't they? 1 over to go. She's bowled well.
That Smares in again. Swept out in front of square. And I'm too short, so I can't see just there, unfortunately. There is a gazebo just in front of me, but I'm going to take a guess that that was a very good piece of fielding because that ball was rapidly making its way to the boundary there.
And that brings Sophia Smales 10 overs. So she has gone for... Why is this scorecard behind? 2 for roughly 50 off of her 10. Which is pretty good going, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good going on probably a bit of a batter-friendly wicket with a quick outfield, short boundary. Good day out there.
Yeah, picked up 2 key wickets as well. She loves a Sally, doesn't she?
Pretty muted today, though, I'd say.
As an umpire, you're under pressure, aren't you, when she's running off down the wicket? As Monroe comes in again. Oh, good slower ball. Just defended there by Jones and fielded at short third. Has Jonah Waits deep in her crease again. Another slower ball from Monroe. Clips into the leg side from Jones. It's deep mid-wicket.
What's the point that you would put your foot on the gas here?
I'll leave that to the batter. Go on. When do you put your foot on the gas here?
Good question. I think maybe give it a couple more overs, but I think Alex Griffiths is key here to really accelerate. I think Katie Jones has got to bat as close to the end as she possibly can, because I think having that set batter in those last few overs makes a huge difference.
As Monroe's in again. Quicker stock ball. Driven beautifully by Alex Griffiths. Straight back down the ground. She's very good on the front foot, isn't she?
Great shot. Monroe gone a little bit fuller. Alex Griffiths, no messing around there. Smashed it down the ground.
Very good shot. I think with pace on there, with that field set, I think she's got to go a little bit shorter. Just that length that's been allowed to be driven.
I guess the slower balls have been very effective so far.
She bowls another slower ball. Well fielded by mid-on, and they come through for a single. Apologies to Smell there, I've just added 1 to her figures. She's gone 10 overs, 2 for 49.
Good day out. Slow ball again? Surely.
I think so. A little bit, maybe a full slower ball. Oh, I'm completely wrong. Into the wicket. Pulled out to the offside there, and they come through for 1. She can just get out her over here, Monroe. I think she'll be pretty pleased with that, apart from that 4 ball. As we just wait here, a few conversations. Monroe in. Bullish, driven to mid-off. Oh, great pickup. Can't really tell because the gazebo's in the way, but looked like a great pickup and a good shot at the stumps. Think she would have been gone if that would have hit.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess that's the risk that you've got to be willing to take at this stage of the game. At the end of the day, as a batter, all you've got to do is run to the other end as fast as you can. I think there's a lot more for the fielders to do. It's a bobbly outfield, especially when you're at mid-off, mid-on. You can see them running. You know you don't have much time.
The
Tricky
odds are in
position
your
to be.
favour, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? If they hit, fair enough. Good fielding.
Just being snapped here with some photos, and I'm stood here with my hood up, not looking my best.
You're always looking your best. You're fine. Absolutely fine.
Thank you.
We've got a bit of a meeting going on here.
Bit of a leadership group meeting, I think.
Absolutely.
Talk about the plans. Keepers up, lids on. So
Looks like Jodie Grucock to me, the leg spinner coming back. Got 3 overs left. She's bowled well so far. 7 overs, 1 for 35.
just been selected in the 50 over squad for England. So very well deserved.
Yeah, great work from her. Can do it with the bat, with the ball. Effective cricketer.
I think with the bat, she's one of those players that kind of just, you look at the scoreboard, she's on 30, and you're like, how does that happen?
Absolutely. Technically, very good. Good to watch. Yeah. Probably goes under the radar a little bit with that. The bat. As the field is spread here again, as Grucock is into Griffiths, who just defends that one into the offside.
She's gone 7 overs, 1 for 35 so far. So gone at fives.
Grucock is in again, a little bit fuller. Attempted drive by Griffiths there, and Smale picks that up well, and a little shy at the stumps. The non-striker's end may have been in with a shout if she had hit that. Good work from her. As Grucock is in, cut by Griffiths, but just makes it to that point fielder. Where's the boundary option here, Em?
Is there a fielder in front of that gazebo?
There is a fielder. I can see that.
Cool. I think Griff's been kind of splitting that gap between square and wicket well with her sweep. No.
Just scamper through for a leg by there. Yeah, and I guess
So that could be on.
most of the way to that square boundary as well was across the square, so it is rapid. Probably quite a big gap between the deep square and deep mid wicket fielders here as well.
She's also, Griff, very good at driving between extra, mid-off, extra and cover. So I think she'd be eyeing up that option as well.
As Grucock is into Jones, a little bit shorter, goes for the reverse. Doesn't quite get all of it, but they come through for the single. And I guess as well, you know the wind is coming across the square, so we've got a long on fielder out, but mid-off is in the ring. So if you're going for that shot down the ground to the sight screen, you always know that it's going away from that fielder. So that gap just feels a little bit bigger as Grucock is in again. Fuller ball.
Oh,
Bit of an under edge there, and again, just come through for the single. Good over that from Grucock.
yeah, kept it tight. Just what they need in this situation as we move to 44 overs, 6 to go, 2-3-2 for 5.
Yeah, I guess the key here is just how can they restrict boundaries? What was the last boundary? Oh, the over before.
That lovely straight drive down the ground from
Yes.
Griffiths.
But
But apart from that, it's been a lot of ones, a couple of dots in there. On the whole, Essex have restricted well.
just two boundaries in the last 5 overs. I think Essex will be delighted with that. If they can't take wickets, stop the boundaries is the next objective. Ooh, we've got a
Can't even read what that says, so. as Monroe comes in to Griffiths here, who chipped very high in the air. Bowler's going for it. Oh,
High up in
And-
that wind.
very high in the wind. Goes straight through. They are not easy, are they?
Didn't really look like anyone committed to that one. There was a bit of standing around looking at each other.
I'm not going to lie, I thought that was going well into the leg side to start with. As Jones is ready here to Monroe, who reverses only to short third, no run taken.
Molly Robbins, your broccoli tree has been potentially identified. Claire
Go on.
Greenaway, your broccoli tree looks like it could be a gum tree from the bark. Eucalyptus tree.
A eucalyptus tree.
You know what?
It's a new word for
great.
my vocabulary. That is. As Monroe's in again. Slower ball. Chips into the leg side by Jones. Fielder's running in. And she takes the catch. And we see the back of Katie Jones there. Was that the foot on the gas we were seeing?
Yeah, maybe just trying to look to accelerate the innings there, but brings to end a great knock from Katie Jones there, scoring 79. Her first knock of the season. I think she will be delighted how she came in there, put her foot on the gas, accelerated the score and built a really good partnership with Alex Griffiths there and allowed Somerset to just have this platform to go and build into the last 10 overs.
Yeah, she's played a crucial role for us there, hasn't she? Gets a great round of applause from the crowd here at Taunton Vale. She should be chuffed with that innings.
I think Essex will be quite relieved that they've held on to one of those catches. It's tricky here in the wind, but finally they've created some more opportunities. They've created plenty of them, but well clung on to there out by Joe Gardner on the boundary.
Yeah, Fielder was well set there. We're not going to make the same mistake again. And that sees us the introduction of Chloe Skelton.
If this first ball is not cut off middle stump, I don't know what I'm watching. The deep point is going out.
They've done their scouting, haven't they?
They know. Oh no, that gap is it's more of a deep cover point.
Yeah. As Sophie Monroe comes in again. First ball to Skelton. Pace on. She looks to clip into the leg side. Leg buys. And good running again from the pair.
Is that cuttable? No.
Good perseverance with the slower balls from Sophie Monroe there. Picked up the wicket of Katie Jones. She's in again. Big swing from Griffiths. They take the one. Griffiths quick between the wickets here. Runs that first one hard. Looking to push the fielder.
I guess maybe her role was just shifted here a little bit. 5 and a bit overs to go. She is the set batter. Does she try and keep going, keep being that aggressor, or does she just keep ticking over and try and get someone to score boundaries at the other?
Pace on again to Skelton from Monroe, who drives nicely out to deep cover. That brings another over from the broccoli tree end, which is called the
The eucalyptus.
eucalyptus tree.
Learning big things.
Did you know that, Corns? You're into your wildlife and stuff, aren't you?
No. But now we do. So we'll take it.
What are you growing in your garden at the minute?
I've actually just planted some seeds. I planted my sunflower seeds the other day. They only about 3 seeds have grown. It's a bit of a pathetic effort so far, but you know, I'm hoping now it's warmed up a little bit. They'll start sprouting.
Yeah. When's peak time for the sunflowers?
Summer.
Summer.
They got
July?
to get going now. Yeah. See, I've
July,
got some,
August.
got some giant sunflowers. They're meant to be 3 meters tall. They were absolutely pathetic last year. Like, I'm short, but I was still taller than them. So this year, the plan is put them in the ground, not in a pot, and hope they grow humongous. as Grewcock is in to Skelton here, full ball. That is just mistimed for a dot ball. Think a bit of a change of momentum here as well from Essex, getting back on top. Feel like they're back in control again. Grewcock is in. Attempted cut there, slightly mistimed from Chloe Skelton, looking for two. And well run there. Alex Griffiths calling her back. Really good work. Yeah, I think Essex will be pretty happy with the last few overs, just preventing those boundaries. As Grewcock is in, full toss, swept by Skelton. Oh, that's actually right.
What did I miss?
I mean, swept the full toss. It's gone approximately 3 strips away.
Okay, nice.
Thought that was a potential chance there at deep square, but I mean, when we say missed time, that was up there. Comes through for the single though. Again, full toss. Griffiths goes for the reverse.
That gap is on though, isn't it?
Is thinking that gap between the sight screen and extra cover is looking big, and she's strong using her feet here. Grewcock going a little bit fuller, so definitely opportunity to exploit that. Grewcock is in flatter, off the back foot, out to deep cover just for the single.
I think Skelton's jumper's coming off soon with this run in between the wickets.
Definitely. Gonna be overheating with these running two. But I think they've got to be looking for some boundaries here. Put some pressure back on again. Fuller just driven back to the bowler, brings to end another good over by Jodie Grewcock there.
Yeah, that wicket has just stemmed the flow of runs a little bit for Somerset here. I think Essex will be delighted to see the back of Katie Jones. But Scout's very capable here in supporting Griffiths for these last 4 overs.
Absolutely, and they will be, first of all, looking for boundaries, but if they can't do that, how can they score twos? How can they hit those pockets? Because probably these pockets down to the Staple Grove Road end.
It's flowing. It's flowing.
Absolutely, it's easy. Where the corners out here are quite big, so they can score twos there. But definite need to put the foot on the gas, I would say. Just try and pull away these last few overs.
As we see Eva Gray return from the eucalyptus tree end.
Rolls off the tongue. I think I prefer the broccoli tree end. The tender stem end. Again, Eva Gray, good with our slower balls.
Yeah, we've got a deep point here. Long on, mid wicket, and deep square. Oh, point just moves square around to deep cover. As Griff chips this into the pocket between deep mid wicket and long on. Tipped there by Joe Gardner, recovers well, and they come through for 2. I think that's what you're talking about, Corns. If we can't find the boundary, can we find those pockets?
Absolutely, they're running that first one hard, just trying to create opportunities for twos here.
As Eva Gray comes in again here to Griffiths, who drives hard down the ground, just beats the bowler. Good fielding by Sophia Smell there at long on. One-handed pickup prevents the 2.
Brings Chloe Skelton on strike. Bit of a change of field. Long on comes up, but we see we've got a deep cover. Quite a wide, short third, but that point region.
You spoke too soon, Cons. Again, they've done their scouting and they cover a little bit.
But with the slower ball, that is a tricky area to access.
Pulled from Scouts there, just straight to mid-wicket in the ring. No run taken.
Yeah, with pace off, I'd say the cut shot is probably more difficult. It's going to go higher up the ground, probably going to make contact slightly earlier. So you'd be looking more through that extra cover region if you were to play that shot.
As Skelts, great shot there. Into that pocket between mid-wicket and long on. Great shot by Chloe Skelton. Yeah, great option.
Great option. Big gap out there. It's raced away. Just lofted over that inner ring. Maybe a little bit full there from Eva Gray. But just what Somerset needed there, I think. Just a boundary, just to ease the pressure slightly and try and get Chloe Skelton going at this end.
Yeah, the cut shot can stay in the locker if she's going to do that. That's lovely.
We'll watch that all day.
As Scriven just talking to Eva Gray here, maybe a change of field, maybe a change of plan, maybe both.
Square just coming further in front, and that deep mid wicket probably more of a cow corner now, just to try and plug that gap.
Could we be seeing a similar ball? Just a one to deep mid wicket. Well, deep cow here. Driven well, straight down the ground from Skelton. Fielded well again by Smale. And they come through for one.
Solid cricket that, 4 and a 1.
Taunton Cried love to see it, don't they?
Yeah.
It's good vibes here at Taunton Vale, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. It's quite nice when people, they bring their chairs.
Bring your chairs, bring your dogs, bring the packed lunch.
What would you be putting in your packed lunch?
I won't bore you with this just yet. Great running there from Alex Griffiths. Hits the ball to extra in the ring, but just to her right, and they manage to scamper through for a single. Okay, I'm going pretty basic.
You're going to say cheese
Ham
and
and
ham
cheese,
sandwich.
yeah. Maybe a little bit of tomato,
Any sauce?
a little bit of mayo.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
What bread? White bread?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or roll?
Maybe a little sub roll. You know those submarine rolls you can get. M&S still a good one.
Like the finger? Or like a round,
Yeah, it's kind of like long. It's like like
long
a
and skinny?
Yeah, you know.
Like a hot dog roll?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Ham cheese in
Bit of
there.
ham and cheese, bit of tomato.
Yeah.
I'm packing some carrots and hummus.
Sweet treat?
Caramel shortbread.
Yeah.
Sophie Luff makes a good one of those.
Grewcock is in to Griffiths, who mistimes that one out to deep mid wicket just for the single.
Do you know what I love actually about Sophie Luff's caramel shortbreads? The ratio of chocolate to caramel. I think she's nailed it. You know, when you go to like the shops and they're a little bit stingy, she knows.
Grewcock in and pulled straight down the ground from Chloe Skelton for a single. Yeah, agreed. You know, when you're biting into that chocolate and it's got a good crunch on it, it's not flopping away.
Yeah. What do you think, Triggs, about Luffy's bacon? No Luffy's bacon?
Exceptional and very creative on the use of other sort of sweet options on top of like brownie, but it's always with Rolos or
It's a
do you know what I
heart
mean?
attack in a sweet treat, isn't it? The brownie is
I mean, I'm in the high risk age category for
you.
instant diabetes or but you can't turn it away. Absolutely not.
Yeah, there's pretty much a whole chocolate bar and a brownie in one sitting going there. But
It's a good when it's like the Easter edition as well, isn't it? The mini eggs are right. Defended here
what
by
is that?
Scalps to extra cover. Good bowling here by Jodie Grewcock.
the mini egg rocky road. Wowzers.
Oh,
275. What do you mean?
Good parring.
when was that?
We were on the road. That was 20 years ago.
Okay, fair. Yeah.
Yeah, agree with that. I think it's quick, but probably with those loss of a few wickets at the start of the game, just brings that down ever so slightly.
Player goes big, 300.
Yeah, agreed. I think if you Definitely. I think when you've got someone scoring 80 or 100, I think that sets you the platform. I guess like we saw in the last game with Heather scoring that ton just allowed Danny Gibson to just go and whack it to all corners.
We've got Eva Gray here from the, I've forgotten the name, but we'll just call it the broccoli tree end. Again.
Take end.
The hake.
Take end. Take. Previous grade.
Oh, okay. I'm sure we'd be delighted to have it replaced by the broccoli tree end as she comes in. Hit out to deep square here and they come through for the single. Bring scouts back on strike.
I think we need some boundaries here.
Yeah, can we? 2 overs to go.
So that be the general chat since I've been away. Food, everything has to somehow come back to food.
Yeah, but it's been healthy.
We are
We've been talking about
nearing-
broccoli.
We are nearing them.
Yeah, I'm feeling
Food,
pretty
dogs. That's about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
And a bit of cricket
Treat.
chat. Eva Gray into scouts here again. Full toss. Good fielding there. Good fielding there on the boundary by deep mid wicket.
Food and dogs.
Food.
Depends on what part of the world you live in.
Peter Trigo just trying to derail us
I'm
slightly.
doing
Over and out. Wherever you go,
Food.
just derailment comes.
Just one conversation. Dogs was another.
Separate.
Eva Gray comes in again. That's a scout shot, isn't it?
Gazebo's in the way.
Um,
She picked it up.
she
Two
picks
runs.
it up. She throws it in. They've run two.
I think just to finish the innings off, I think Somerset really just need to pick up the pace ever so slightly. Last over went for 3, 9, 4, 4, 3. So I think Essex have really controlled the run rate here.
Eva Gray comes in again. Hit high from Chloe Skelton. Great catch there by mid-off. Just kind of running back and across.
Yeah, Flo Miller doing well to hang on to that one. Safe pair of hands again up into that wind. But
Good intent there from Scouts. Probably trying to go over that mid-off fielder. It was on, but probably a tough shot into the wind.
yeah, definitely. But good little cameo there. But yeah, Essex will be delighted with this last 10 overs. Just kind of reined it in a little bit as it was maybe starting to kind of run away with them, particularly with that Jones and Griffiths partnership through the middle there. But that brings to the end Chloe Skelton, who scored 40.
Yeah, they've clawed it back nicely here, Essex. As we see Ellie Anderson, number 45, come to the crease, known as Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. Gary Anderson was at the county ground not that long ago. Big shout out to him. Love to see it.
Gaza.
Absolutely. Tartan Army.
275 here, par predicted by Peter Trigo. Not far off at the minute. As Ellie ready to face her first ball. Clipped round the corner here. That's a great shot. Just ball sliding down leg slightly. Kind of helped on its way past that 45 fielder.
Yeah, well played there. First ball by Ellie Anderson. Not trying to do too much, just using the pace. Down the hill, there's no stopping that.
7 balls left of the innings here. So the last one here from Sophie Munno. Eva Gray. Eva Gray's bowling. As they scamper through for one leg by here. Little shout of LBW, but sliding down from here.
Yeah, from the deep cover position, never out.
Never. Whilst we got a little break of the over, what do you think about the umpires in purple?
We had a similar issue with the Somerset pink kit in the Vitality Blast last year. I like the kit. I like the umpire kit and the Essex kit, but it really does make you double take. I think when you click one into square and you look up and hang on a minute, they've got a fielder there, and then you're like, oh no, that'll be the umpire. And you're like, oh no, it's a bloke, right? I'll run a single. So it does. I'd say it makes you switch on a little bit more, but
Got to know the opposition well, haven't you?
exactly. Gotta clock that pretty quick. As Grace Scrivens is in to bowl the last over into Ellie Anderson. Tempted cut away, but dot ball there.
Can we get to 270 here? 263 at the moment. 5 balls to go. Can we find a boundary or two in these last few balls?
Scrivens shorter. Well taken by Amara Carr, stumping. Good intent from Ellie Anderson there. Maybe Scrivens just saw it coming. Picked up another wicket.
Yeah, smart bowling there from Grace Scrivens. Sees the back of Ellie Anderson. Brings Lola Harris to the crease, who's been very impressive recently with the ball
With ball and bat.
and bat.
Spectacular innings against Yorkshire on that opening day.
We saw the definition of a solid forward defence that day, didn't we?
Absolutely.
It was the barn door.
You ain't get through that.
Played a key role in that game, guiding us to good victory there. That little partnership with, big partnership with Sophie Love.
Absolutely. Saved the game. Did really well. So that brings her to the crease. We've got Alex Griffiths stuck on 49 at the other end. Probably the situation where we need her trying to score these boundaries here. So that is hit hard down the ground by Lola Harris. Great shot. Just for a single. Brings Griffiths on strike. I think she's got to just go for it now. 3 balls to go.
Yeah.
49 or 47. Great little innings here. But
As point comes into the ring
yeah, long off
and
out.
long off goes out. Is she going to create some room here and try and access that offside? What are you thinking, Cons, from your bat with your bat as a cap on?
I guess we've got an extra cover and probably a cover point. That gap between there is quite big. So yeah, potential boundary option there. Trying to get leg side of it. Scrivens is in and hit straight down the ground by Griffiths. Lola Harris has got to come back. She's got to come back for the second. Oh, direct hit from the boundary. Bit of hesitation there with the running, but great work there out. Long off. I think that's Sophie Munro out there.
That brings up Alex Griffiths 50.
What a strange way to bring it up. Run out, but raise the bat. Strange moment. But really good knock there from Alex Griffiths. I think the non-strikers got to be switched on here, though. I think, there's only 2 balls to go. You've got to get Griff back on strike. You've got to sacrifice yourself and
Olivia Barnes, get that thigh pad off. You're running it. Come on.
ready to go.
95 for Lightning McQueen. So,
You know what she is.
get the
She is
revs.
speed.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, she's got to sacrifice herself here.
Get
Do
the
the
foot
job
on
for
the
the
gas.
2 balls to go. What do we see?
I'd
here?
love to see the. Sorry.
And swept full ball there from
Come back,
Griffiths.
come
She's
back.
got it. She's got to go. She's got to go. Oh,
Good cricket.
bit of a mix-up from the. Oh, yeah, she was going for it. Slipped to the non-striker's end, and Amara Carr's just got a little bit of a pickle there, trying to collect that one up. But I guess that's what the pressure does when you just get your head down and go. for
Throw
that
was
second
probably a
one.
little bit full, quite hard for the keeper, but
Tricky.
yeah. Good running from the pair.
Last ball, Scrivens in, short, pulled away by Griffiths. Out to deep mid-wicket, just for the single. And that brings to end the Somerset innings. No, Yes, 268 after their 50 overs. What are we thinking?
I mean, if we're basing it on Triggs is 275. Yeah, I think Essex will be pretty pleased with that. Actually, I think they've pulled the game back well in those last kind of 10 overs there, reined in a little bit of control. Yeah, I think they'll be happy. From Somerset, I just think, yeah, some great partnerships in there. Great knock from Katie Jones and Annie in there. I think they'll be confident they can defend this. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Molly Robbins. We're gonna go and eat some lunch. So enjoy the sun. Google what a eucalyptus tree is, and we will be back with you shortly. What do we end on? Okay. Oh, honestly, can I do how many? 9. Is there any 9? Yeah. Can you get I do that. No, I'm like zero. Yeah, I do this one. Yeah.
Instead, you want it in the room.
Is that the last picture?
Yeah. You can say done. Well, not
End of first innings. So.
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, really.
Did you chop his drink? Right, well, we are listening break. Please enjoy the sun. But come on over to the bar. We've got tea, coffee, soft drink. If you've got something stronger that you want to sit in the sun, bar is well open. Enjoy. The end of this one. Cheers for lunch.
I hope something scrummy.
Yeah.
Oh, you big bastards!
Density. This is cool.
I hate it.
Retro. Is it
I hate
new? Yeah. Give it to Mike.
No, I need it.
Do you get that? Usually get two rich. Like
And we get
Yeah. Do we get the pineapple?
they do.
we'll get the same.
All books. I should have that.
Yeah.
You always like them boys.
What's he do? Full tracking, 50 overs. That rock. Oh, shifter. That is hell. Oh, banger! Stumble out of bed and stumbled in the kitchen for myself. Cup of baby, and you're in the kitchen trying to go alone. Coming in the man,
Yeah, we had
9 to 5, working 9 to 5. What a way to live.
If someone goes big,
Yeah, you would. I guess that's okay.
Tell you.
seems
What have you been doing?
I got
Did you? Pretty fun. It was actually cool. Two. Take that. We kind of stole your story. I mean, and I was like, oh, they should change it. And I was like, oh, it's like 6.
Another 10 county championship matches to go or something. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Like, how do you think of new things to talk about? For a while, just silent. Because I own radio commentary. So it's just like you just like get into that sort of just basically just what's going on there. Like you cannot as you can see it. Radio. You can't just be like this. To what extent? What's that to do? It's a grading. It's not like you just. This is I've got more comfort. Especially when I'm so is that like what regional then goes? Oh, very weird looking down here. Yeah, you see, that's years. I didn't bowl on Sunday. Or a unbelievable run. So I could leave. Yeah, that does help. Something happens in the back in the right bowls. How I frame it to the card is giving the young bowlers an opportunity to so, yeah. Occasion. Not a marble. I'd love to be able to bowl a powerball. That's once in my life somebody's going to teach me how to bowl a powerball. So like my dream effort tends to get a big fight. Yeah, we don't want that. Hold it in the Oscar. So doing that for sure. Can't bowl lots. That's the place to go. I could bowl leg spin, but I can't. That's often just. How much more I turn it that way. It's just how I do it. Why would I stick with that?
That's big brain. Big brain energy.
It's just good.
How big up there? Yes,
Make sure you save us some leftovers.
I think it's perhaps the sound of. Who's now? What is happening?
What a trooper Shikari. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Much more up there, are you alright? Oh, windswept. Like as English. Ain't gonna lie. No, they want to be better. Did you get sorted in the end? Third time up, third or fourth? Yeah, yeah. Third one. That's our one. That's the main one. That's the main one. So I had to go and take a bloody cake. Like that. But it's been reordered then. Because the I got was like reordered the one that says yeah, like it says on the back 80. Yeah. Yeah, so no matter you yeah, if I remember they're off. They're off. Yeah, good enough.
Welcome back to Taunton Vale, where Somerset have set Essex a target of 269 runs to win. Somerset's innings underpinned by a fantastic 79 from Katie Jones and a half-century as well for Annika Learoyd. For Essex, 2 wickets each for Eva Gray, Sophie Munro and Sophia Smale. I reckon both sides would be relatively happy with their respective performances. Of course, in terms of what Triggs was saying, 270 around about par. Well, that, I guess, sort of sums it up, really. I think Essex bowled pretty well, and Somerset certainly did a fair amount right with the bat. And now we'll see if Essex can chase this target down for their first win of the season. Somerset looking to go 4 wins out of 4, and Essex looking to get off the mark in this year's One Day Cup. And Alex Griffiths, who has been nothing short of fantastic with the new ball this season for Somerset, I would imagine will be joined by Ellie Anderson, although Somerset have bowled a fair amount of spin with the new ball in the power play. Scrivens on strike. A nice start from Alex Griffiths. She's been such a reliable provider of early wickets in this kind of new role for her. She used to be a bit of a middle overs bowler, but now she's really getting that new ball to hoop around and causing all sorts of problems. Round the wicket to the left-hander. She bowled a great spell up at Southport to Eve Jones. Another left-hander from round the wicket. Although we can't see it, I venture to suggest, Trees, that Griff is getting some swing early.
Yeah, she's generally pretty consistent with her swing, which would be away to the left-hander. She bowls slightly off the wrong foot and gets a nice shape into the righty, away to the lefty. Find it hard to focus, to be honest, Ed, because we're not allowed in where the food is, and I'm starving.
No.
Especially with Emma Corney and Molly Robbins talking for 20 overs about food.
It's a good ball from Griffiths, already beating the bat third ball. Also, I've seen like massive buckets of chips from the bar. That, I mean, it's a portion of chips, but I mean, this was like a proper. What do they call it? It's like a sort of poke bowl size. Poke, is that right? I think that's right, isn't it?
Big bowl, trough.
A trough of chips.
What were we thinking then, Ed? We obviously had a nice little bit of respite there from the 2 Somerset players doing a bit of commentary. 268, slightly shy of the 275 par, but...
Oh, sorry, you said 275, didn't you? Not
massively helped out by 3 in particular quality knocks. Griff at the end, over a runnable 53, outstanding stuff. I think Katie Jones, her 79, super impressive. Would have been amazing if she could have kicked on to get 3 figures. That's probably the difference between 268 and maybe sort of a 290. And a great start by Learoyd at the top of the innings, batting number 3 with her 56. You know, so 3 contributions really, and I think that's, you know, in the bowler's psyche. You know, you've got to stop any of the players from Essex getting a big score. I think if they can stop their key batters getting a 60, 70, 80, I think Somerset are in really good shape. But it's very, very much a par score at best, I'd say.
Yeah, I reckon early wickets. I mean, I know it's a small sample size, and you've seen and played an awful lot more cricket here than I have, as that's inside edged, I think, and it's going to be 4, but it's moral victory for Griffiths, and I think that's the only thing that's going to stop that being a maiden to start off with. So a great start, but Essex 4 without loss. But I just think back to the couple of games here that we had last year. In both games, there was a bit of a top order collapse from one of the 2 teams. It was Essex in this fixture last year. They were batting first and just couldn't really get going. They were 2 for 3, I think, after a handful of deliveries. You know, just lost regular wickets. And then Somerset got themselves in a bit of a pickle against the Blaze. So I don't know. The day feels very different to those. But if Somerset can strike early, Essex may not have the highest level of confidence with the bat at the moment.
Yeah,
It
it's
only
always
takes one innings,
always the
but
key
yeah.
in one-day cricket to. I mean, almost the perfect algorithm is to take a couple in the power play and have just a steady stream. Try and minimise how many sort of 40, 50, 60 run partnerships the opposition has, and then ploughing the pressure onto that middle order and lower order. Chloe Skelton bowling from the Staple Grove Road end. We've got it. We finally got it.
I finally fixed it, you see, because I'm just thinking about Stapleton Road in Bristol, and then I just think, no, it's not quite that. Just fix it.
We've got it sussed. Yeah, Skelt's been opening the bowl, and I think as a top order batter, you do a lot of your training against seam bowling, just playing good quality shots, pace on the ball, finding the gaps. I think with the spinner on the challenges early on in your innings, because there's so many fielders in, no pace on the ball, you're forced into a situation where are you confident enough to take the ball over the top, sweep potentially, adds a little bit of risk. I think generally top order batters enjoy facing seamers, especially on a good pitch here at Taunton Vale. So really nice tactic that's new, because Somerset more often than not in previous seasons, and certainly in the Western Storm era, have gone with double seam. So Chloe Skelton has been given that job of, I suppose, asking the batters the question, are you going to take me on? And I think it's a much harder equation for the batter to square, because you generally have to go aerial with so many fielders inside the circle.
And she's actually got a left-hander to bowl to as well, which doesn't happen very often. Essex have got two left-handers in their top order with Scrivens and Grewcock. So, I think a lot tends to get made of off-spin to left-hander when, to be honest, you see an awful lot, especially in the women's game, of off-spinners getting right-handers out. But yeah, I guess in terms of if she's going to get some turn, might be nice.
Emma Corney's just offering to. She's nipping to the shop, and she's offered Ed. She's offered Ed. Does he want anything? I mean, Emma's like the ultimate sort of team person these days.
Extraordinary.
She's done a 20 over stint, showing no signs of fatigue.
No, you're fine, Emma. I've actually come prepared with some emergency snack options if necessary. So you can come on and do a stint, and I'll get into those later. That's extraordinary. What a fine offer.
Oh, a couple of tight overs to start, bar that inside edge, a false shot, you'd say, from Scrivens off Griffiths bowling in that first over. 5 without loss, so a real solid over from Chloe Skelton.
There was a time when Grace Scrivens, every time I watched her against Storm, would score at least a 60 or 70 and take 2 or 3 wickets. It felt like every game. She doesn't seem quite to dislike Somerset as much as she disliked Western Storm so far.
Yeah, she's a nice player, Grace Scrivens. I remember, I think she may have got 100 at Sophia Gardens against Western Storm, and scores a lot of runs through that backward point, gully line, cover point region. If you bowl whip to her, that's her strength there. She's a very good sort of cutter, driver.
So it lays back on that square drive, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does hit the ball relatively square of the wicket, but it was a nice, crisp, straight drive there to mid-off. So Griffiths has got to be on her mettle, hitting those lines, and that certainly was that perfect line there, just in and around middle and off stump. I'm completely guessing because I can't see from side on, but no, we have a laptop over there, so we should be able to see the lines and hopefully a little bit of swing that Griff's generating.
I just saw a Emma Corney and Molly Robbins, but no, I think they're talking about music.
Oh, what a beauty there from Alice Griffiths. The danger player, Grace Scrivens, gone. And I think that is an absolute jaffer. She's known to swing the ball away from the right-hander. That looked like it was angling in towards the stumps, which brought Scrivens forward. And I reckon I'm going to go out on a limb here, Ed, and say that has swung and clipped the top of off. An absolute beauty
We're
there
just-
from the
we're
Somerset
gonna-
opening
there we
bowler.
go. We're just going to see it on our screen. Oh, yes.
Confirmed. What a great delivery that, and the dangerous Scrivens, who has a incredible record here in the southwest of the country, has gone for 5.
I reckon it must have been either the Gloucestershire part or the Glamorgan part that she didn't like.
Clearly.
She's not got it against Somerset quite the same. No, what a great piece of bowling, and I can't immediately remember off the top of my head, but the beauty of the internet will tell me she didn't actually get Eve Jones out in that spell up at Southport. She got the other opening bat, Alice Clark, but I just remember time after time she would bowl that ball that looked as if it was going to be off stump, swung away from Eve Jones, and if you're causing her issues at the top of the order, one of the most experienced opening bats going around, it's I don't know who she's been working with in the winter, but her bowling, particularly up front, just seems to have taken on another level.
Yeah, it has that same old thing about confidence and full winter of practice as well, which would have certainly put her in good rhythm, good spirits as well. But yeah, I mean it's slightly unusual, really. Her bowling action is not overly conventional, slightly bowling off of the wrong foot and getting the ball to swing into the right-hander away from the lefty. Most bowlers will swing the ball away. It'll really much do the opposite. So she does present a slightly unusual challenge. Like I said, the ball swinging in, there aren't too many big in-swing bowlers out there, and when you get it right, you're always bringing those stumps into play. And that was an absolute jaffer there from Griff, and she'll be very, very pleased with that, and that will set her up nicely for this spell. You're always under pressure in the power play when you're bowling, and nothing eases the tension more than an early wicket, a divider as they call them. And she is through her first 2 overs, and she's got 1 for 5.
A divider? That's not one I've heard before.
Wickets are called dividers.
A divider.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Yeah,
how do you
yeah,
work out
it's-
your bowling average? You divide how many runs you've gone by
Oh,
how
in
many
that term, I
wickets.
thought you meant in terms of dividing the
No,
partnership.
you divide the amount of runs you go for by the wickets you've taken. So that is a divider. Goes onto the record, brings your bowling average down. Bish, bash, bosh. Job's a good un. Fanny's your aunt.
Right, and runs are multipliers.
Exactly. And red inkers, not outs.
Yes,
Or a nice big score with a red ink. That's what all the batters love. That boosts the average. Lovely.
Yeah, well, that's the only goal where I would bat at 11. Oh, that's a nice ball, just tempting the drive, and then it wasn't quite there for it. And the Bales whipped off for good measure as well.
That was actually one of my teammates' favourite boasts. Charles Willoughby, who is probably internationally known as one of the worst batsmen ever to grace a cricket field, he was very proud of the stat that he had more not-outs in his career than Marcus Trescothick.
Yeah,
But he did bat at 11.
it's the goal. It's the goal to build up the not out, and then you can at least walk off thinking it was everybody else's fault. Good start as well. I mean, as she's sharp in the field, Chloe Skelton just continuing to build that pressure early on, and another wicket, even a couple of wickets, 270 starts to feel like 300 to chase.
Yeah, this is good from the team and Chloe Skelton. If you imagine yourself as a batter out there now, Ed, which I'm sure you can by the sounds
I'd
of
be
it,
terrified.
you've got a bowler bowling wicket to wicket. You've got those 2 short, close fielders, very straight. You've also got mid-on and mid-off and the bowler to beat. So it would look like there aren't many gaps in the field, and you'd be under pressure to either manipulate the ball sideways or sweep to play across the line, unless you want to go over the top. So if Skelts can keep executing that, off stump, middle stump ball, the batter's got a big question to ask. If I'm going to score runs, I've got to take a chance here, and that's it looks like what the plan is, and it's being executed well. But a short delivery there that gives the batter chance to turn that into the leg side for a single. But at the moment, the Essex batters not having much to work with in terms of loose delivery. Somerset have been right on it these first 4 overs.
Yeah, and Ariana Douse into the Essex side for this game, probably hoping to do a Katie Jones first knock of the season, straight in with a 79, and Douse in that position at 3. Speaking of challenges, and we're not quite got it because Douse has kept the strike, but this is at times like this that I'm really glad that I'm not doing radio commentary and we've got Griffiths bowling to Griffith. That's not ideal.
Especially if you had a lisp.
Yeah. Well, back in Storm days,
It's a trigger warning, that name, isn't it? Let's be honest.
One of the Gloss social media, what do you call them? Not operate. You don't operate social media, do you? What do you do with it? You post on it.
Creator, content creator.
That's the one. Anyway, one of the
or an
creators
influencer
came up with this.
Someone
GIF.
described me the other day as an influencer.
I'm trying to think of you were influencing.
Dangerous to society.
Anyway, they came up with this GIF of somebody sort of spitting an awful lot, and then put Griffiths to Griffith over the top of it. This must have been back in about 2020. So they've been bowling, or she's been facing her Griffith.
So are you saying
quite some time?
Griffiths is bowling to Griffith, I need some sort of like a
batter screen,
like a guard, like at the deli counter, up between us? Maybe that might be the case.
Oh, it's a lovely shot out through the covers, and the outfield will do the rest.
One little add-on, I think, to the challenge that Griffiths will produce here, with the prevailing wind here, will be helping her get a little bit of extra swing at the ball as well. It's certainly from Griffiths' end, the wind is left to right as she bowls, which will definitely be helping her get that shape in towards the stumps. But that one started a bit too wide and was appropriately put away.
You'd be dousing me.
Short delivery there from Griff, well fielded there at extra cover. I wish I could give you a name, but I haven't got my prescription sunnies on. I can't see.
I think
that's
that was Lola Harris.
You'll have to help me out there, because you have got the prescription sunnies on today.
Yes.
Excellent.
You see me do the switch earlier on.
The switcheroo.
Yeah, it takes all the coolness out of wearing sunglasses when you have to switch them completely. Well, I say an appeal, it was more of a yelp, but it's going to be a run anyway to Cordelia Griffith. And so to be very careful and over the top in saying Griffith.
Cordelia. It's an unusual, but very nice name.
It's a lovely name. I believe that she studied law at the University of Durham. So it's fair to say she probably had some other options.
She's very bright.
Cricket. Oh, it's another one. I've seen a couple through the covers already. It's not quite going to get there, though.
The first slide from Sophie Luff. There will be many today. She throws herself around in the field. Full commitment for the team, as always.
She has migrated, though. I don't know whether I should point this out or not, but she has migrated to mid-off rather than extra cover these days, I've noticed.
Yes, with experience, you end up in slightly different positions.
I've had enough of those sort of abrasive used pitches, so I'm going to stand at mid-off.
Yeah, backward point, extra cover, and short mid-wicket, where you want your gun fielders. And not saying she's not a gun fielder, but you really want the young fielders that are as dynamic as possible, and also the ones that are willing to lose a bit of knee flesh on a daily basis. And Sophie Luff's probably had enough of that.
I never understood the people who actually enjoyed coming back all battered and bruised from a day's cricket. That's no thanks. It's probably my OCD coming out. Even a grass stain was a bit. What have you done there? this bounce from Chloe Skelton, who certainly bowled the ball of the season last season. See if she can have another contender this season. Forget which Hampshire batter it was, but well, that's gone straight up. Chance of a catch. Call for it. Oh, eventually the catch has been taken. Is that Luff who's
That
caught
is Luffy, right on cue. She's popped herself. She can hear us. She's put herself into a key position, and she's picked up that catch. Good catch, actually. It's not easy with a pretty hefty wind. Top edge, because the ball's got a lot of spin on it as
And
well.
somebody standing right next to you.
And you can feel the presence of the fielder coming in, but that's awesome. Skelts has picked up her first wicket, Somerset second, and things going very nicely for the Somerset women so far.
It was the way that she took it. I mean, she did take it two-handed, and then the second hand came off very quickly. And for a moment, I just thought, oh, that's not going down, is it? But no, absolutely not. And well, at 2 early wickets, I suppose it becomes 3 now, but that's a couple of big ones because Cordelia Griffith can be an absolute run machine.
Yeah, the perfect start really for Somerset. That would have been the dream plan. You know, this power play, pick up a couple of wickets. They've already done that. Can they be greedier and pick up 3 or 4? That's one thing to always remember in one-day cricket. Once you've got the foot on the throat, make sure you put a little bit of downward pressure on it. You know, don't allow anyone an opportunity to score any easy runs. I'm sure that's not the way Somerset are thinking.
Well, it's Jodie Grucock who's come out to the middle now, 80 and 77, her first 2 scores this season. So, as I mentioned earlier, not a surprise. Her England call up by any means. Never mind just the fact that, as I said earlier, that leg spin left hand back combo is a pretty appetising one. But now she's getting the runs as well, and she bowled with confidence. Got an early wicket, 1 for 44, tidy figures. Now looking to do something with the bat. Essex, from their point of view, need something with the bat from her. And a good start, rocking onto the back foot. Another chase to the boundary. It's another teaser, and it's a race that's going to be won by Lola Harris. Good work keeping it to a couple.
Yeah, good work there from Lola. Quick across the ground and a strong throw into the wicket-keeper, stopping that 3rd run.
It's another feature early on in the season I've been really impressed by. It's that, you know, for so long you thought of Somerset men in terms of the infield, that kind of like hunting in packs kind of mentality, and the women's side really starting to look the same in terms of just, you know, it's so much pride taken in the diving about and the saving runs on the infield.
Yeah, it's very much a club ethos, a mentality.
And there we go.
Yeah, great stop there from Neve Holland.
Yeah.
I think, yes, excellent. Well done, Eyes. Yeah, she's a very committed
The Eyes have
cricketer,
it.
Neve Holland. But yeah, it's got to be, I suppose it's the art of the head coach. You've got to make it sound like it's the player's decision, but you've got to get everyone buying into the fact that you'll hit the ground when you need to. You know, you fight for every run, and another great stop there at extra cover from Sophie Luff.
I'm just pleased that after I brought that up, we had 2 diving stops, because I've been nervous at both of them having made that comment, but clearly I shouldn't have been. And already,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's a good 3 or 4 runs saved at the very least.
I think there's, I mean, we used to speak about it, you know, at Somerset, whereas, you know, batting bowling, your quality is one thing, but your attitude is determined by your fielding, really. That's the selfless stuff. You know, diving, you know, saving that occasional run, you know, flicking one in from the boundary. That really shows what the attitude of the team, training and in game time, that your players are wholehearted and concentrating. It's very easy, especially in multi-day cricket, for you to sort of drift off every now and then and put in a little bit of sloppy fielding. But in one-day cricket, it's no real excuse for not being like pretty zoned in as soon as that bowler starts to run up.
especially that power play when it's more boom or bust, isn't it, in terms of the outcomes? If you get it through, especially on an outfit like this, it's probably going to be four, at least a couple.
Yeah, certainly the stop from Neve Holland, the square pretty much spans all the way to that boundary. So if that would have evaded Neve at cover point, that would have been a certain boundary. And it's such a boost to the bowler when they bowl a slightly iffy delivery that gets hit and they expect four, and then your teammates just save one for you. It really does give the bowler a bit of confidence and a boost.
Oh, I was wondering what was in the sandwiches, gluten-free sandwiches.
Spencer Bishop is the ultimate club man. We talk about ethos in the field and your team. Spencer Bishop, who works here at Somerset in the media department, he goes above and beyond for his teammates. He
was offering to go and get teas and coffees earlier from the PMOA area.
He's serving us our wraps. The only thing with Spence, you've got to make sure that he hasn't taken a bite out of one of them. But apart from that, he's a top man. Oh, that's close.
In fact, it's more than close. It's bold.
Evidence that we are miles away here at Extra Cover. LBW, no, in fact, it's bold. What a great delivery there from Griff. Swinging back in through the gate. And Douse asked to depart. Awesome start here from Somerset. Skelton and Griffiths ripping through the top order of Essex.
Tuna.
No chicken.
You don't fancy a tuna?
You can have cheese and onion.
This is easily the
What
most
my option,
casual
Spence?
conversation.
Cheese and onion or tuna.
Well, because I'm in quite close proximity with Ed Seaborn today, could I have one tuna and one cheese and onion just to maximise the breath, please? Thank you very much. Sorry, Ed. Apologies.
That's right. I've gone for the tuna, and I've also broken a career-long rule of mine not to eat whilst broadcasting. But I mean, come on, it's
We can't go into the PMO.
it's
like,
holdable mics. We don't have headsets on.
ladies and gents, if you're obviously not here, so if I could explain, it's like Fort Knox, the building. There's a PMOA players area that even the mighty Ed Seaborn can't get access to and scrounge us some food. So apologies if the occasional wickets gets taken and you can hear the gargling of tuna.
Well, I must admit, I didn't see the bails come up, and I thought I'm glad I wasn't the only one who thought plum LBW to start with.
Definitely had a look of an LBW, and yeah, like I said, I'm struggling to even see the stumps at the moment, but a great start from Somerset nevertheless.
It's not quite as bad as when for the 4-day stuff we had green bails. So looking, especially from up above, you'd be looking into the grass, and you just could not tell whether the bails were on or not. I think these bails are red, but I can't see them.
Oh, thank you, Spencer. As I said, Spencer Bishop, top man. Me and Ed will probably dovetail. Ed's going to have a little chewing break, and I'll continue just talking about the cricket. Yeah, great start from Somerset, 21 for 3 in the 7th over. The perfect start for Somerset, and certainly even from quite a way away, there's plenty of noise out there in the infield, lots of encouragement, trying to apply a bit of pressure to the Essex batters. Sophia Smale is out there now, former teammate of a lot of the players now playing for Somerset under different colours of Western Storm. So there will be a couple of bowlers out there absolutely champing at the bit to pick up that particular wicket. End of the over there, 7 overs gone, and it's 21 for 3. Somerset very much on top in the early stages of this run chase. Very difficult to be stood up with a microphone in hand and not to break out into song when there's, do you know what I mean? Feels like I should be doing karaoke, not commentary today.
It is
What do we
the
think?
type of mic for it.
It is. It's high quality.
Wedding
High
DJ
quality mic.
mic.
Been a change of bowling at the. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. It'll come to me. There's been a change of bowling at one end. Ellie Anderson is into the attack, replacing Chloe Skelton. She's done a great job, picked up a wicket and kept things tight. But maybe Somerset just smelling a little bit of blood in the water here.
That's a wrap from you.
I'm not having a bite of my sandwich until I
No?
remember
Oh, okay.
the Staple Grove Road end.
Brilliant. Well, I don't know if you want to. Do you want to alternate wraps and overs? Let's come for the tuna first. Ellie Anderson for her first delivery. Jodie Grucott with a little opening of the face, and she's got to, I suppose, do a little bit what the likes of Leroy and Jones did in the first innings, where she's seeing wickets fall around her. And Somerset, they didn't lose 3 quite as quickly as this, but they lost a couple of wickets in 2 overs when Luff and Hazel were out, and Grucott's just going to play the same sort of innings that Annika Leroy managed to do. Just lean forward a long way, does Sophia Smale.
It looks like from now on.
And of course, somebody who's opened the batting in her career, somebody who's also coming a bit further down, and now finds herself somewhere in the middle. It's my idea, says Triggs. Yeah. Well, she's certainly, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, somebody who has opened the batting, used to batting in the power play. And what you do know about Sophia Smell, having seen plenty of her, is that she can stay patient, and she doesn't actually have to go for this early on. They may have to sort of backload this and try and catch up a bit later on. Gets that one through the gap. That's well timed, and we'll go for 4. Bounding off up the bank. Smale off the mark. I wish you could see what I could see at the moment. In fact, through the beauty of social media, it's possible that at some point soon you will have the view that I've got.
I can confirm, Ed, the bails are red.
That's good. You've used your telescopic lens there. Triggs has currently got this enormous
zoomed in with
camera lens. Right. What you're pointing it at now? The camera, I mean.
I'm not sure if it's in focus or my eyesight's bad at the moment, but No.
I really have no idea what he's doing. There's no movement, so he's obviously lined up his target. Oh, I see. To try to get it right as she was bowling. Well, yeah. I'm just a bit concerned as far as that zooming in. Just how far can you zoom in with that thing? "26 for 3 after 8 overs. That would be an extremely bad shot of my nose. Don't want to get that in shot. There we go. You're getting some camera on camera action. Well, it doesn't matter if it matters if you're in focus, not him. That's the picture that everybody's seeing at home. Emma Corney's back from the shops. Oh, that's great. I've never seen anybody look so happy. Still a slip in place and a gully. It's a lovely delivery from Griffiths, just giving it the chance to swing. Pitched right up there if Brook fancies a straight drive. The temptation was there. And already, whilst I said they've kind of got to put that scoreboard a bit out of their mind. Look at that required rate and starts to creep up towards a runner ball and already 3 wickets down. Well driven. And right behind the marquee, so I have no idea what happened, but I'm assuming it was stopped. Sophie laughs there, thank you. You didn't need the telescopic lens to tell that one. Unfortunately, all I could see was the ball appearing. I've watched quite a lot of these players, but I haven't quite sussed out exactly the trajectory of all their individual throws without seeing the actual throw happen. This is fabulous stuff from Griffiths. She got now 2 for 15 halfway through her 5th over. It's great control and a bit of swing, more than a bit of swing on occasion.
I finished my sandwich, Ed. I can come. Well, I'm halfway through. I'm going to take a little
Oh,
break.
is that
though.
enough? Okay. I didn't know whether you're one of these people like cut the crusts off the sandwich, that you can't eat the end of the wrap either.
Well, I don't think I've made an amazing selection. The combination of cheese and red onion and tuna is overwhelming, let's say. I
Maybe-
probably should have taken up Emma Corney's offer of getting something from the shop. She's got a yogurt and some blueberries. That sounds lovely. Have you applied the 10-second rule and lapped it up? Granite.
That's good minerals for your diet if it's got granite in as well, the yogurt.
It is a very affluent cricket club here at Taunton Vale. They have a granite car park.
Most people use it for like your tabletops, but no, made the car park out of it.
Another fine over there. 26 for 3 at the moment. And that is that 10 overs gone? 9 overs gone.
Yes.
All the scorers are fast here, aren't they?
Fast fingers. They obviously got some lunch.
They are. They're on it. Ellie Anderson.
Put me off this.
Definitely
this cheese and onion
it's
one now.
nice. If you like your strong cheese, happy days. Ellie Anderson, to my eye, I would say the quickest bowler on show today. She's really getting the ball to skip through to Jess Hazel. A couple of good length deliveries have flown through to the keeper. Sophia Smell just backing across and defending that into mid-wicket.
Yeah, I do think we probably are going to need to deep clean these mics by the end of this session with these sandwiches.
Absolutely. I'm gonna, when I get home, I'm going to get my Karcher out to sort my teeth out, I think, as well. It's a bit different commentating at an outground. I quite like the vibe, actually. Lots of people milling around.
Is
and,
this your first time at an outground?
Yeah. Not ever, but
No, I'm obviously not. Obviously not ever.
it's quite nice having some people walking around. And
So I could name a few names who'd love for that to be the case, that they never played on an outground, but I won't name and shame at the moment.
well, I was just I'm just old enough to remember the outgrounds. A lot of festival cricket was still in play. Sadly missed out on the Western Supermare one, but we used to play at Bath and Cheltenham, Southend, Scarborough. Lots of brilliant outgrounds were used in county cricket. Still,
I think they're playing at Scarborough
still
today,
are
actually,
still
Yorkshire.
used. Yeah, still are. Some of them are still used, but sadly a few have fallen off the rota.
Should check the other scores. Yorkshire 38 for 2, Durham made 290. It's at North Marine Road, lovely place. It's not the easiest place to commentate from because you can't see anywhere. Basically, the sight screen is at an angle where you're looking down and you can't see anywhere from sort of long on to deep mid wicket.
Where's that?
Scarborough.
Scarborough. Okay.
Because you're sort of you're in a little box just well, I don't know, long off or fine leg, and it's set quite a bit back at the top of the seating. So as you look across, you're looking straight into the sight screen. Apart from that, it's lovely. Good hand there. That's probably saved a couple. I think that would have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a super stop there at mid
And
wicket.
Leroy hadn't got something on that, yeah.
Very, very good stop. Saved 3 runs, 2 runs.
But I get quite used to commentating from mid-wicket, maybe not quite so far away at Cheltenham. In fact, sometimes at Cheltenham, commentated on Storm there
Up on
plenty
the,
of times
from
as
the
well.
balcony in the
Yes,
old
exactly.
building.
Yeah, on the balcony. But if you've got one of the pitches that is closest to the pavilion, I mean, it's probably from where we are. It's where that nearest strip is, nearest practice strip, just over the boundary.
Well, you'd be at danger if a pull shot was
Yeah.
well struck.
Yeah. I think Fran Wilson nearly smacked one into the media tent when we were doing the commentary from right down below. The greatest day of my career, when I got to do the PA and the commentary at the same time. That was I'm trying to think. That was against I think that was against the Sunrisers, wasn't it? Southeast Stars. Well, anyway, I remember Marizan Kapp was playing. No, Dane van Niekerk was playing, and Marizan Kapp was there. And I've never been so scared to walk near somebody as I was with Marizan Kapp.
You were intimidated.
Oh yeah, absolutely terrifying. I think she's I'm sure she's absolutely lovely, but I mean, yeah, in terms of a glare when she's bowling,
Yeah, I remember her
particularly.
telling me actually that she was she was
She was
a little bit
infuriated.
confused that this guy kept on lurking around her but wouldn't say hi.
Infuriated by my commentary of Dane van Niekerk, who was caught and bowled by an absolute worldie from Chloe Skelton off her own bowling. That I remember. It was the Sunrisers. I'm sure it was the Sunrisers.
Yeah, that previous over, Ellie Anderson looks in good rhythm. I think, as I said an over or two ago, I think she looks like the quickest bowler on show, really getting the ball to skip through. Proof that this is a very good surface here at Taunton Vale. So Somerset will be over the moon with the position they've got themselves in, even though they very much look like they are, as Ed said, hunting in a pack, trying to get that 5th wicket.
I'm not going to try and attack. That's Griffiths, I think, from the run, isn't it?
Yeah,
Out at deep backward
Griffiths
square.
is normally one of the boundary riders. She's brilliant across the
I think
turf with a good
think
throwing
it's
arm.
Griffiths from the run kept it to 1. Incredible work there. So I haven't done what I did last match I covered, where I said that the fielder was the person who was bowling. About 2 miles away. This is not me putting the curse on her by any means, but I mean she's only got, is it 6 now with that single? But just the way that Grewcock is finding these gaps, despite everything around her, looks like she's in control of what she's doing.
Yeah, I think they're in that similar situation as Leroy and Jones when they got together, albeit Somerset were 4 down at the time. But unfortunately for Essex at the moment, I think Leroy was probably on about 30-40 when Somerset lost those few wickets. She was a bit more established. It's almost the perfect scenario for Somerset, where you've got 2 batters in sub-10, pressure on, needing to rebuild, but also kind of try and start their innings as well. And that was, I think, the impressive feature from Katie Jones's point of view, is she ended up sort of being the more forceful batter in that early period. It's normally the other way around, while you let the new batter sort of bed in, but she really did hit the ground running, which was awesome, and also took the pressure off Leroy as well, where she could just play her natural game. So it was a brilliant brilliant partnership, and Essex desperately needs something of that sort of partnership, numbers wise, I'd have thought, to try and rebuild this innings.
Yes, at the moment, despite the very sort of first foundation is being laid by these two, nobody has yet got into double figures. It was an excellent power play bowling wise from Somerset, and Griffiths leading the way. 5 overs, 1 maiden as well, 2 for 15. Scrivens for 5, Griffith for 2, and Douse for 9. And it has been, I say it has been a bit of a struggle for Essex in terms of batting 50 overs. So you just want, if you're Somerset, you don't, well, like you said, you just don't want to take your foot off at any point. They worked leg side turn, but they can't go. Leroy quick to the ball. It's one gigantic cloud that's moved seemingly all of about 3 miles since this morning, but it's I don't imagine it'll change very much, but we haven't got the sunshine that we had this morning.
Not threatening, I don't think, in terms of rain. It might just overcast things a little bit, but I think that's, we spoke at length about, momentum and pressure and all that sort of stuff. When you've, as you say, not batted the 50 overs, struggling to get off the line in terms of wins, you lose 3 quick wickets, and when you're on that slump of form, you get that it's happening again feeling as well. That's another thing that's really hard to change. When you do get on those losing runs, you often see that in all competitions. There will be, a block of teams that are winning their fair share, and there will just be someone at the bottom that just can't get over the line. And you can get, cut away from the chances of qualification very early when you get into that sort of down spiral. And Somerset, I suppose, will need to just keep reminding the Essex players as that ball is just edged by Grucott past the wicketkeeper Jess Hazel for 4. A good delivery from Ellie Anderson. Head in hands moment for the bowler.
It almost sounded like it may have just clipped the keeper's fingertip. No chance, but yeah, that would have been a very handy one from Somerset's point of view. No, it was comfortably wide. Oh, that's good work from Jess Hazel down the leg side. And well run. So another couple onto the total, and one way or another.
I suppose, is there a situation there, Ed, where Somerset very much on top if you want to, drive that advantage, keep the slip in, or there's an opportunity? The horse is 3 fields away at the moment, so I'm not an advocate of a slip now, but if you're in this situation, go for the throat, keep a catcher in, keep those extra cover mid-wicket fielders nice and tight.
As fielders scattering towards the boundary, I suppose also required rate over 6s, build some pressure by starving some boundaries. That could well be 2, and again, just enough hesitation that then they can't turn back and go for it, but also excellent boundary riding.
Yeah, nice shot there from Sophia Smale. I think that is her trademark shot, that back foot punch through extra cover. A really strong shot for her.
She's been coached very technically correctly, hasn't she?
Yeah, showing some good form. Yeah, I think her grandfather had a big influence, who sadly passed away recently. So condolences to the Smale family. I think he had a big influence in her technique. She's a very, very technically correct player. You can tell she's definitely had some high quality coaching from the granddad for sure.
I still think back to when she was so young playing in the 100 that she needed parental permission for all sorts of things. I mean, was that pad first or bat? Bat. Worth a shout, but not out, says James Treadwell. 38 for 3 after 12.
Yeah, another good over there from Ellie Anderson, creating that opportunity, albeit there wasn't a slip there, but a good delivery catching that outside edge. 38 for 3 after 12 overs. All Somerset bowlers seem to be coming to the crease, executing their skills well.
So there's no reason to think too far ahead, but in fact I was just wondering in terms of when Somerset pull the trigger as far as Harris, but
well, we have a bowling change at the Hake end.
Is that changing? Yeah, Skelton.
That looks like
Changing end,
Skelton
isn't she?
coming, changing from the Staple Grove Road end to other end.
Slicing drive, and another furious chase from backward point from Holland. It keeps it to 2. In fact, I thought it went. It's not a bowling change, is it? It's not a bowling change. I don't know why I thought it was. It looked as though it was going to be. I just thought I could scare the PA announcer. That's what I was trying to do. You've missed a bowling change, you know.
It's the second over from that end, isn't it?
Must
This
be.
happened a while ago. Yes, it did. We were too engrossed in our wraps,
Yeah,
our sandwich
wrapped
eating.
up, you might say.
Very wrapped up in tuna and cheese.
I'm going to stop with the wrap buns now, because that can only end badly in terms of.
Was my frown?
Trees
Was my
with his
frown a giveaway?
microphone there, dancing about.
Well, it looks like an outside edge there. Cut shot, falsely played. Essex batters are going to pick up a couple there. Grewcock just rocking back to that slightly short delivery there from Skelton.
She's had the possibly cultured outside edge going of late.
Yeah, I think they might have contacted the keeper's gloves as well, but it looked like quite a healthy edge, so very difficult, if at all, a chance there to Hazel behind the stumps.
Be curious to see where Somerset go next. That could have been a shot at the stumps, but I think it was well run. It was always right in the gap through the offside, and we've seen more of Neve Holland bowling the last few games. They've got another seam option there. You've got left arm spin with Barnes back in the side, and Harris, who's been such a weapon for Somerset over the course of this season. There would have been a few concerns, even with the announcement of the signing of Annika Leroyd, in terms of where would Somerset replace the overs of Amanda Jade Wellington. And it's not up to Harris to fill those boots, but to be honest, she kind of has in terms of the wickets that she's taken already.
Yeah, it certainly looked on the outset that Wello would produce quite a performance hole. Yeah, runs at the back end of the innings, vital runs as well. You know, wherever she plays, she always picks up wickets. But yeah, Somerset have almost moneyballed the gap with multiple players stepping up at certain times, back end runs, and more contributions with the ball. So, in terms of the team aspect, yeah, it's been a good thing. She'll obviously be missed as a character, as a performer, but other players have stepped up, which is important when you lose a big player.
Love that film, Moneyball. It's one of my all-time favourites. Being a baseball fan myself, anyway.
I want to be a baseball fan, definitely. I do often watch it, but sometimes takes a while, doesn't it? But the skills.
Oh, but now though, you see, now they've got the basically got like a pitching clock. So the games have been slashed in terms of time. Like most of them last about 2.5 hours now. When the average length of game has gone down by like over half an hour. Sneaks by backward point, but it will just be the one.
Wouldn't mind being $1 behind old Shui Utani.
Oh yes,
He's the all-rounder. He is the all-rounder.
Yeah.
Whacks it, pitches.
Unfortunately, plays for my local rival team, so we don't have much of a hope at the moment. Moneybags LA.
Ellie Anderson's been in great rhythm so far. She'll be after a wicket, and that is absolutely stone dead from 5 miles away, side on. But Smale has gone back and across to one, and she's missed it. James Treadwell does the rest, raising that finger.
Let's see if it looks stone dead from long on.
Yeah,
that looks pretty out,
salmon.
really.
That's salmon. That is, Ed.
She's gone across her stumps there and tried to flick it away, but yeah, I've done a fair amount of umpiring, and you sort of get used to the square leg view of an LBW in terms of you know where the batter is across their crease, even from square leg.
But I think that dismissal was also brought on by a couple of factors. I think, again, thinking about what it feels like to bat when you're being starved of runs, and I actually think the fielding at short extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, has forced Sophia Smale to try and create an angle that wasn't there, to try and get it square. Because every time she's hit a great shot, Luffy at extra cover has made a diving stop 2 or 3 times. So she's been hitting quality shots, getting nothing for it. That time she's tried to make that angle across the line, and that was the end of her. So I think there's been a bit of a progressive reason for her trying to go to that shot.
Yeah, and we mentioned the technical correctness in terms of setting the field. The V is always going to be quite well packed, and then if you force somebody who's good in the V to play as square as possible, it's usually a good thing. So Joe Gardner comes out to the middle.
Also, another mentionable with that scenario is Jess Hazel's come up to the stumps. As I said an over ago, I think Ellie Anderson's probably been the quickest seamer on show. She's been hitting the gloves really hard when Jess Hazel is sort of 10, 15 yards back. But she's, backing her skills as a wicketkeeper to get up to the stumps, which has trapped Sophia Smale in the crease as well. So all round some good thinking cricket, but also good execution.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Right on cue, Jess. Great hands.
Yeah, and the over as well.
I mean, if ever there's a loathsome role in cricket, I would have to say keeping to a seamer stood up would be one of them. I mean, don't have to get it too far wrong to get one on the end of the thumb, and
no, and then just
6 weeks later you're back from your broken thumb. But
just a little nick as well. And everybody goes, "Oh, drop catch!" You see, it went off the keeper's gloves. We're not catching that. It just goes straight onto the end of the middle finger or something.
I did it once in a benefit game, and I was absolutely buzzing for it. I couldn't wait. 5 overs in, I was like, anyone else want to go? It was terrifying. Good stuff from Somerset, and I think we've got Lola Harris coming into the attack. Yes, she's warming up with her leg breaks, bowling to Sophie Luff.
Well, I'm glad you said that again, because the pointy bit of the marquee. Is that really a marquee? That's more of a tent, but it's a gazebo. That's the one. I knew it was neither of them. The top of the gazebo is right in the way. But I could have seen that it was leg spin being bowled in terms of the warm-up delivery.
Probably wouldn't be Lola's preferred to bowl to a left-hander. It's quite an awkward angle to a leg spinner bowling to a lefty first up. They like to get their sighters against right-handed batters watching the ball spin away, but good first delivery there from Lola. Slightly over-flighted there, full toss and well struck out towards the boundary. A little bit of an
Second
error there.
effort.
A good clutch back. 3 runs, nice bit of running from the batters there. Yeah, Griff
Isn't it
made a
thank
lot
you?
of ground out there, did the hard work and fumbled it back towards the rope.
50's come up for Essex. Well, there should have been a few people. The Sayaxes, I think it is, isn't it? On the Essex rest. Seen a few of those about. A couple of people enjoyed the 50s. Seax.
Sword. Skill at sword. 3 swords.
I think it depends whether you want to go Old English with
Medieval.
your pronunciation or not. Sayax or Seax. I think that's
Oh,
what they are.
isn't there a back company that's called Salix? Or is that something completely different? Salix?
I wouldn't search that into Google, but yeah.
I should know because cricket stars stock them.
I actually worked into the onside to get Joe Gardner up and running. Yeah, you'd know. Based in Kent, by the looks of things. Ah,
It's
it's
not
a
one of
type
them.
of it's a type of willow. Getting all your arboreal education here today. What was it earlier? The broccoli tree end. Extraordinary from Molly Robbins. I did actually mean during lunch to go and look at the broccoli tree close up to check whether it was indeed the eucalyptus. I can't see any koala bears
Well,
on
it's
it, so I'm a
definitely
bit
not.
doubtful.
It's definitely not tender stem, is it? It's
No,
nowhere near tall enough.
no, but it's got a sort of it's not bright green, is it? It's clearly a sort of heritage variety of broccoli, I think.
I can't offer anything, Ed. You've gone down that pollen seed tree. I've got nothing.
No, well, I just assume you can get heritage varieties of broccoli in the same way as tomatoes, but I really don't know.
Answer on a postcard. Live stream is open. We will be watching.
The only gardeners I know about are Joe's, and she's facing up to Anderson. And nicely tickled round the corner, and that may well go for 4, it will. So, boundary.
Yeah, just a slightly off line there from Ellie Anderson. It's cost her a few runs in a spell. She's bowled well, but that occasional misdirected delivery, and especially, as we've said time and time again, the outfield's so quick here, you only got to get a little tickle on it, and it will rattle into those Metro Bank advertising boards.
We had Gary Anderson earlier from Emma Corney and Molly Robbins for
The
Ellie
darts
Anderson. Yeah, and we've just had Johnny Clayton's walk-on music. Johnny be good.
It's big darts, isn't it? Darts is blown
Yeah,
up the
well,
last
Bo
couple of
Greaves
decades.
won
I saw that. Beat
Players' Championship.
Bully Boy Smith.
Nice to see the women's game taking off in darts as well.
.55 for 4 here at the moment. 15 overs gone. Taunton Vale Cricket Club looking delightful, and the outfield showing its true colours. That has flown across the line, and oh my lord! Oh, get the camera on. One of our supporters has had an absolute. He's done a triple fall over trying to retrieve that ball. Hopefully, we've got some footage.
I thought the first attempt was bad enough.
Oh no! Wait for it. Here we go. Way! Oh dear. A for effort, my friend. Great bit of work from the cameraman, Matty, in front there.
It's even better than last year's.
You got a proper speed wobble on there.
I think last year it was just falling over sideways as the ball came along, but he's gone one better. In fact, he's gone 2 better, I think.
Commitment. He showed commitment. That's all we can ask.
He's got nobody pretty much right round him. And the ball was hit just straight at him. He must have been cursing it.
We've spoken about it time and time again today. It's under pressure. His execution under pressure was abysmal. We're going to have him in the nets. We're going to call him to practice. He needs to sort that out.
He's going to claim it's harder to field beyond the boundary with the ball kicking up off the rope than it is fielding actually on the playing field. Plus, you don't have a rickety picnic chair to try and negotiate. That was brilliant.
The gentleman has not covered himself in glory, that's for sure. He's probably the type of supporter that if there's a misfield, terrible fielding.
Yes. It wasn't, but the ball it's in front of you. In fact, it wasn't behind you. So if you're up at mid-off, doing a 360 to locate the ball, but she'd stopped it.
End of the 16th, 59 for 4. Somerset will be very eager to pick up another couple of wickets and make this a slightly less stressful afternoon here at Taunton Vale. Essex are looking to rebuild. Looks like all hopes on Grucock, putting something substantial up on the board today, following her England call-up, so she'll be in good spirits, confident mood.
They do bat away down. Still got Miller and Carr to come. Sophie Munro is a solid bat as well at 9. So they're not out of it, Essex, but just have got to stem the flow of wickets because the run rate over the last 7 or 8 overs hasn't been bad from their point of view. It's just 4 wickets down.
Molly Robbins is back again, lurking in the corner.
Well, there's still 1 wrap left.
Well, I think it's because the wind is whipping up and it's probably cold down there where the players are watching. And the players are trying to sneak up here. Jamie Thorpe, Club Medical Chief Executive Officing President, is in the house. He's always a busy man, the club medical man, keeping all our players strapped up, ready to go, healing their injuries. Have you got a busy schedule at the moment, Thorpe? Do you want to come and... Come on. You look like a microphone with that beard and hair.
Well, it's going to spin away from backward point, and a little bit of a hesitation from Gardner, but she's not running to the danger end.
Cut away there from Grucock, and good running between the wickets. She looks like she's going to scamper and maximise every scoring opportunity.
Wind is getting up again. You see it buffeting Jodie Grucock's shirt. She's trying to bat.
Yeah, making the art of leg spin slightly more challenging, but I think Lola's still early in her spell. She's just been on a fraction on the full side a couple of times.
Great thing though is that because she gets so much loft and then dip, you still got to watch. So far they haven't really tried to muller her out the ground, but she's so difficult to do that too. And well, having said that, that was an extremely high one, and that has been smashed before.
You've commentator's curse there, Ed, haven't you?
Yeah. I wasn't expecting it to be quite that high up. She might have used her feet a bit as well to make it into a higher full toss. She is a powerful player, is Jo Gardner.
Yeah, she's just missed a couple of times, Lola, on the full toss side. Low full tosses, but that one was considerably higher and appropriately put away. That is an invite that's going to be hard to turn down. I'll tell you what, go on, Triggs, do karaoke. Give it another 10 overs and a couple of Somerset wickets and name your tune. Well, it has to be anything with sort of baritone scales. Elvis, Elton. Oh, yeah, I'm down there. I'm down there. I'll do a reasonable my way, bit of Sinatra.
The West Country David Lloyd. It's also slightly disturbing when you suddenly hear your voice away to our right.
Certainly nothing more modern than about 1985, that's for sure.
I might just mute the Triegs to the right. The one to the left can keep talking.
Olivia Barnes into the attack with her left arm spin. Slightly dragged down there, and a mistimed pull shot. That would have been a potential boundary opportunity there for the bowler, but you're always a little bit more watchful when it's a bowler's first ball of a spell. You're just trying to get a feel for how they deliver the ball on the given day. Just trying to concentrate. We got some hecklers behind us, haven't we, Ed?
Well, you have. Quick call. Gardner's come out 14 off 12 deliveries. Around that, anyway. Slightly uppish for a moment into the onside.
I always wonder at these sort of times because of everyone sort of sees the game in a different way, and how people captain and bat, working out run rates and tactics to get through periods of play. I think it's commonly known as we see a pretty ordinary piece of fielding out there on the boundary. Loose delivery from Barnes and brilliantly pulled away by Grucock. The fielder there will be a little bit disappointed they didn't save that one. It's gone straight underneath the old Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Other side of deep square.
Or
And
a
this time she's got
reprieve.
it clean.
A reprieve for the field. An awesome bit of fielding there. That saved 3 runs. That was a brilliant diving stop out there on the boundary. By somebody. I can't see. It's too far away. By Katie Jones, was it?
Is it Katie Jones out there? She's been banished as far away as possible from the keeping position.
Well, we'll say...
You go and stand out at deep square a mile away.
Well, she's back on par after that stop and after that excellent batting performance. She's had a good day so far, Katie Jones. Yeah, you always think about how you break it down, and Somerset have taken the 4 wickets. They're in a good position. I think that next little number you're looking for is that run rate to go above a runner ball, which I think always applies a bit of pressure to the batting side. Then you'd be looking at 7s, and then that 5th wicket is how my brain always worked out. Is in to judge, are we in front of the game? Or I think at the moment Somerset that run rate's sort of 6.5 runs and over, so batters under pressure to hit boundaries, and balls like that give opportunities that should have been put away. But nice bit of work out in the deep by Chloe Skelton.
I have found boundaries early on in this partnership, so it takes some of the pressure off on the occasions that you get a ball like that and don't quite maximise your scoring on it. But that's a great comeback from Lola Harris, right on the money, and which actually that time it was played with bat and pad a bit closer together, almost old school.
Old school.
Yeah, old school.
Can't beat it.
That's going to be 4 short and nobody down at fine leg.
Yeah, another loose delivery there from Lola. Hasn't quite gone right at the start of this spell. The captain's going to be under a bit of pressure here to make a change, because this is that sort of pressure release valve that you don't want on at the moment. 4 down, strangling the run rate. You can't afford loose deliveries at this stage. Olivia Barnes has dragged down a few times. Lola hasn't quite found a rhythm Number of full tosses and shorter balls. That's a bit more like it. That's what we want to see. Excellent stuff. Talking of old school, we've got some new school coming in to the commentary box. Erin Vukusic is going to be making her debut with Molly Robbins. So we can finish off our wraps
Excellent.
in a minute to wrap up our session.
It was the head toss that made that one.
Comedy is all about the delivery, and you know this. After this over from Lola, Molly Robbins is going to chaperone our debutant in the commentary box, Erin Vukusic. For her first session. Be warned, listeners. Anything could happen.
Don't trip over the thing. Chicken season. Oh, tuna. Hi, Erin. Commentary debut. How you
Robert,
feeling?
hey. Do you know what? I'm feeling nervous, but it's all going to be all
More
right.
nervous than when you got the ball in your hand.
I reckon so, you know.
Oh, Scouts' hat's just gone wanders. Good position here, do you reckon? Somerset?
I mean, we've got a gazebo sort of in the way here, but no, nice view all around.
As Barnes comes in here, Joe Gardner just places it out to deep cover and they come through for the single. Been a little bit loose in these last few overs, but hopefully we can just rein it back in.
Yeah, tighten back up,
Limit
yeah.
those boundaries. Joe
No.
Gardner, 19 not out here. Jodie Grewcock, 28 not out. So they're building a little partnership. As Barnes comes into bowl, another pretty poor delivery that's pulled into the leg side for 4.
Phil Barnes, he just needs to sort of find a bit of rhythm here. Just, a bit more consistency, I reckon, here. But she's got it.
Yeah, for sure. She's obviously not played yet.
Yeah, this season, yeah.
50 overs.
Yeah,
So she's wanting to prove herself here.
yeah,
Get
absolutely.
this back on track. She comes in again to Jodie Grewcock, driven back straight, fielded off her own bowling.
Really nice. Keep it there, I say.
Yeah, that's a better length, isn't it? Target the stumps. No freebies.
Yeah.
Again, another good ball.
Nice little roll from Sophie Luff there.
Barnes into Grewcock again. Ball toss, which is pulled into the leg side to deep square. Good work out there from Katie Jones.
Jonah again, yeah. Really nice. Tidy fielder, Jonah is.
Yeah. She's obviously probably would like the gloves, but
Yeah.
when she's in the field, she does a great job, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's on it, on it.
Another good ball. There from
Yeah,
Barnes.
really nice.
That concludes her second over of the game.
Okay, she brought that back a little bit there as well in that over.
Yeah, what do you think of the position here? 85 for 20 overs. Where's your money?
I'm not minding it from a Somerset point of view, Robbo. Yeah, I'm not minding it.
Yeah, I guess 5 more for drinks. I think in terms of run rate, Essex probably won't be too fast, but I think it's the loss of those 4 wickets.
Yeah, definitely. Some of the core batters there.
Yeah, these two, there's a lot of pressure on these two here to build a really good partnership and take the game forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Important for Somerset to keep bowling tight on the stumps, I reckon, here.
It's another
Oh,
short ball that's punished.
Scouts didn't quite get that one, but yeah.
Probably deserved the boundary. Lola just struggling here to find her rhythm, but she's been a key bowler for us in the last few games to get us over the line. So
taken some key wickets as well, hasn't she? Past couple of
100%, yeah.
games.
Harris comes in again.
That's
flighted.
better. Yeah, real nice. Not much you can do with that.
Being that leg spinner that Lola is, like, you want to miss a little bit fuller, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the flight she gets as well.
Good fielding from Bodge there at 45 to restrict the single.
Lovely.
As Harris comes in again here to Grewcock. who's
Lovely.
on the front foot again defending. So just touch wood, finding a bit of rhythm here.
Yeah, like that. I hope she keeps it there. It's her 4th over.
What's she gone for?
21 so far, I think.
Off run opportunity here. Oof. Good running from the batters. Throw a little bit wide from Annie there, but good comms. Good quick single.
How's the wind looking out there, do you reckon?
Yeah, I gotta admit, it's blowing a bit of a veil here at Somerset, isn't it?
That it is, Robbo. That it is. I like the way you use that there. What you've done there.
Into the leg side by Joe Gardner, and they come through for the single. And that takes the score to 91 for 4 off 21. So we've got 4 more overs here before drinks. Love just having a chat here. Wonder if the bowling plan might change, but we'll see as Barnes comes on for another over. Do you want to take this over, Pix? Do you want to take us through this?
Yeah,
Olivia
can do,
Barnes
can do,
over?
Robbo, can do. I think, God, I'd love a wicket in this over, I reckon, and break this partnership up. I reckon Liv's got it here.
Let's see Selly.
Yeah, I'd love a big one from her. Always. Oh,
You've nearly called that.
yeah.
As it just drops short of point, and they scamper through for the single. Good effort there by Katie Jones.
Here we go, Liv. Took left-hander. Okay. Yeah, run out from La.
Good running again from the pair of them there. They're rotating the strike nicely, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Capitalising on sort of the width either side of Luff there.
Full toss there from Barnes, which is kind of helped on its way. Beats Lola there at deep square. Not much you can do about that. And yeah, I think Somerset would just be frustrated here with that, like, loose ball in the over.
Yeah.
Just keeps finding the boundary.
Yeah, it just sort of takes the pressure off the batters, doesn't it?
They've not really got to make anything happen with that, have they?
And that keeps them ticking over, which, yeah.
And that brings up the 50 partnership between this pair from 47 deliveries as Barnes comes in again.
Oh, it's a call.
Big LBW. Joe Gardner goes back to that one. Finger stays in the pocket. Frustratingly for Somerset. But that's better from Barnes.
Yeah.
Swept again. Good fielding by Ellie Anderson at 45.
Go on then, Liv. Steer out this over.
Barnes is in again. Defended by Gardner. Again, good line and length there from Barnsley to finish that over. So that brings Essex to 97 for 4 off 22 overs. There's nothing worse, Erin, being a bowler, is there, than going for 4 on the last ball of your over.
Yeah, not ideal, is it? Yeah, yeah, they want to really try and avoid that. I think loose balls at end of over.
Barnsley done well there to get out the over and prevent that from happening. Lola's given another over, which is good to see. I think with her form in the last few games, keep giving her the opportunities and hopefully she can get a breakthrough for us here. As Harris is into ball to Grucock, which is flighted nicely. Grucock defends.
Very big
Leg
defence
spin
shot
open.
there. Yeah,
Spinner here.
yeah. Do you ever think that makes batters play spinners better?
As this one is pulled out to deep mid wicket. Scults does the fielding.
Lovely throwback.
Yeah, potentially, I guess. Yeah, you know what they're trying to do a little bit more.
Do you think you can predict plans better? Sort of mind read as such?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think you almost then put yourself in the opposition's shoes, don't you?
Yeah.
As that's flighted nicely again by Harris. Gardner defends. And I think that's a good skill to have, thinking if you're bowling, what would the batter be doing and vice versa.
Absolutely, yeah. Nice from Lola. Hesitant play off the legs there. To the left-hander then.
Good fielding by Gaza Ellie Anderson there at deep square.
Do love that nickname for her, actually.
Yeah. Gary Anderson,
Yeah.
the darts player. I think Jimmy was a little bit, as Lula comes in again, Gardner defends.
Yeah, nice over from Lola, I suppose.
I think we're having our photo taken.
Ah, yeah.
there.
I'm getting nervous behind that camera.
2 overs for drinks then, 100 for 4. Still think it's in Somerset's favour here, Erin.
I'm leaning towards, yeah. I mean, another wicket here, and I think that would help the cause. A wicket before drinks would just be lovely here, I reckon.
Yeah, just to break this partnership, I think.
Mm.
And we've got a change of bowler, actually. From, what did we call this end earlier, Ed? Staple Grove Road.
We're
end.
not naming the tree. Not naming the tree this time.
Um,
Here we go, Neve, yeah.
so as we see Neve Holland into the attack here. It's great to see her back bowling
Yeah.
this season, isn't it?
Bowling well this season, yeah. She bowls really tight when she's on it. Really tight lines, really consistent lines.
Got the big wicket last week of Wyatt Hodge.
Yeah, she's in. She's in, I reckon. That's actually my preferred end at Vale.
Is it?
Yeah.
How come? Talk us through that.
I mean, there's a bit of an argument here that there's a hill.
As Neve's into Grucock here, who kind of helps that on its way in between
Flies, doesn't it?
the fine and square fielders on the boundary.
Outfield is just crazy quick, God.
Yeah, as soon as it beats that infield, it's 4 here at Vale. But no, sorry, there's a
No,
hill.
so
Is there?
I could argue on a different day though that the other side is the downhill. But it feels like the downhill to me, so
Does it depend on the wind or
no,
just your heavy legs?
heavy legs. Running in sand if I'm running uphill, Robbo. Right, Neve can bounce back from that. Get that out the way, I suppose.
Just let balls in play here as ball gets back to Neve. We've got the ball, have we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What field she got here then?
Cool. Got a third, got a fine deep square. and a deep cover.
Yeah.
In a minute,
Okay, lovely.
as Holland comes into bowl. To Grewcock, who plays up nicely out to Chloe Skelton here at cover, just in front of us.
Scouts. Should we talk about her fielding?
Yeah, talk us through it, Pix. Go
I
on.
mean, I think she's such a great versatile fielder. You can chuck her anywhere on the pitch, and she'll hold her own definitely. I like her in the deep though. What do you think?
Yeah. I compared her last week to Ron Weasley's rat. You know,
Okay.
Scabbers?
Yeah, I love that.
Because she just like scampers around the outfield. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And she's rapid.
She'll get on the end of anything as well, won't she?
Um,
Her rolls.
Yeah. As Holland's into bowl again here, the Gardner, who defend well played actually, just to the fielder out at deep cover there, rotating the strike nicely. I think this is key here. If we're kind of giving them the odd boundary just in between, can they rotate the strike, which they're doing nicely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Fuller delivery by Neve there, which is guided out to Scouts again. Busy she is here at deep cover.
Yeah. Very active around these parts.
She's always picking up the K's, isn't she?
Yeah. God. Yeah.
We wear like what do you call them?
GPS vests. Yeah.
And at the end of the game, the S&C compares how far everyone's gone, and Scouts is always a high contender.
She's a boundary to boundary, isn't she? As well.
Well bowled by Neve. Yorker length defended by
Really
Gardner.
nice. Do you think part of Neve's plan would be change up so far? Or do you think she's just looking at stock balls and Yorkers at this stage of the game?
Good question. I think the field is probably set for her stock ball.
Yeah, I'd say so too.
Back four here in terms of our four fielders out. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she can bowl a Yorker here and a stock ball.
Yeah.
As she comes in again. Another really good Yorker.
Yeah,
Neve.
lovely Yorker.
And to be honest, I don't think she's got to do much more than that at this point.
I'd agree. She keeps it tight. She's got the field. She's got the field for anything here.
As that brings us to the end of another over. And Essex are 174 from 24. So,
Come on, big over here. Love a wicket here.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's just an old school classic, isn't it?
yeah, be gorgeous here, really, Robbo.
When you're playing club cricket and you get the one before drinks in.
Yes. Yeah.
We're seeing Barnsley here. Olivia Barnes have a change of ends. So she is coming
From the broccoli end as
from
such.
the broccoli
Robbo.
tree end,
Broccoli
which
tree,
was
sorry.
the
Eucalyptus.
eucalyptus tree end as she comes in. Offered a bit of width, but missed there by Jodie Grewcock.
Who's, not to jinx her or anything, but on 47. 47 off 53.
Yeah, good strike rate. 5 boundaries from Grewcock so far in her innings. As Barnes is in again.
Nice back foot shot, that.
Yeah, driven to Neve there at long on. She moves to 48. We were saying earlier, she seems one of those players that kind of, you look at the scoreboard and she's suddenly on 30.
Yeah, creeps up on you. Yeah, absolutely.
Very good player. As they take another single into the leg side.
Come on then, Barnsley.
Nudged into the leg side there by Grewcock, but Luff is rapid in there, isn't she?
She's on it, absolutely. Another great ring fielder. Good up close, isn't she, in the catching positions.
A little bit shorter there from Barnes, which is pulled to Ellie Anderson at deep square. Does the field in?
Lovely, Barnsey.
Back in her crease there.
Oh, a little keepy up as well.
She likes her football, doesn't she?
She
Barnsley?
does. I've heard under nines Arsenal personally.
Under nines Arsenal.
Scouted, I think.
Oh wow,
So
the all rounder then.
yeah,
She does it all.
she does it all.
As that brings us to the drinks break. So Essex are 110 for 4 off 25 overs. Is the game still in the balance here, Arian? What are we saying?
This partnership, I mean,
Break it, don't we?
we do. We do.
Joe Gardner here, 29 off 33 balls. And Jodie Grewcock on 49 off 57. So I think this break and play here is a good opportunity for Somerset to come in, regather,
Yeah, definitely.
bit of a debrief, what's working.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see them split off into groups, and looks like they just hone in on sort of fielding groups and spinner and seamer groups, maybe to collect some plans and how we're going to get that next wicket.
Yeah, make use of the time that we've got. But yeah, I assume the conversations for Essex would be to continue as they're going. They can afford here to play pretty low risk cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably for the next 10 overs or so. Keep rotating that strike. And yeah, try and take the game forward from there. I think if they can keep wickets in hand here towards the back end, got a good finish on our hands.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. When do we reckon the any of the openers will come back on a bit later? Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. Alex Griffiths here. Let's go through the bowling figures, shall we?
Shall we?
So Alex Griffiths here, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 15.
She's been hooping it recently, hasn't she, Robbo?
Yeah, like she's been excellent.
Absolutely.
Probably a new role for her.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But yeah, she's picked up wickets, picked up 3 furs.
She just looks so composed when doing it as well. Even though the ball is just, it's hooping, Robbo. Can't stress that enough.
Yeah, she does. I mean, she can swing a pretty odd ball. So yeah, those batters that are facing the new ball to Alex Griffiths got a bit of a job on their hands. Scouts obviously 5 overs, 1 for 15. Again, going at 3. It's the same as Griffiths here. Ellie Anderson 5 overs, 1 for 25. Lola Harris 5 overs, 0 for 26. Olivia Barnes 4 overs, 0 for 22.
Nice.
And Neve Holland 1 over for 7. So making use of our 6 bowlers there.
Definitely, and keeping extras down too. Really tight.
Yeah. Only the 3 wides so far, so Somerset will be happy with that. As the drinks break just comes to an end here.
We're back. What is it? The Stafford Road end. We'll watch that.
The Ed was the road. Staple.
Staple Road
How
end.
are we gonna-
Apologies, Staple Road end. So Neve back on from the Staple Road end. Still with the back 4. Grewcock on strike.
It's been written down for us, so we've got the
Staple Grove Road. Wait, I've watched it again earlier then.
as Jodie Grewcock, that brings up her 50 runs off only 58 balls.
Quite
So-
composed 50 there.
Very composed
Yeah.
50. Essex will be really keen to keep her at the crease here. She seems like she's playing a really important role in this run chase.
Staple Grove end.
As Neve Holland runs in again, second over. Good line and length there from Neve Holland.
I think Neve in the past has just been able to just really nail that line and length
Yeah.
consistently.
But it's a tough length to play. Top of the stumps. Bowling coach James Schofield will be pleased about that. Holland's in again to Grewcock. Fuller delivery.
Come on, Scouts has got that. No 2 on Scouts.
Which misses the dive from Nuff, but Scouts fields nice and tidily up behind her.
Yeah, lovely. Just going back to James Schofield there, he actually said how many different ways can he actually say hit the stumps? How many different ways can he do it without using those words?
Maybe we could have some ideas in the comments.
Some
So
creative
you're not allowed to
suggestions.
say hitting the stumps. You'd like to make it cricket related.
Yeah, I reckon not going too far away from cricket,
Okay.
but
So
creative
hitting
as
the
possible.
stumps, how many different ideas could we have to recreate without using those words?
Let's send them through, guys. Come on.
So your ideas back to him,
Yeah.
so you can put them in his notebook.
His notebook. Good old notebook.
Comes in again.
Oh,
Hit on the pads here and they scamper through for a leg by.
bonking the sticks from Media Jenna. Shout out there. Bonking the sticks, that is. I think James might use that one actually, yeah.
As Holland's in again. Defended by Jodie Grewcock.
That's over from Neve on Staple Grove Road End, that is.
Is that over? We've seen 2 overs from Neve Holland there.
Is that 3 off that over?
Yes, she was 1 over for 7, I think.
Yeah, really nice.
As we see the return of Olivia Barnes from the... I've been told that the broccoli tree at Road End, there's an official name for it, which is the Hate Kill End. So it comes Olivia Barnes here. Defended into the offside.
So tight in there again.
We've got and Stombris one. He's got an idea of crash the castle, tickle the twigs. I like tickle the twigs. As they take another single here into the offside. We just delivered some chocolate cake here for someone's birthday. What a
Right.
treat.
Does look good, that.
Not sure how I'm gonna eat that without getting it all over the microphone, to be honest.
ASMR, crumbs on microphone. That looks moist. Looks fluffy. Right, come on, Liv. Start to build some pressure again, hopefully, with some dots.
In. Bit of confusion with the running. Joe Gardner just gets back in time, but good fielding there by Katie Jones, who is in the ring. Just backward point there. Joe Gardner set off for the single. As Olivia Barnes comes in. Onto the back foot.
Elle
Flicks
sprinting
into the
off.
leg side.
Sorry. Elle sprinting off the boundary for that one.
You show there, bit of a hesitation with the running, and they manage to scamper through. Leg by is called. End of the Olivia Barnes is 5th over.
Okay, nice.
And that brings the score to 117 for 4 off 26. So, Erin, how are Somerset breaking this partnership? Is it a build up of pressure? Is it a masterclass plan? What are we saying?
I mean, I think we could even just focus on dots here, just sort of building them up a bit more and adding a bit more pressure back on. I mean,
Yeah, raising that release ball, and I mean, dot pressure is a thing, isn't it?
yeah,
Dot ball pressure.
it's a thing for a reason, Robbo, isn't it?
Here's it again. Driven nicely from Joe Gardner here, and Bex Hodges does the field in at mid off. So
They,
that's one of our dot balls.
yeah. Go on, let's link it to another. Let's link it to another. We haven't seen many high-risk options from Essex, really, this innings. At all. A lot of straight bat.
Yeah, they've just played smart cricket.
Yeah.
These two. We haven't really seen any kind of ramps or reverses.
Not at all, no.
Colin comes in, full toss, driven straight to
Who is that in there?
Griff.
That is
Alex
Griff.
Griffiths.
That is
Extra
Alex,
cover.
yeah.
Again, she's another fielder that can end up anywhere, isn't she?
Absolutely, yeah. Chuck her in slips, chuck her on the boundary anywhere.
London again.
It's a drop and run. Like,
A lot of good drop and running in the ring here, just to apply that pressure to the Somerset fielders.
yeah, I mean, from the side, do you think it looks like it's working?
Yeah, I think it's been really effective. Rucock and Gardner here. I mean, there's been a little bit of hesitation at times, but on the whole, they seem on a pretty good wavelength with each other and
Yeah.
managed to steal quite a few runs.
Very late drive there. Scouts in the deep cover.
Yeah, I think Scout's here positioned at deep cover. She's done a great job at kind of cutting off that ball that just beats Sophie Luff at point.
Yeah.
So she's probably a little bit squarer than a traditional deep cover.
Yeah.
Grucock does like to play the ball quite late as well.
Yeah. Effective though.
And we've got another wide signalled here from the umpire. Good glove work by Jess Hazel.
Yeah, lovely and clean.
She's been impressive so far this season.
Going really nicely. Yeah. Solid behind the stumps. Good with the bat.
Holland in again.
Ooh.
Another good run taken by Joe Gardner. Hit out to Bex Hodges there at mid off.
Bodge having a little go at the stumps.
She connects well, but I think that's another thing they've done well. Hit to fielders, but committed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that pressure when you're then in the field, it's makes your life tougher, doesn't it?
Definitely, knowing that they're probably going to take a run on you. You just want to get the ball in that much quicker.
As we see, Olivia Barnes be given another over here, so this will be her 6th over of the game from the broccoli tree end / Hake Hill end
/ eucalyptus tree end. Yeah.
Tree end. Barnes is in
Big block on that.
here. Yeah, big stride in from Joe Gardner.
Maybe a bit of whip there from Barnsley. Back to Luff, very active in the field. Luff spin.
Yeah, and again, smart cricket. Essex managing to pick that gap,
Mm.
the offside and run.
They are. There's no hesitation, is there, at all? Would you say this is a good turnout for well, not exactly a home game?
So that's played nicely there by Grewcock. Neve Holland with a bit of work to do at deep cover, sweeps round and they run two. Yeah, I think obviously Taunton Vale here is one of our outgrounds.
Yeah.
Good relationship with them and fantastic facilities. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people out today with their deck chairs.
Yeah. Lovely to see. Lovely atmosphere, really. Dotted around the place.
Yeah, I think can't beat that when you've got to bring your chair, bring your picnic, and
Proper cricket, that.
yeah,
That's what it's all about.
takes you back.
And Liv coming out of her over here.
Good fielding off her own ball in there from Olivia Barnes, preventing the single too long on. As Barnsley is in again. Sweep there from Gardner.
That races
Looked like
away.
it was drifting a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Kind of that annoying boundary off the last ball.
Yeah.
That we've said we want to try and avoid, which is frustrating there for Olivia Barnes.
That is.
That was a tight over.
And just crazy quick here. And I mean,
Yeah.
you beat the ring fielder, and yeah,
It's 4, isn't it?
that's 4.
So yeah, we have got Essex women require 140 off of their 20 overs that remain. 21 overs, sorry, that remain. So yeah, run rate's not bad here. I think we've got a game on our hands.
They're ticking over nicely. You think something needs to change here?
I don't know if that could be maybe a bowling change from the skipper here from the other end, potentially. Maybe we might see Barnes come off and have a change of bowler, but we will see. As that is just pushing to the offside. Chloe Skelton does the fielding. Yeah, I just don't think we want this partnership to kind of run away here. We've got Grewcock, 57, not out, and Joe Gardner, 37. So with batting to come as well, Flo Miller, Mara Carr, Sophie Monroe. So
Would you argue that tail can waggle, Robbo?
I've not heard that before. Tail can waggle.
It's a new one. It's a new one.
Yeah, I think they bat all the way down. I think.
Yeah, looks like it.
So yeah, big crucial wicket here would be great. Holland steaming again. Full toss there, but got protection out of deep square. I think maybe just going for the Yorker length and missing slightly there, do you reckon?
I reckon so, yeah. She can nail a Yorker, can't she?
She can, it's in the locker. As they do push for 2.
They make it
It's another,
pretty safely, yeah.
another bit of great running from the Essex pair there. Pushed out to cover. Chloe Skelton with a bit of work to do to her left.
Her
And a
GPS
little
is
bit of
racking up, isn't it?
a little bit of hesitation there. Batters, but they get in. It's restricting these 2s to 1s. I think really help Somerset here. Holland to group again,
that's a
who
nice shot.
drives beautifully. Nothing Annika Leroy can do there at extra cover in the ring. And adds 4 more to the score.
Yeah, pretty convincing shot that. Yeah. From Grucock.
She's so good there through the offside, isn't she?
Yeah, that looked effortless, really.
Holland is in again.
Ooh,
Attempted
Slowy.
Slowy. Talk us through the Slowy.
God, I know a thing or two about Slowies, Robbo. And Neve's got a good one in her locker.
That was your speciality last year in the Blast, wasn't it?
Yeah, we started calling them fart balls by the end of the Blast, actually. Just sort of fart them out.
But it done Elise Perry, didn't it?
I'm smiling behind this microphone. A little
I
bit.
mean, if the fart ball can get Elise Perry out, it can get anyone out, right?
I'm going to agree with you there.
Cool, as we see the end of that Neve Holland over. And I think we're going to see... Oh, here we are. Alex Griffiths returning to the Hake Hill end.
That change of bowling that we mentioned earlier, could this be the change we need?
So, we
Tickle the twigs, I'm seeing.
we got a few suggestions for other alternatives for hitting the stumps. We'll let Alex Griffiths bowl her first ball, and then we'll read a few, shall we?
Yeah, I like that.
Ooh, Alex Griffiths is in.
It's lovely, she's back.
She's back on the stump,
Yeah.
and we've got flail the bells or clip the sticks.
Clip the sticks has a good ring to
like
it. Yeah. Griff turning round again from the Hake Hill and steaming in. Oh,
It's a bit frustrating there
Yeah.
for Alex Griffiths as that is edged down
will that go all the way?
third for 4 runs. No one behind the bat there. Nothing worse as a bowler.
Nothing worse, especially
Nothing better as a batter.
batter's game, as you say, Robbo, batter's game.
We've got a comment here on the live stream today. That fella who fell over chasing the ball earlier was having none of it the second time round.
He's
Did you see it?
yeah. Oh, my stomach dropped, Robbo. I feel for him.
And it was cool. You think you've got away with it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he thought a camera would be on him at all.
Especially kind of an outground, you think, few. Thank God that's not. Thank God that's not.
Yeah.
It's just implies all over the stream. So
Yeah, that hopefully.
fortunate for him, but he wasn't moving for that second ball, was he?
No, I wasn't even looking at it, Robbo. Wasn't interested. I just hope he doesn't have social media, Robbo.
He'll be trending later. Alex Griffiths is back in. Defended there solidly
Yeah.
by Joe Gardner.
You won't want to be fishing for that one, really.
I think that's what they're doing well here. They're playing the balls they want to play and defending the ones on the stumps, right?
Absolutely. Capitalising on
Not
any.
risk cricket.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's really working for them.
Fortunate. That 4 down to 3rd. Anyway, Griff's back in.
Oh. No.
Again.
Gaz is on it. Gary Anderson's on it.
Managed to prevent that one. Short 3rd in the game there, Ellie Anderson. It's good signs though if you're finding the edge, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Especially with Alex Griffiths who tells the ball back in. If she's finding the edge,
Yeah.
we're nearly making things happen.
Definitely, definitely. Do you think they're sort of forcing it maybe slightly into that big space on the leg side at all? Looking
Yeah,
for
I
runs in
think-
there, maybe.
Yeah, I think especially now we've got no mid wicket in the ring. It's a big open space. Griffiths in again. Grewcock out to deep cover. And I think that's what she's done so well, is make that cover fielder work so hard. She's had to cover so much ground, both left and right,
Yeah.
and they've managed to just push those twos to that fielder.
Or even just take a run when it's either side of the fielder
Yeah.
really, really well.
Yeah. So that is the end of the 31st over, and it brings us to 143 before.
Grewcock or
As we might see Emma
64.
Corney come back on the comms in a minute for another stint.
She looks keen. Sorry, Grewcock on 64 off 71 now.
Good strike rate.
Yeah, taking along nicely.
Only this, well, I say only 6 4s. So it does just show how many of her runs have come in 1s and 2s.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, that's the difference between some teams, don't they? Just how well they run. It can make a close game, just make the difference on a close game, can't it?
See the introduction again of Chloe Skelton. So the open, they're back on, aren't they? Got Griff from one end and Chloe Skelton from the other.
Do you
So
think on sooner than expected, or?
I think the Skelton's in defence. I think the context of the game right now, I think this is the time that a breakthrough wicket is needed. So
Changes needed.
changes needed. Get your openers back on.
Yeah, absolutely. They bowled so tight too. Great fielding off her own bowling there. Defending that being hit back at her.
Got a few comments on the stream saying close game. It is a close game. Don't leave. Good watch. Chloe Skelton's in again. Blighted this time. Driven down the ground too long off.
Big arm.
Still haven't attempted the chocolate cake. I'm
Yeah, I'm seeing
quite
it there.
scared to spit it all over the microphone.
Well, it's looking at me, staring at me, Robbo.
Have a bite if you want.
Drop and run
Again,
again.
dropping-
Backing up from Luff there.
Do you think that's a run? Do you think that should be a run?
It shouldn't really, should it? Yeah, very clear game plan really for them.
Scots in again. Again, we've seen that so many times from Grewcock. Just hitting the ball out to deep cover there. And they take the single.
That's Griffith deep cover now, obviously. Placing their scouts is there. Oh,
Good
again.
rotation again from Gardner into the offside.
Looks easy, doesn't it,
It
Robbo?
does. It does. Can be dangerous, can't it? And that brings up the 100 partnership there between Joe Gardner and Jodie Grewcock. Of 110 balls. So
Yeah, that's felt like it's come around quick, actually.
yeah, gone very kind of unnoticed with their clinical running between the wickets and kind of punishing that bad ball.
Absolutely.
Move on
Yeah.
with it. As we're gonna relieve our duties here
Yeah.
and pass you back over to
Thank you for having me.
Peter Trigger.
How was it, Aaron?
I hope I offered enough.
Have you been scared? Are you going to come back again?
If you have me, Triggs, if you have me.
Absolutely. You can do like rock paper scissors with Molly.
Perfect.
Thank you very, very much for that segment of insight there from the Somerset players, Molly Robbins and Erin Vukusic. State of play, 148 for 4 off 32. That sizable contribution and partnership has come to fruition for Essex, Ed.
Yeah, it has, yeah. No, it's been impressive the way that they built it up. And actually, I said the way they built it up. I mean, they've actually, Gardner especially, came out very aggressively, and now she's almost dialed it back, knowing that Grucock's going well at the other end. And there's not really come a point where they've had to really pull the trigger, because they've been finding boundaries whenever they've needed it, and they're making gap finding look quite easy at the moment.
Yeah, I think that early stage of the innings where it's challenging to start. I think Harris and Barnes came together as a bowling partnership and bowled quite a few release balls and almost handed the initiative to the batters a little bit. And that's probably the fault that I would have found in that little period there. I think potentially the captain let those two run for a couple of overs too many. Both of them, there was, like I said, there was almost like a boundary ball, an over at least in that period, and just gave them a little bit of impetus in the innings, which is the ideal scenario as a batter new to the crease. A couple of short, wide drag downs that you can put away, or a full toss. And there probably would have been some sort of cause to have burnt maybe a few of Chloe Skelton's overs of the 4 that she has left, to just challenge the batter a little bit more, feeding off of good deliveries. A nick through the slips, and that's going to race away here at Taunton Vale for 4.
Gardner's 50 as well, I think, which has ended up coming in just around about 60 deliveries, and she started over a run of ball for her first 20 odd, but it doesn't really matter what rate it's come at. It's just been the fact that they formed such a good partnership together, and was it 8 fours that'll be actually, with that one added on. 150 up as well. Well, that's a top edge. This could be the chance Somerset are after, and an excellent catch. Griffiths has done the trick, brought her back into the attack. The ball after she goes to 50, Jo Gardner has perished. An excellent knock from her, but a good catch ends it, and Somerset at last have their 5th wicket.
Yeah, that's a key wicket. I was just about to say that the partnership was very much echoing the Somerset partnership of Leroyd and Jones, almost in score-wise and sort of strike rate as well. They were putting a sizable partnership together, so absolutely crucial there that Alex Griffiths has made that breakthrough. Absolutely crucial. But what Somerset can't do now is bowl those release deliveries to the new batter. They must keep the new batter under pressure and make it hard for her to rotate the strike, and in particular hit boundaries now.
I must admit, I didn't see who was underneath that one.
I think it was Skelts, actually. It looked like it was Skelts diving in at short fine leg. It was a good catch. Looked like the wind definitely played a part, but she ended up having to dive forward, whoever it was, had to dive forward and took a catch quite low down. It looks like it is Chloe Skelton coming off now for maybe a little bit of treatment. She's probably lost half a pound of flesh diving forward off those elbows. She hasn't got the...
part of losing some teeth.
Yeah,
she didn't catch it.
She hasn't got the old arm sleeves on, or a long sleeve shirt, I think. But no, Skelts, she's a soldier. She's just going out to the cover boundary now after taking that catch.
Right, so in comes Flo Miller. It's pretty handy to have a specialist back coming in at 7. Oh,
Correction, it was Bex Hodges who took the catch. But all still applies. It was a very good catch.
It was. You just have to move in a little bit at the last minute and bring the dive out. Again, it's been tricky, these high balls, all day with the wind. And
One of the other benefits for commentating up here, I've had 14 whispers in the ear that it was Bex Hodges. You've made a mistake.
Well, they still seem to be having a discussion next door about it as well. So clearly, we're not the only ones with this problem. I'm gonna absolve ourselves of blame.
It was a superb catch from Bex Hodges. Even though if it was Chloe Skelton, I'm sure she would have caught it as well.
So now it's interesting what Grucock does, given that she's been striking at fairly close to a run a ball, but just a couple of quiet overs get that rate up around 7 or closer to 7, although that's going to be a wide to add to the cause of Essex.
Well, you always expect a downslide in the run rate when there's a wicket falling. It's always quite a good team plan to have. When you lose a wicket, try and re-establish at least a 10-run partnership before you go back into the way that you were striking the ball. Just give, last thing you want is back-to-back wickets falling when the run rate is nigh on 7 and over now. So as we mentioned earlier, the 6 has been chalked off. 7 starts to get a little bit sweaty with plenty of overs to go, and obviously the further you can creep that up, it just gives you a little bit of margin for error as a bowling unit. But really is going to be crucial when Harris, Barnes, Holland come back on. Can they start their next spell when they will inevitably have to bowl? Can they just be a little bit more consistent in their areas?
Still manoeuvred into the gap to start off Miller's innings. Yeah, so you've got 5 overs left to get, assuming that Anderson, and probably a safe assumption that both Griffiths and Skelton will bowl out, but 5 overs with that trio just mentioned. And, the rate's not so high that Essex have to go after Griffiths and Skelton, at least in this period. So they could just, if not allow it to build right up, just give themselves a few overs and see what comes once some of Somerset's younger options come into the attack. It was good work to keep that to a single.
Yeah, looking at the numbers on a positive note, all of the bowlers that I'm saying bowled a few release balls are still going in the 5s and the run rate 7, but I think it just shines out because of how good the opening partnership was between Skelton and Griffiths. They've gone at 3 in the 3s runs per over, which is obviously exceptional, especially as they bowled the majority of the power play overs. But yeah, it's just those what you call freebie runs, the full tosses, the drag downs. If they can cut that out, and I suppose just ask the question to the batter. If you're going to hit a boundary, you're going to hit a great shot, and I think that's what most captains want of their bowlers. If there's a boundary, I want it to be a good shot, not a poor delivery, and hopefully that's the mentality when the bowlers that, like I said, didn't quite execute go back onto the into the bowling front line.
Do you enjoy your slice of cake? I must say, I'd had just enough time separated between the extremely oniony wrap and the cake.
The cake was brown, which would make you assume that it's chocolate. I wasn't getting any hint of chocolate being the flavour, so it was brown. It was chocolatey only in colour, certainly not in taste.
Cocoa powder cake. I think it was
definitely purchased. And if I had to guess, I would say maybe an Asda,
not top of the range,
potentially a yellow sticker on it. Look, might have been getting close to its shelf life. So I wasn't a massive fan.
You shocked me after that.
But happy birthday, Matt. Apart from that, really great to be here celebrating his 12th birthday. Even though
I was going to get quite that much content out of you from that.
I was actually waiting for someone to open the door to me to criticise.
Well, you must have known I would.
Well, I'm going to use cake in a very loose term. It's cake, you think pleasure, don't you? Pleasurable experience eating cake. It was neither.
Oh, that's very short and too short. Impressive bounce and great take given how high that rose up from Jess Hazel.
Yeah, awesome bit of wicket keeping and good effort there from Ellie Anderson. As I mentioned earlier, she's definitely skipped the ball through. And fair play to Jess Hazel, the keeper, for standing up and taking that challenge on.
Harris warming up at deep square. The bounce back to the bowler. Well, that piece of paper's blowing about with the names of the ends. We definitely don't need that piece of paper anymore. We've got it
Challenge ourselves.
absolutely sorted. It's the Staplehake Hill end. She's had that sort of wristy flick through mid-wicket working well as the sort of any couple of dots that build up on a just shot that she can go to seemingly to turn quite a straight delivery into a run.
Yeah, it was certainly coming into the game in good form. Runs in previous games, and as we've mentioned, that international call-up. So spirits will be high, no doubt. She certainly holds the key to the successes or failures of the Essex innings. From what I can see at the moment, she's 70 off 82 balls at the moment with 6 boundaries, and has played some very nice shots. And every time there has been a loose ball offered, she's generally put it away.
Run from Miller, which the Essex, I was going to say dugout, but it's the Essex gazebo. Quite enjoyed. But yeah, I suppose in terms of Grewcock, you're looking at, England are obviously quite excited by what she can bring, but they'd be even more excited from her perspective if she was able to turn this into that, 100 or close to 100 that sees Essex home here, and that'll be another boundary. Latches onto that short ball and crashed away behind square. And it had been a pretty decent over from Anderson up until that point, but the last ball turns it into a good one as far as Essex are concerned, and the target almost works just over 100 in terms of runs to win now.
Yeah, Ellie will be frustrated with that. That was almost a free hit, really short down the leg side and put away. But I have to say, it probably did deserve to go to the boundary and could have gone all the way for 6 if there was a bit of loft put on it. It wasn't a great delivery, certainly not to end an over where she'd worked really hard and got herself and the team in a position where it could have been a nice little cheap over, and that was just given away at the last, which is a big shame. Olivia Barnes coming on to bowl at the Staple Grove Road end. Didn't even have to pause for thought. We've got it, Ed. Yeah, I mean, looking at it now, I mean, there's what is the equation now? How many runs? 103 runs to get. So I think the challenge for Grewcock is she's probably going to need 50 of those, at least 50, 60. So there's a big score out there for her if she wants it, but 120, 130 is probably going to be something like what she's going to need for Essex to get home. I know they've got batters coming in, but it's not an easy thing to do to come in and score 6, 7 runs and over from the word go. So you can imagine the lion's share is going to have to come from Grewcock. That's a lovely little dab shot there, and that's raced away from Olivia Barnes. Another short, wide delivery, though, Ed.
Yeah, the width was used expertly there. I mean, there is space in front of square as well, but you use the pace of the outfield, you use the pace of the ball, and in fact, there's only just a backward point, isn't there? There's no short third. Clever shot. Responds with a dot as Sophie Love dives around on the square. Didn't spend too long at mid-on. What's that got there? It's gone on just onto the offside. In fact, it's missed everything. That's why it's a bye. Not far off from Barnes. I mean, you just feel if they can get even just one wicket from that remaining overs of the trio,
sort of feel like the way that particularly Skelton and Griffiths have bowled so far, that's gone straight past the edge. Sort of feel like those should be your banker overs, but they're going to need something from somewhere else.
I think even the
over.
banker overs, as you call them, from bowlers that have had a good day. I mean, the game just changes quite dramatically in terms of how you can challenge a batter as a bowler. It's a very flat pitch, and that ball being is two new balls from each end. It's going to be 20 overs old, so the ball's not going to give you a great deal. You're not going to get much seam. You're not going to get much swing. And and the key is if you're bowling a set batter, you've got to really start hitting your skills in terms of slower balls, getting the occasional Yorker in. And that's the only way you can really keep a set batter, away from the boundary. So I think the pressure will be very much back on even, the two girls that bowled beautifully today, Skelton and Griff. If Grucock's still in towards the end, it's going to be a challenge to rein her in. So this 7 runs and over is very achievable here at Taunton Vale with such a fast outfield. Wickets are going to be quite key. I would suggest that if Grucock does make it to the end, Essex have got a real good chance of being in pole position.
Certainly could be a nail biter, this one. Well, arguably already is. Hammered away out to deep backward square, straight to the fielder. Not too near the lonesome gentleman with his foldable chair, sitting in the shade now.
Hanging his head in shame after his fielding performance.
I just really want one more ball to go to him, and then he either redeems himself or he's got to have a second chance.
One good thing is the sun's starting to creep over, and we're getting a little bit of warmth over here, Ed, so certainly helpful. Obviously bowled there from Anderson.
Yeah, you want to finish this over off well. Squeeze off the inside edge onto a bit of pad. Another look now. Yeah, onto the back leg. I mean, that cannot have been far off going onto the stumps, but bumped into the back pad. The solid connection into the leg side. There hasn't been much mileage today for bowling short, not just from the spinners, but Leroy got hold of a few pull shots. Essex pretty much put away the short ball. There was, I can barely, there was about one slower ball into the pitch that was bowled short, but other than that, it was pretty much try and hit the top of off for 50 overs.
Yeah, it is a bit of a batting paradise here at Taunton Vale. And again, that mentality for the Somerset bowlers and the captain is just making the Essex batters earn their runs, no freebies. And you're right, I don't think there's much value for bowling halfway down the wicket.
Just starting to see the ball beat the edge a little bit more the last couple of overs.
Every dot ball is going to be crucial. Not many overs to go. We're already, comfortably over 7 runs and over. It doesn't take long before that run rate required gets a little bit intimidating, and then you'll see some what you'd call sort of under pressure shots, slightly more reckless. So there'll be opportunities out there.
They want 2 here. There's a quick pick up and throw, but the throw was trying to dissuade the second run by getting it in the air quickly, and they just went for it. The running between the wickets has been good from Essex ever since that Grucock-Gardner partnership. They ran well, and these two are doing the same thing. It sort of builds confidence in the dugout as well.
Certainly say with the new batter on strike, there's a strong case for the fielders out on the boundary rope, certainly on the far side of the ground, to be sort of 10 yards off the boundary, just to try and save those twos. I don't think there's any massive need for them to be right on the boundary rope. unlikely to see a new batter go sort of over cover for 6. So the twos are going to be really important to sort of keep as many of those down as possible, because I think actually it's been a feature of the Essex innings. They've all ran between the wickets very well.
Look at the worm, which Essex just behind Somerset's, but we sort of touched on the last 10 overs of Somerset. I suppose because they'd lost a few wickets earlier on, they were in a position where they sort of needed to, everything kind of needed to be perfect for them to have a really massive last 10. So in terms of the comparisons, that could be where the extra runs are made up, and that's another boundary. Again, just enough width, and this field means that pretty much get it anywhere backward of square on the offside and it's going to be 4.
Yeah, too many short, wide deliveries being bowled at the moment. Libby Barnes hasn't quite found the length today.
I think, like you say, though, you expect opportunities with a rate of 7 and over still. Got to take every chance now. I think this is getting towards the stage where any fumble, any mistake in the field looms large. So this is going to be a good test for this Somerset fielding unit, because they've probably not been in this exact position yet. They in terms of being in the field, they've certainly been under pressure.
Yeah, I think
It's going to be a wide.
give you some inside track on how my mind would be going. 7 runs and over, I would be communicating with my partner out there batting. Solid cricket shots, running hard between the wickets. But the reality is, you to chase 7 and over, you need a boundary every 2 overs, which all of a sudden depressurizes how you feel about the next ball, the next ball, the next ball. Every 12 balls, you get 1 bad ball, you put it away, and some good batting in between it. That's 7 and over easy. So if there's some cool heads out there and some poor bowling, Essex are in a good position at the moment.
And Luff has pretty much had no choice after the last couple of overs to put another fielder fine on the offside. Anderson going into that short third as well as the backward point, which opens up pretty much the entire leg side now for 1s, even 2s. There's pockets here.
Yeah, I would say that the backward point fielder that's been beaten on the left hand twice now is just a bit too square. It looks like it's a very comfortable shot for Miller to lay the cut shot off, and what I mean by that is just to dab it, because of the outfield so quick, which is a pretty straightforward shot as well. So I would sort of block that and ask the question to the batter: if you get a short wide ball, can you beat me on my right hand? Which means she has to actually hit it, which is a technically slightly more difficult shot. And then you can keep the mid wicket in, because at the moment that field there, you're almost conceding 6 runs and over. Because of you've got no one in front of the wicket saving a run. So
it's almost if it, in a way, almost if it were closer to 6, then you might have to put in your short mid wicket and try and squeeze. So sometimes it's, in a way, if it does get to that stage, sometimes a captain that's forced to be aggressive that way, that can be what just creates a bit of pressure, and suddenly the dots start to come. A big shot comes out that's not necessary. So we'll see how it's played.
Big tariff here on either a wicket or a cluster of dot balls, and like I said, the field set is not making it easy for the dot ball option. So Somerset will need a breakthrough at some stage, otherwise this will get mighty close.
it really has been a fine innings from Grewcock, which is almost eclipsed Katie Jones's score from earlier. And now it'll level it, both on 79. And it was a very impressive knock from Jones in her first game of the season earlier on, in case you missed it, into the side today, with the absences of Somerset's 3 England players who are off to well, first of all, the series against New Zealand, but then T20 World Cup squad's been named as well. 3 Somerset players in that.
Yeah, good for Katie Jones. I mean, nobody likes being left out of a team, and the best way to make sure that doesn't happen is do exactly what she did today, which was put on a big score. So really pleased for her, and she could be really proud of her day's work, because when the England players come back on into the fold at some point, the coach will have that. Let's have a look at who's done what, and if she keeps on performing like that, then she's an automatic pick for the team sheet, and someone else has to miss out. And that's what you want. That's what you need in a club, really, a healthy competition that's based on performance.
Yeah, I've seen B. Willis about today, just running some drinks out, and that's great to see as well, because I watched quite a lot of B. Willis with Gloucestershire's women last year, as well as, of course, Somerset women, and seeing already a player come through from, I mean, she would have been on, various pathways and things, but to see somebody who's played the majority of their cricket, so that's pulled away firmly into the gap, should be 2. Fielding will be completed, but Grewcock continues to accumulate runs. But, to see that part of the system working, I mean, earlier talking about players who'd been in, say, Western Storm Academy, Somerset Academy, coming through now to bolster the squad, finding a talented cricketer. Obviously, she's talented. I've watched her a fair bit last season with both bat and ball. So that's, that puts you in a good place as far as your squad depth as well, if you're able to find players from the pyramid structure that exists now.
Yeah, it's super important, because there would have been a time in quite recently where, let's say, you're in between being good enough for the academy and the first team, and and the pathway would be you're in the first team squad, but you're not actually on the field. Whereas it's really important that there's a lot of cricket to be played, because young talented cricketers, to hone the skills, need to be out there playing. So obviously having a tier 2 weight club that you can align to and get some confidence, start understanding your own game, absolutely crucial. And I mean, that's the early stages of the new system, finding young players, and more importantly, continuously producing young cricketers. Somerset been in the paper from the men's side of things. How many players in the first team now came through the academy system? In time, that needs to be the case in the women's team and the women's game as well. Encouraging players to really see that opportunity of becoming a professional cricketer, playing for Somerset, that pride, and to drive your practice forward and maximise your talent.
And that safety net as well, in a way. Not safety net, maybe not quite the right word, but the possibility exists now to extend your sort of time in the shop window a little bit longer as well. I mean, of course, you're not being paid at tier 2 level, but if you're able to make that sacrifice and keep the drive, keep it going, because I mean, the training that's going on at tier 2 level, it is intensive.
Yeah, but it's very much the same in the men's game. Even still, there's a lot of players that play second team cricket that are unpaid, and that's the decision you have. You're 18 to 21 years of age. You obviously want to earn a few quid, but are you going to stick around and pursue the dream of getting yourself that first professional contract? Oh, a chance there. That would have been out. That would have been a real bonus there, but Grewcock scampered home. I think she was probably short of her ground then when the ball passed those stumps.
Is that Leroyd? I think at mid-on who had the...
Barnes, I think.
Was it Barnes?
Was it Barnes again? Would have had 3 stumps to aim at. Skelton back in. Oh, leading edge there, and Jess Hazel just unsighted at the start. Didn't quite make it out in front to take that catch.
We've seen some strange shots today. Chloe Skelton's sweep that went way up in the air and all of about 3 feet that landed safely, and then that one. The leading edge. That time there wasn't quite the width or
Just
the
so
length.
happened that we get to our previous conversation earlier. We're going to get to test the theory about winning teams and get into crunch situations, and will it make a factor? Will the Somerset team be just a little bit calmer at the winning moment, because we're going to be creeping up to that stage very quickly. We're just about nigh on, about to start the last 10 overs. I think 6 overs out, we're going to get a real indication both on the scoreboard, and they'll definitely know it on the field, that the game is for the winning and which team's going to snatch that win.
I mean, in a way, Somerset were able to do it when they were batting, when Jones and Griffiths put on those runs. But yeah, now in the field, Grucock continues to play beautifully. I mean, that was just a little roll of the wrists, but finds the gap between mid-on and deep mid-wicket. And that, I think, does that just... No, they've updated the score already. It's around about 7 and over then for the final 10.
Yeah, that's a superb piece of timing there from Grucock. Slightly overpitched and leg side from Skelton, but I think a lot of players would clip that out towards the deep mid-wicket fielder for a single, but she's managed to hold a great shape and absolutely nailed it towards fielder of the day that's down there at long on. Five, 10 overs to go. Some bowling from the Hake Hill end.
So she's got 2 left. So maybe say 1 over. Just bowl through.
Well, Neve Holland in Western Storm colours had some good success bowling at the death. She's pretty good at the Yorkers, slower ball, so that is an option. So if one of the frontline, well, I'd imagine that's almost nailed on to be the case, that it will be Griff and Holland to bowl the last 4 overs at that death period. But I think Somerset are probably going to need a wicket or 2 before that time, because the way that Grucock is capitalising on anything slightly short wide, so this will be right up with the run chase. They've been very, very good since that 4th wicket fell. It's been exceptional batting from Gardner and Grucock, and Miller's almost done a bit of a Katie Jones, started very proactively. She's virtually at a runner ball, so it takes a massive amount of pressure off of Grucock as well, that can just keep accumulating and picking off the occasional boundary.
And only 2 fours as well, so good running. And there's another gap found, which I think is going to be a 3rd 4. It is out to the boundary. And the pressure is on Somerset here. Didn't look that wide, but it's just angled it beautifully, and there's another 50 partnership, but just better than a runner ball. And they, the rate sort of built to 6 pretty quickly in this chase, and it has got to 7, but it's never got much higher than that. They've just continued to pace this so well.
mean, the numbers can change quite dramatically when you've only got a number of overs to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally can go, you know, a maiden spirals it north and a flurry of boundaries does the opposite. So very, very much into that crunch zone.
Has got to the stage of need, maybe, rather than want for Somerset as far as a wicket here.
Yeah, I was a little bit reserved when I said if Grewcock's batting at the end, Essex have got a chance, but I would say almost certainty that Essex will win if Grewcock could take responsibility. And I think one of the flag points coming up is Grewcock creeping towards a personal milestone. That can sometimes derail it. You see a lot of people get out in one-day cricket just after 100 because the emotions are high and maybe a little bit of relaxing. Certainly not doing it consciously, but you see a lot of people get to a milestone and give it away quite soon
Or
after.
even close, you suddenly start to hit a few fielders, and that you've got more to deal with than just the match situation. That's pulled in the air, fielder running round, and half volleys it, and it will go for 4 as well. And Grewcock moves into the 90s. She's already on her highest score as far as not only Essex are concerned, but her whole List A career. So she's not made a List A 3-figure score.
Yeah, I mean, that spent a lot of time in the air. I think if Skelts had picked the line or length of that up earlier, that would have been a chance. It would have been an unbelievable catch, certainly probably diving forward, but she just backed off of it for a short while, ended up getting on the half volley and ended up conceding that boundary, which is a shame. But yeah, I think, Grewcock, I think that's great added context as well. First professional 100, those the nervous 90s. If Somerset can capitalise on that and make those 10 runs, hard to come by, that might just creep the rate up a little bit. But the way she's looking at the moment doesn't look like she's going to get phased at all.
She's really making a name for herself, not just with that call up internationally, but this innings as well.
We're in uncharted waters, though, so who knows how you handle the pressure. I mean, getting your first 100's a huge thing.
That'll help, though. Runs at the other end. I'm up again for 3 more. Oh, hello.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, Spencer Bishop is causing absolute havoc back here.
There were about 7 mixers back there, and I think they all went flying.
Must have had 2 slices of the cake.
93.
Maybe not so nervous 90s.
She's not where she's going at the moment.
Well, I used to think it's only 2 hits. Job done. Yeah, slightly concerning at the moment that Somerset not only don't look like taking the wickets, they don't really look that likely to bowl consecutive dot balls at the moment. Miller's played really, really well at a runner ball now and manipulating when it's in a good area. She's able to just turn the wrists on it, get it into those gaps.
Again, it's just a strong shot. She looks so committed in everything that she's doing. Just not just content to find the gap, but really positive body language and right down the other end. And we know from Miller's innings so far that she can just turn the strike back over pretty quickly.
Good stop there at short fine leg by Ellie Anderson. Skelton into a 9th over at the moment. That is going to fly down the hill, racing away towards the boundary. Ellie Anderson, fleet of foot, reels that in. And Grewcock picks up another 2, motoring through the 90s.
I don't know, time to press the gamble button or not, because if you if you went back to Lola Harris, you always think with a leggy towards the back end of an innings, they've got the opportunity, well, the potential to bowl that sort of magic over that takes 2 wickets. But equally, if there's just a couple of drag downs now, then the required rate, which is already pretty much close to a runner ball now, 51 off 48 balls.
Yeah, I'd almost. I mean, my knowing good call on Lola Harris coming in. I quite fancy the idea of Neve Holland. She always strikes me as a real competitor and got that little bit of maverick ability that would just get a wicket from nowhere.
She might come on at the other end.
Yeah. Let's hope that might be the case, because at the moment it's looking ominous. And the running between the wickets is the communication between these two has been great as well. It's so hard to run a batting pair out when they both go at the same time.
It's been really good from Miller as well, who would have spent a lot of her career batting higher up than 7. I mean, she not that she's new to this role now, but especially coming in a slightly different situation, should have batted a lot in the top order, as probably most talented young batters would have done in their younger career. But she's played the situation so well. When's the last time? It feels like a long time. It might have been not that long ago, but the last time Grewcock even faced a dot feels like a while ago. It's not just one shot. You think just cut that scoring option down. She's finding singles everywhere.
No, she looks a very well-rounded player, and like I said, top form and importantly making a big score while in form as well. So looks like she's pretty intent on keeping the party going with the old run scoring. But yeah, I mean, quality shots all around the ground from against seaman spin. So I think England have made a very shrewd call up there, the way that she's playing at the moment.
Just 2 off this over so far, and it's got to the stage now where Sophie Luft's had to put the short extra in pretty tight. Ooh, bit of bounce.
Yeah, it's been good so far from Lola, giving the ball a bit of air, but just found that slightly better length.
I don't think the wind's calmed down much, but maybe a small amount.
Good from Grewcock coming down the wicket, just to, I'd imagine, tell her mate to not worry about it, chill out, we got this.
Essex like that, not losing it and seeing the ball flighted up there and coming charging down past one. It wasn't the length for that either. So it's a really good over from Harris. Hopefully, from the Somerset point of view, that can be backed up with another couple more.
2:21 for 5 here. Essex at Taunton Vale on this glorious sunny yet windy day.
I'm starting to boil here actually after a day of being in the shade. There we go. We both got what we wanted. Oh, nice.
Mate, where's the crystal ball out here? Do you know what I mean? Crystal ball and a white cat to stroke. You got it sussed, mate. No, good call that. I think Neve has shown time and time again that she's a moments player, a real games player. She knows the importance of a wicket now, and can she deliver?
There's that cut shot from Miller. She's done it plenty off spin, and first ball off seam.
Yeah, a little bit edgy, but the Essex batters will care not. Miller picking up a boundary there off Neve Holland's first ball. I think that's probably the criticism. since that fourth wicket, you know, a lot of short deliveries, a lot of short wide deliveries in particular against these two batters. It's been easy pickings at times. So Neve's going to have to respond here.
Not to follow the boundary, but that equation just tightens up. You sort of look at that gap between runs and balls as much as what the required rate is.
Yes, we're in the realm of Somerset need a couple of wickets here. In particular, the wicket of Grucock, who's batted phenomenally well for her 97 so far. Is that personal milestone just going to put a little bit of a hiccup in to the mind of Grucock? That's what Somerset will be hoping for.
Miller herself getting up to 39 at still just slightly better than a runner ball. And a strong hitter in next in Amara Carr. Sophie Munro will have been in these sorts of positions a fair bit in her career. It's running away fine as well. And 4 more for Miller.
Yeah, another outside edge, and with that fielder up, it races away here at Taunton Vale. Not much you can do to defend those. I mean, I think the bowler would feel like that's quite unlucky, but I'd suggest that's still another wide delivery that you can just throw the hands out. It's such a hard delivery to defend as a team, a captain. Any bit of bat on it races past those two fielders.
Outfield really is like glass now. Valiant attempt. That'll turn the strike over to Grucock. Just one ball this over.
One ball and one shot away from what would be a magnificent century.
Well, it'd certainly be one of those ones that you remember. I mean, a lot of times with white ball games, even I mean hundreds, you try and remember them, but they start to fade. But this will be one that you definitely remember. First professional 100, the day after getting called up for England for the first time. This is whatever happens from now, it's a statement to the England head coach.
Well, and also the selectors will be like, thank you very much, because you've now made my decision look excellent. Not that it wasn't already. She's in a good run of form, and this would really ice the cake. One strike away. Holland with a slower ball. Swatted down to mid-on, straight to the fielder. That was the one. 1 to 98, and keeps the strike for the next over. This partnership has been very fruitful. We're pretty much at a runner ball now here at Taunton, going into the last 6 overs. Essex will and should feel very confident at this stage. Somerset needs to turn it round.
Pretty quick turnaround, only a few days between this match and Somerset's next assignment. Saturday, I believe, up at Edgbaston. Just the Bears. That's what we have to actually know. We can call them Warwickshire in 50 over cricket, can't we? They have to be the Bears in T20. It gets very confusing.
Copywritten.
I think so. I think they even ditched the Birmingham Bears business now. I think they're just the Bears. Make up their mind what they're called. Griffiths likes this Hake Hill end, so Sophie Luff feeling she's got to go back to what has been her strike bowler. 3 for 27 in 7 overs. It's one of the dots on 98, but it wasn't exactly a, nervy push away hoping for a gap.
Full flourish of the bat. Seeing the ball like a watermelon at the moment. hardly played a false shot, in fairness, and some lovely shots to the boundary.
Watermelon wouldn't go amiss now, actually. Quite refreshing.
Clip through mid-wicket. They're going to push hard. They're going to take the 2. Excellent running again.
And there it is.
That is absolutely magnificent, Ed. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, well,
as
it's
far as maiden hundreds go,
yeah,
that's pretty special.
extraordinary. I mean, just the way that she has even got through the 90s. This, she looks like a really, really special talent. I've heard a lot about her, and I haven't seen a huge amount of her live, and to see her scoring runs the way that she has, just the body language, she looks as if she's so confident. And I even at the start of her innings, just pretty much from the moment she went out there, she looked like, even though wickets were falling around her, that she was in control of what she was doing, and that stayed with her throughout the innings. And once again, just a straight back into it, strong shot into the leg side, take a single.
Yeah, there was me talking up a nervous 90s, might take a few balls to get through the nervous. Not a hint.
You wouldn't know what score she was on, really, would you?
Has not changed her way of playing. She's ball struck. She's hit firm, aggressive cricket shots. Even parked that one in the air, one bounce to mid on, full of confidence. And rightly so. She's clearly focused on being there at the end.
Yeah, and that's what really sets it apart. Not just happy with a big score of 70 or 80. Do a bit.
Well, it was mentioned the golden red inker. That's what all the batters are chasing, an outside edge, and that is racing towards the third man boundary, but reeled in this time.
How many times has Miller found that gap?
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes your day, you know, those sort of edges, you know, instead of going to the fielder, it's pretty much hit that gap in between point and third man every single time.
And this is just huge for Essex as well. I mean, you know, context of a rough start to the season, you're playing it against a side, admittedly without the likes of Heather Knight, Danny Gibson, Charlie Dean, but still you're playing a side that's unbeaten themselves.
Well, it was a rough start, not only the season, but the start of the innings as well. And you know, when you have these kind of knocks where the middle order, you know, does all the heavy lifting, it actually gives you a massive confidence throughout your batting team that you can win a game from anywhere. Because let's face it, when that 4th wicket was taken, you know, we kind of thought the game was game set and conquers.
Looking at what had happened recently with Essex's batting struggling and getting bowled out quite often. And now they're just running for everything, ticking these runs down.
Yeah, that's definitely where I think Essex have been consistently ahead of the game, as opposed to Somerset. I would say conservatively, it's a 25-30 run swing, the running between the wickets.
See Grucock where she's scored or briefly it was there, and there we go, pretty much all round the ground, which sort of meets the eye test really. They've not just been able to set 1 or 2 different fields to her and gum up her scoring options. She's looks like she's got a shot for just about every gap. Be a good game to win from here. Not impossible for Somerset. Pretty much exactly a runner ball.
Yeah, the batters are still under pressure. Like I said, you know, string a solid over together, go for 2 runs. All of a sudden, then a boundary's needed. But that's been the issue. There's been a release ball. You know, we talked about it, didn't we? You know, chase 7 over, you need a boundary every 12 balls. I don't think I've seen a passage of play where there hasn't been a pretty poor delivery or a short wide delivery that's boundaryable, you know, in almost every over really. So yeah, Somerset have definitely let Essex back in the game from the position, like 4 down. You thought it was game over, just outside of the power play. You had 3 wickets in the power play. I think Somerset were very much in control, but Grucock, Gardner and Miller have completely about turned the fixture.
Still all that space on the onside. Square leg, mid wicket, long on. Fine leg, the only fielder saving the single on the onside. And if it's wide, she cuts it through the gap between short third and backward point. If it's straight, it just seems to get turned into that leg side. And it's just, if it's not coming in a flood, but it's trickling away from Somerset.
Yeah, I'd say it's quite soon that maybe not to Grucock, but certainly to Miller to bring mid on and mid off up and put both the box fielders in mid wicket and square leg. What a strike that is. And that's gone all the way for 6 from Grucock, dragged down by Neve Holland, and she has pulled that miles in front of square all the way for 6. Proper crack of leather on willow.
Yeah, she's strong, clearly. That's the first 6 of this innings. Katie Jones had one in the first innings. That one straight down the ground, but this one was much squarer and latched onto.
Yeah, as I was saying, I probably wouldn't go to this tactic to Grucock, but I think they've got to find a way to make Miller try and go over the top. They've got to bowl gun barrel straight, and they've got to bring 4 fielders in front of her face, saving one. It's the only way they're going to be able to build up enough dot ball pressure to force a mistake. Because at the moment, you know, Essex are pretty much home and hosed.
Yeah, now it's almost got to the point where you get the sense that Grucock's so much in control that she thinks, I'm actually just going to keep going for this, because was it now 22 off 27? Obviously, she wouldn't want to get out, but some of the shackles have been released. Several more of those, and wickets. But still 3 wins out of 4 if Somerset do indeed fall here. Yeah, still sitting pretty towards the top of the table. It's another mighty swing. Just the one bounce out to the fielder.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Grucock's going to dab it in ones. She's definitely going for her shots. It's been good to see. Yeah, but I think, you know, the captain has to force a decision here out of the batters. You know, lose one of the boundary riders, bring one more into the circle, and make the batter go aerial. It was almost last throw of the dice stuff at the moment. Nothing has changed. But credit to the Essex batters. I mean, docile wicket, white ball that after a period of time doesn't swing a great deal, and the 3 batters that have done the heavy lifting for Essex have played exceptionally well. They haven't really given too many opportunities. Grucock and Miller in particular. I mean, like I said, Miller's innings very reminiscent of what Katie Jones did. Hit the ground running, was very proactive at the start. Didn't pressurise the in batter by chewing up dot balls. So all in all, this partnership's been fantastic.
Yeah, and I think we've already seen enough of Somerset this season to know. I mean, the first game they just about got over the line, but we saw an immediate bounce back in terms of things that they wanted to improve from there, and there'll be plenty that they'll talk about, I'm sure, after this one. But it certainly hasn't all been negative by any means.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It's one of those games that you look back on and think just a couple of things here or there, and every chance, say, quick turnaround, rebound for the next one.
It's one of the great challenges for all the players that haven't represented their country. They get a very visceral sighting of what needs to be done to get to that next level. So you can't hide away from the fact that the previous 2 games, Danny Gibson has come in and absolutely thumped it at the end, and Heather Knight scored 100. There have been plenty of contributions along the way, but that is you as a player being shown what you need to do to be the best, and that should only inspire them just to keep working. Like I said, they've had a great start with the 3 wins. looks like at the moment, barring something miraculous or crackers from Essex, that this is going to go south from a Somerset perspective. But you can't say, from what I've watched today, that Somerset have given it away. Essex have won this fixture. If they do get over the line, they've been tremendous, the three batters.
Oh, they just have to get over that final hurdle. After a couple of dots,
five will not help.
Yeah, after a couple of dots, just to make you think, well, that can be followed quickly by a wicket, but then now down to 15, and that probably is the moment where it does start to feel a bit like a walk home again. It's a 100 partnership.
100-run partnership by Grucock and Miller.
So it come in 81 deliveries.
Unbelievable. 110 at a run a ball. And pretty much the runs have been shared by these two. So Miller's come in and hit the ground running. Another dab into the leg side. And that brings up Miller's half century. Beautifully played. And supported. Grucock getting to her maiden list 100 in really fantastic style. It's been very calm out there. I mean, you could never tell from this far away, but it looks like they've very much had a plan of how they're going to go about it. The running between the wickets and the communication between the pair, I think, has been first class.
They have not looked like a team that has struggled to get over the line at all, or it's been a while since they've been in a position where they could get over the line. They've not played like that at all.
Well, teams that have a struggle to the start of the season are always dangerous because you kind of only one way you can go, and they've performed exceptionally well. Like I said, completely led by Grucock with that century, but it's been good stuff. And it's one of the challenges of one-day cricket. When you play on generally good surfaces, you need to develop your skills as a bowler. And I would say that there's just been a little bit of a fluctuation on line, a lot of short balls outside off stump where you can sort of free your hands as a batter. And like the field settings, trying to strangle the batter. There was just that period. I think we did mention it when Grucock and Gardner got together, when Smale got out. It was really crucial that the bowlers were on it, and they made that getting in period extend. And then those first 2 or 3 overs, there was drag down after full toss after drag down. It just allowed Essex back into the game. But credit to them, they've taken that opportunity, said thank you very much, and they've ran with it, and they're in a great position now.
The one ticked off down to long on. And even actually in terms of the bowling, I thought Somerset really had to earn what they got from the likes of Jones and Griffiths towards the back end, Leroyd as well. They were given so few. I mean, I can't remember if I said it before, but there were so few cuts in Somerset's innings. They were given such little width. Jones played some great shots down the ground off pretty decent deliveries. So they've just been disciplined today.
I think
with
the
everything
wagon
they've
wheel
done.
would be a really good indication of something. If I was in the coaching side of things, how many, you would say, like, in the V boundaries, good batting, sideways boundaries, poor bowling.
There is I can see the wagon wheel, and there is a very noticeable difference in terms of the number of boundaries that we've seen fine in this innings versus the first innings. But they say they haven't been far off, and it's not going to be a win with too many overs to spare, but just a few tweaks here and there.
Yeah, I mean, on good pitches with a white cricket ball as well, there's such a high tariff on. Again, it sounds as obvious as my play with the bat statement. Is you got to hit the pegs. Very hard to hit the ball square of the wicket when you bowl at the stumps. And I would say that there's probably a high proportion of deliveries in this innings that haven't been hitting the stumps, or at least challenging off stump.
Well run, down to single figures for Essex, 8 to win.
Yeah, this pair have also shown excellent fitness as well. They've not dipped their intensity with their running for hour and a half or so now since they've been together.
I'm sure they've even had a glove change, have they?
Just absolutely bossed it.
Single, but another good one.
I mean, like that there as well. It's, shouldn't really get a one there, but they've just got such good communication, and they've just set off like hares every time they've had a yes call. They've both gone, and just Somerset have just sat on their heels a little bit a couple of times. Very difficult. I'm not saying it's not a difficult thing when you get two batters playing as well as these two. It's pretty hard.
Turn this back for 2 as well. Yeah, back they come. Harris getting the throw in just for the first time in all this partnership. It did just look as if Grewcock was struggling a little bit, but she gets back and the finish line is within sight. Well, more than within sight. They're just about to break the ribbon.
Yeah, well, it would amaze me if they haven't had a conversation about the oval, that if the ball is just about to get to the hands of a fielder on the rope, you can go. Because it would take an absolute rocket throw to run you out for the time it takes for that ball to come in. They've done it time and time again. I see it as a 20, 30 run swing across the 2 innings in running intensity to the outfield. Somerset hit a lot of boundary riders and just were happy to just jog a one, whereas these two have just been in and out every single time.
Oh, that sounded good off the bat. And it's going to run away. And that's the scores level. Another Jodie Grewcock boundary. Another one just rifled off the bat. And the end is nigh.
I think it was mentioned that a 120 red inker was going to be needed, and Grewcock is just around the corner from that. So 117 now.
When I could think,
Maiden list day 100, top score. It's normally customary, if you get your top score, you buy the team around. So you need to make sure your top score is something substantial. You don't want to go from 1 to 3 to 5.
And that's it. It'll just go down as a single, but that is all that Essex need, as the embrace between Miller and Grewcock, and well might they. What a partnership that was. Really quite special after the half century from Gardner started it off. Grewcock and Miller have seen it all the way home. Essex winning this match by 5 wickets and with 2 overs to spare. They get their first win of the season. Somerset taste defeat for the first time, but I'm sure that they will bounce back.
Yeah, thoroughly deserved win there from Essex. I have to say, Grewcock, not to oversell it too much, I think in the women's game, when I've coached, commentated, I think that's probably one of the best knocks I've seen. There was not only a high score, the shots she played to get those runs were of a high quality all around the ground, crisp strikes. She's got enough power. She actually manages to make power hitting look quite classical as well. Very, very elegant player, and Miller's contribution of over a runnable 54 as well. It was almost like the perfect scenario, the perfect partnership, and it's got Essex home. But it's just one of those little kicks up the backside you need from time to time as a team that has got off to a flyer. 4 games now for Somerset, 3 wins, and now that defeat is, you go back into your shell, you keep working hard, and you come back next time round. But you have to say that Essex thoroughly deserved that win based on the 3 performances from Grewcock, Gardner, and Miller.
Yeah, very much so, and I suppose the over-the-top optimist would say that sometimes you don't want to go too deep into a season unbeaten in a way, just, because you start almost focusing on that rather than on where you want to get to, which is a semi-final. So it's a defeat today, but they've lost to a team that has played a great game of cricket in Essex, both with the ball and with the bat, and the handshakes all round. So Essex will claim
lots of really positives from the Somerset perspective. In particular, Katie Jones with her highest score in list A cricket as well. That 79 that she got. Leroyd with the 56 as well. Alex Griffiths with a really key 50 not out as well. But again, we did mention it. We talked about the pars. Could Somerset have got 300 if either Jones or Leroyd would have done a Grewcock? Because, like I said, once you get into those 80s, take responsibility, back yourself to the end, and let the other players work around you. And I think
that was the difference in that back 10, wasn't it, in Somerset's innings, when you felt that they both, I think Emma and Molly said it on commentary as well, that pushed towards 300, but yeah, one gets out, and that immediately became difficult with the wickets that they'd lost.
Yeah, they just had a batter having to reset. The last thing you want at the back end is someone trying to get themselves in. But like I said, it was marginal. It's such a marginal thing. Essex from a batting performance had 3 players contribute. Somerset had 3 contributions that were substantial, over 50. The difference is that one of them went on to get a big 100, and that's the difference in this game for me. I think Grewcock, outstanding.
Yeah, very much so. The game and the headlines will belong to her. So county championship action on Friday. Somerset taking on Yorkshire at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and Somerset's women next in action, I believe, on Saturday at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, where they'll look to get back to winning ways. Thanks very much for joining us on the coverage today. It's been a pleasure to bring it to you from sunny Taunton Vale. From all of us here, goodbye.